Our story begins in the middle of the night when there is a lady walking around and smells a fragrant smell coming from an eternal body. She immediately followed the smell, knowing that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eat an eternal body for her to ascend into immortality. At the same time, our story protagonist, Chen Changan, was leaning on the table and he was thinking a lot of food that he wanted to eat as he felt very hungry. Chen Changan is one of many hapless traversers. Other traversers sang all the way to invincibility while Chen Changan went into the world of immortals, but his meridians were blocked and couldn't practice. In the world of immortals, an old man told him that he was actually a good seed but a little crippled. The old man also said that Changan wasn't useless but instead the legendary eternal body. For Chen Changan, it doesn't matter if he can't cultivate immortality. The thief god also added Tang Sang attributes to him. It's something that helps monsters and demons stronger or immortal. Because of it, he was brutally plundered by countless demons and monsters. His body and mind were injured many times, and the sect was also attacked. The old man had no choice but to break through the void and take him here to hide. He was so mad as he recalled his past. He was emotional knowing that other traversers get to enjoy life while he can only be a lamb to slaughter because of his physique. He blamed the thief god for what happened to him, and because of his anger, he challenged the sky to strike him with lightning for him to be dead. The sky instantly gave his request and he was electrocuted. "Just kidding, I was just kidding," he uttered. He then went back inside as he decided to just sleep and save calories. As he lay down on the floor, he was hoping that the old man would come back to him and give him at least a handheld roast chicken as a surprise. "Why don't you spend this spring night with your slave?" the lady a while ago suddenly whispered to Chen Changan. Changan was startled and immediately got up. He asked the lady's identity, but the lady instantly kissed him on the lips. The lady was satisfied as he tasted the eternal body of Changan. At this moment, Changan thinks he's a 7-foot man and he feels how hungry and strong the lady was. He doesn't like what the lady did to him and he even told himself that boys must protect themselves when going out. He suddenly pushed the lady away and the lady thought that Changan wanted to be forced. The lady sat on top of Changan while Changan suggested talking about their lives first. The lady answered that she could not wait any longer and Changan screamed, begging her to tell first if she was a human or a ghost. The lady's eyes widely opened, and together with it was a strong lightning. "Of course, I'm a ghost," she answered. Changan was shocked and he was so scared. He felt betrayed since the old man said back then that he had set a ban on this temple so demons and ghosts could not enter. "Eternal body, give it to me," the lady said and instantly bit Changan's shoulder. Chen Changan looked up above while thinking if he would die again this time. He grits his teeth due to his anger since he has been hiding for 3 years, running away to save his life, but in the end, it turned out this way. All of a sudden, a system window appeared. It detected that the host encountered a ghost and opened the invincible domain system for the host. In addition, a round area with a diameter of 2 meters around the unprovoked area has been activated. Upon seeing all of it, he believes that within these 2 meters, he is invincible and the master of this field. He clenched his fist and swung his arms. The lady was scared of his aura and Changan uttered, "Now, it's my turn to fight back." He was looking forward to seeing how strong the invincible field is. The lady ghost laughed at him and belittled him. She said that an ordinary person like Changan couldn't beat her and would only tickle her. "It's better to lie flat and let me eat you well. It can be less painful," she stated while rushing toward Changan. "Come, let's see who is strong," Changan confidently replied. He then strongly punched the lady and his punch created a golden straight light causing the lady to fly away outside the temple. His strike was heading above the sky and he was staring at it with a shocked face knowing that he wasn't dreaming. He then smiled as he was thrilled that he beat the ghost by himself. Because of the system, he's now confident that his days of fleeing are finally over. As per the system, Changan obliterates a Kai training triple heaven female ghost and gains 10 field points. Every 100 points of field value can increase by 1 meter. The current host, which is Chen Changan, invincible domain is 2 meters. Changan wondered how he could get more field value, and he concluded that he could directly rule the entire continent if the invincible field could cover the entire continent. The system dings once more to inform him that the method of obtaining the field value needs to be explored by him. Changan was annoyed and raised his middle finger while saying that the system was irresponsible for letting him explore on his own. He lies down on the floor while staring at the sky and at the same time, the lightning is very strong which disturbs the monsters, and they think that an immortal treasure fall to the lower world. On the other hand, a man also witnessed the lightning strike and he believes that there must be immortal treasures coming down that might make the world going to be in chaos again. At the same time in the upper world, Xuanwu Immortal World, the city has been attacked by an unknown force. It turned out that it was the fist attack of Changan coming from the Immortal World. The pagoda was also destroyed and the whole immortal sword of the Lord floats and dashed in another direction. 12 immortal generals. Get the hell out of here. A man screamed with anger. The 12 generals he called then instantly appeared, and this man informed them all that the 10,000-year-old immortal weapon that his father sacrificed in the sword-casting tower was attacked by an unknown fist shadow, and is now left behind in the lower world. He commanded the 12 generals to retrieve the sword at all costs, and anyone who had a coveted one should be killed. Going back to Chen Changan, he was staring at the sky, recalling how he fainted because of his hungriness earlier. He was holding at his stomach and he still felt that he was too hungry. He was staring at the soil and planned to eat some to fill his belly. But then, he suddenly threw it away while screaming that he was not hungry enough to eat dirt in the 21st century. The more you live, the more you go back, he added. At this time, he was thinking by the fact that there are restrictions imposed by the old man in this temple, and it is impossible for demons and monsters to enter. But tonight, a female ghost in the Kai refining realm was able to enter, so he believes that there might be a problem. He sighed and told himself that it was not the best time to think about this after all, as he had no cultivation base now. He also believes that the old man is going to be in trouble and he can't help it. He activates his invincible domain and decides to see if the domain can move with him. He started to get out, but he was suddenly electrocuted, so he immediately retreated. In addition, he felt how cold it was and terrifying outside the domain, and so he deduced that there might be another ghost hidden in the temple. Now, he confirmed that the invincible domain does not move with the host. Now, besides filling up his stomach, the most important thing for him is find a way to get the field value, as he believes that if he rashly levels the invincible field, let alone dying by 100 ghosts, he'll freeze to death. All of a sudden, someone screamed, which makes him startled. He then saw a lady fly away inside the temple and slammed on the ground in front of him. It was because she was attacked by the great elder of the evil dragon cavern, Lai Zio. Ling Bayar, be honest with me, don't think about running away. Otherwise, I will slap you to death, Lai Zio said. If you have the ability, you can shoot me to death now and see how my dad cleans up you. The lady answered. Chen Changan was staring at them and he believed that these were monks fighting. He was planning to stay quiet and not interrupt their fight, but he came up with the idea that these people should have something to eat that can be given to him. He was so emotional, thinking that he didn't have to go hungry once one of these people would help him. He called their attentions and both were shocked to see Immortal inside the immortal realm. This temple is the territory of this master, and I did not agree with you to come in. Coming inside and yammering here and making noise in my territory. So hurry up and make it up to me with food, or else, Chen Changan stated, and Ling Bao was shocked to see someone dared to provoke Lai Zio. Lai Zio grabbed Ling Bao by the head while saying that he could see Changan as a beggar who was looking for death. Reborn as a beast in your next life and take care of your mouth, he screamed while attacking Changan with his skull skill. His skill was just blocked by the invincible domain covered by Chen Changan. Still, Changan thought that he would be harmed. He slowly opened his eyes and confirmed that he was protected by the domain. He was furious at Lai Zio for trying to kill him despite that he hadn't done anything yet. Do you think I'm still the same soft persimmon that anyone can pinch? He asked. Both Ling Bao and Lai Zio were dumbfounded after witnessing Lai Zio's attack disappear in an instant. In addition, Lai Zio confirmed that Chen Changan was really immortal, so there was no reason for him why Changan can block his attack. Still, he believes that there is no way to dodge and Changan should die instantly. He has been fighting for decades and has killed a lot of people. Except for this situation, when the energy consumption is huge, there is no other possibility. At this moment, Chen Changan raises his middle finger while telling Lai Zio that he cannot kill him. I'm standing right here. If you can kill me, I'll get down on my knees and sing you congratulations, he added. Lai Zio's eyes sparkled as he possessed his magic power. He summoned his sword and proclaimed that he didn't care who Chen Changan was, but he would kill him as Changan ordered him to do. He charged at Chen Changan while controlling his sword, while Changan still dared to smile as he concluded that Lai Zio's life and death were in his control once Lai Zio stepped into the field of invincibility. He extends his hand and seeing his movement makes Ling Bao deduces that he's trying to catch the magic weapon of Lai Zio with his empty hand. At the same time, Lai Zio laughed while saying that the weapon he was using this time was the Scarlet Scimitar, a third-class magic weapon, extremely sharp. For him, Chen Changan, a mortal beggar who dares to use flesh and blood to grasp, is just looking for death. Surprisingly, Changan caught Lai Zio's magic weapon with only 2 fingers while saying that he got Lai Zio pretty well in his grasp. Ling Bao was surprised upon seeing it, as she couldn't believe that a mortal was capable of doing this movement. On the other hand, Lai Zio was more surprised and felt annoyed knowing that he was just assuming to easily kill Chen Changan. Changan broke the magic weapon and attacked it to Lai Zio's head, causing Lai Zio's blood to splatter. The system window then appeared stating that Chen Changan killed a 3rd level Golden Core Realm cultivator and gained 500 points. Through this, he discovered that killing monks can also gain him field value, not just by killing ghosts. Since he gained 500 points after killing a cultivator in the Golden Core Realm, he was thinking about how many points he could obtain once he killed the Nascent Soul Realm, the Transcendent God Realm, and even the Earth Immortal. The higher the cultivation level of the cultivator is, the more field value he'll get. Currently, his field value is 510 points, and the system asked him if he wants to use the 500 points to expand the invincible domain. Chen Changan didn't hesitate and immediately used it. After that, the invincible domain was expanded by 5 meters. He was so happy and even danced around, which confused Ling Bao. She was staring at Chen Changan and couldn't believe that a mortal easily killed the Great Elder of the Evil Dragon Cavern, which was a cultivator of a Golden Core Realm. A part of her also believes that Chen Changan might actually be a worldly expert who is hiding in the Shiwan Dashan mountain. At this time, Chen Changan was holding a storage ring that he got from Lai Zio, and since he didn't have a cultivation base, he was not able to open it. He then glances at Ling Bao and Ling Bao becomes scared at him. Center, a vision of heaven and earth broke out in the 100,000 mountains tonight. The sect suspected that there was an immortal treasure coming to the world, so I brought the disciples of the 9-sword sect to come to me. I didn't expect to be ambushed by Lai Zoa, she politely stated. Chen Changan was speechless as he hadn't even asked yet, but Ling Bao already talks a lot. According to Ling Bao, the other disciples of the 9-sword sect died in the hands of Lai Zio except for her, and she was grateful that Lai Zio wasn't able to kill her because of Chen Changan. She believes that if Chen Changan hadn't stepped in, she would have been captured by Lai Zio and taken to the Evil Dragon Cavern and kill her. At this moment, she was thinking that Chen Changan might be a nascent soul realm for being able to easily kill Lai Zio. She also recalled that there was nobody in Yuzhu with a nascent soul realm for hundreds of years, so she was confused if Changan was really a nascent soul realm. It's good that it's not his accomplice. The Scar Man is dead. Can this storage ring be opened? Chen Changan asked. As per Ling Bao, after Lai Zio died, the mark dissipated and his storage ring was already unowned and could be opened. Can I get something to eat from the ring? Changan asked as he really wanted to eat. The lady told him yes, and after opening the ring, he was able to get a roasted chicken. The invincible domain is about to cover the entire temple. Next, he plans to find ways to obtain more field values and strive to expand the invincible domain to the entire cultivation world and unify the entire world of immortality. At that time, he believes he can be able to protect the old man, and maybe he can find him 10 or 8 wives. All of a sudden, Ling Bao kneeled on the ground and called Changan his senior. Changan was still busy eating the chicken. White Ling Bao sincerely said that Chen Changan saved her life, so it means to her that she has a destiny with Changan. Can you accept me as your disciple? She asked, which shocked Changan. Ling Bao was confident that she was capable of being Chen Changan's disciple, and she promised to do anything to repay Changan for saving her life. And even if Chen Changan won't take her as a disciple, she's willing to stay by Changan's side and serve him well. He was holding at Changan's thigh as she believed that Changan had a golden thigh, which means a powerful protector. Chen Changan pushed her away while telling her there was no need for her to duck, and he just saved her on the way. He wants to accept Ling Bao, but now he only relies on the invincible domain, so he doesn't know what he can teach Ling Bao after accepting her as his disciple. He only knows how to play cards, and for him, it's better not to mislead people. However, he realizes that his problem in the invincible field, he has no food and drink to eat and drink, so he has to go out to find, but he has no cultivation, so going out for him is like seeking death. He was still pushing away Ling Bao while Ling Bao was still begging him. He then concludes that Ling Bao can be his tool to him go out to find food and drink. Besides, he has an invincible domain, so he won't be as strong as someone who is given to him by his disciple. Little girl, old man has come across the immortal world for 10,000 years. Those who want to worship the old man as their master cross the 6 paths of reincarnation. What qualification do you have for the old man to accept you as his disciple? He asked. He also told Ling Bao that they both have a destiny, so he will give her a chance, reluctantly accept her as a registered disciple. After she passes the test, he will officially accept Ling Bao as his one and only disciple. Ling Bao was surprised after Changan gave her a chance to show her best. She bowed down in front of Changan and addressed him as her master. She was so happy and even became emotional, thinking that her strength would improve by leaps and bounds with the help of her new master's teaching. This time, Chen Changan's window appeared to declare that Changan and Ling Bao bind the master-disciple relationship. The reward will be 100 field value. Changan was surprised and very happy after discovering that accepting disciples actually got the field value. Ling Bao was startled when he suddenly screamed. He walked toward Ling Bao, but Ling Bao moved backward and asked him how long he hadn't taken a shower as he smelled bad. Chen Changan felt embarrassed. He then ordered Ling Bao to put a vat outside the temple and let the rainwater fill the vat so he could take a bath for a while. Ling Bao immediately listened to his order, and when she went outside, Changan smelled his own body and confirmed that he really smelled bad. It was really raining outside, and Ling Bao put the vase on the ground and waited for it to be filled with rainwater. After a few minutes of staying outside the temple, she suddenly senses something strange. There was something moving in the bush, and she was startled the moment she saw eyes sparkling. She screamed, which startled Chen Changan. She runs back inside the temple while informing Changan that there is a tiger demon of the golden core stage hiding outside. Instead of being frightened, Changan was so excited knowing that the value of its field is not just what it says. He then ran outside the temple with excitement, which confused Ling Bao. The tiger demon was trembling in fear. He was attracted by a very fragrant smell, but when he came over, he witnessed a man kill a ghost with only a casserole-sized fist and also kill a person. He was sweating heavily while staring at the temple. He wanted to leave, but he smelled Wu Xiang scent, which incorporated the 5 basic flavors, and it drilled straight into his mouth. At this time, Chen Changan is already outside the temple together with Ling Bao. He already activated the invincible domain, and he was still thinking about how it was possible to lure a tiger without bait. Now, he believes that there is no one who can resist the seductive confusion of his eternal body. While standing outside, Ling Bao held his arm and asked him what secret technique he is applying. Chen Changan didn't answer, and he was looking forward to seeing whether the old man's restriction could block his eternal body scent. Since he was already outside the temple, which is already near the tiger was already drooling because of the fragrance of Chen Changan's eternal body, and he could not take it any longer, so he charged toward Chen Changan. Changan this time was aware that the old man's prohibition on him was about to expire, and the invincible domain also had the effect of isolating his breath, but whether it was completely or slightly isolated has yet to be verified. After all, Ling Bao hadn't reacted to the smell of his body yet. It may also be the reason why he didn't take a bath, and the smell was covered up. After all, cultivators don't have the sharp noses of demons and monsters. He didn't move despite that the tiger was charging at them. Ling Bao panicked seeing him didn't move. The tiger demon was eager to eat Changan alive, and even he, the tiger demon, is crippled today. He still swore to kill Changan. When he bumped into the invincible domain of Changan, he suddenly paused, and he was confused as to why he stopped all of a sudden. What bad thoughts can cats have? They just want to eat people. It's a pity, but it's me that you want to eat, Chen Changan stated. He asked the tiger to contribute its body to him. At the same time, Ling Bao was staring at the tiger in shock, asking Changan how he handled the tiger demon while standing still. The tiger demon was crying the moment he heard Changan ordering Ling Bao to kill him. Ling Bao then summoned her sword while believing that worshipping Chen Changan as her master was the right thing to do. She even told herself to hold Changan's thigh properly. He then attacked the tiger demon, but her sword suddenly shattered. She was so puzzled and glanced at Changan. Changan then realizes that the domain was still activated without Ling Bao seeing it. That's why the sword was shattered. Despite that it shattered, he asked to hand him the sword. He was already holding the sword and slashed the tiger. A silhouette then appeared, and together with it was a notification stating that Chen Changan killed the tiger demon of the right level of golden core and gained 800 field value. Changan smiled as he was too happy to gain additional field value. At the same time, Ling Bao was speechless as she was impressed to see Chen Changan kill a tiger demon with a single slash. As per the system, there are currently enough field values to upgrade the invincible domain system. Chen Changan then handed the sword back to Ling Bao and asked her to deal with the tiger demon's corpse and cut its meat like a pig. Ling Bao was still speechless, and at the same time, since Changan discovered that the system could actually be upgraded, he was thinking about what he could get with a system upgrade. The system shows that the current invincible domain system is version 1.0 and features invincible strength. It is detected that the host has enough field value to consume 800 field values. The upgraded Invincible Domain 2.0 version opens a new function, all living things. By the way, the tiger whip is a good thing. Put it away for me, don't lose it. Chen Changan said to Ling Bao, and Ling Bao answered, I know, master. Chen Changan also asked about the skills of all living things of the upgraded system, but the system told him that he would naturally know after upgrading to version 2.0. This time, for him to get an answer, he decided to upgrade the system first. He was deducted 800 field value to upgrade the system, and the system shows that it is being upgraded. After a few minutes, the system has been successfully upgraded and the current Invincible Domain System version 2.0 opens a new function, all living things. After checking the upgraded system, Chen Changan was surprised as it was too awesome. In this 2.0 version, he can illuminate the vitality of all things and give birth to wisdom. In addition, he can also control everything in the Invincible Domain in the most subtle way. Disciple, pull out the 2 small grasses for me, he ordered, and Ling Bao then copied his order. Chen Changan wants to see if the function of this all living things is really that powerful. Ling Bao handed him the 2 small grasses she pulled out, and Chen Changan immediately used the power of the upgraded system. Ling Bao was speechless while staring at him doing something, and surprisingly, Changan was able to make a spirit herb of the elixir level with just the grass. Master, how did this weed suddenly become a spirit herb of the elixir level? Ling Bao asked, but Chen Changan felt annoyed it pushed her away as he was being disturbed. He was staring at the spirit herb and was thinking if it would work as what he was thinking. He was observing it together with his disciple Ling Bao, and after a few minutes of waiting, a tiny fairy appeared from the herb, and the herb completely transformed into a fairy. Ling Bao was jaw-dropping upon seeing it, while Chen Changan was so glad. The fairy was startled upon seeing them. She was scared by the noise Ling Bao was making, so Chen Changan informed Ling Bao about it. He puts the fairy behind him and cohesion an elixir, stating that this elixir contains the essence of life. He gave it to Ling Bao and asked her to take it quickly as it would protect her in the meantime. Thank you, master. The disciple will definitely not let down the master's expectations, Ling Bao answered. For the fairy, Chen Changan decided to name it Xiaoban. While staring at him, Ling Bao was amazed at him, knowing that he was able to make an ordinary Wii into a spiritual elixir with his hand. Shen then swallowed the elixir Changan gave, and she was surprised the moment she broke through. At the same time, the system window appeared to notify that Ling Bao had broken through from the 6th level of the foundation building to the 7th level of the foundation building. Because of this, Chen Changan was rewarded an additional 50 field value. He was staring at Ling Bao, thinking if it was fine to let his disciple break through. As per the system, since he and Ling Bao are bound to form a master-disciple relationship, as long as Ling Bao breaks through the realm, he will get some field value as a reward. The higher the cultivation base, the more field values will be obtained. Now, he believes that he only needs to accept more disciples in the future to help them keep improving and not worry about expanding the field value of the invincible domain. He was so glad, since the first ability of all living things is so useful to him, and he wondered about the use of the second ability. All of a sudden, a sword strikes the roof and lands on the ground in front of them, which makes them startled. Ling Bao was surprised upon seeing the sword as a part of her belief that this sword might be the descending immortal treasure. Chen Changan was confused and asked her about the immortal treasure she meant to say. Ling Bao then explains that there was someone who punched the sky last night and made a big hole. When her father went to check it, her father said that an immortal sword had fallen from the hole, and now all parties were looking for that sword. Chen Changan doesn't know that it was him, and he even said that it's a pity for him for not being able to witness it with his own eyes. At this time, she pulled the sword and concluded that this sword was currently weak, so he decided to repair it with his own skill. He started repairing it until it became as good as new. Ling Bao was impressed once again, while Chen Chang noticed that the sword's power was indeed much stronger than before after repairing it. But if he wants to break this sword, he just needs to apply a little force, as he believes that this sword is still useless to him. In the end, he decided to give it to Ling Bao. Ling Bao was so grateful and immediately caught it. All of a sudden, she felt such horrible power from the sword. Because of its terrifying power, she concludes that her master Chen Changan doesn't feel it, so she wonders again what level Changan's strength has reached. Master, you are so kind to me, she said while holding the sword. She was so touched that her master was so kind to her and even gave her an elixir and the sword. This time, Changan activates his magic power while saying that he will give Ling Bao a hand again as a teacher. The temple suddenly goes back to a clean and repaired surrounding. Even the hole in the ceiling was repaired in an instant, and the outside of the temple was also clean. Such an environment is only suitable for a worldly man like me to live in. Well, don't be in a daze all night, let's rest first, he uttered. When he glanced at Xiaoban, the little fairy also fell asleep on his shoulder, and he wondered if it was still weak when it just turned into a form. Unfortunately, before they could rest, the roof was suddenly destroyed when someone unknown appeared. Ling Bao. The people of the Nine Swords sect were still alive. The man said, "He is the lord of the evil dragon cavern, Libation, a 9th level of the Golden Core realm." Numerous people then came after him, and he immediately asked where his brother Li Xiao was. Ling Bao hides behind Changan while saying that Libation might be here for revenge. Libation was annoyed for not seeing Li Xiao. He also wondered if the immortal treasure was already obtained by the people of Nine Sword sect. While standing still, someone told him that this place is so rich in spiritual energy and is worthy of being the place chosen by the immortal treasure to land. It was the Ghost Bone sect patriarch Qiu Qiantu. He added that he never thought there would be such a majestic treasure in this broken mountain, and he concludes that this might be the gain brought by the immortal treasure. Now, Libation confirmed that there were some people of the Nine Sword sect that were fine, but the thing he didn't expect was for Qiantu to appear at the same place at the same time. While both Chen Changan and Ling Bao were staring at them, Qiantu noticed the transforming spirit grass on Changan's shoulder. God bless my Ghostbone sect. This treasure land, this transformation spirit grass, I'm going to take it, he said. But then, Libation won't make it happen as he came here first and he wants everything to belong to him. He charged at Qiantu with killing intent, and Qiantu then challenged him to battle if he really wanted to get everything in this place. Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Libation replied. To whom does this treasure land belong without first asking the owner of the treasure land? Especially that guy who keeps tearing down the ceiling on my house. I now not very open-hearted, Chen Changan angrily said. Libation then glanced at him and he proclaimed that the owner of this precious land would belong to him from now on. I can demolish whatever I want. What can you do to me? He asked while trying to attack Chen Changan. As expected, Changan was protected by the invincible domain. At this point, Qiantu also activates his power and screams, "Take a look in the mirror. This piece of land can only belong to the Ghostbone sect." They were activating each power while Changan was staring at them below. At the same time, his disciple Ling Bao was now scared. With this attitude of not taking people into consideration, Chen Changan confirmed with his own eyes that these people were just here to give him field value. What is your attitude? Master is the most terrifying existence in this world. Li Xiao died in his hands, Ling Bao stated, and Chen Changan confirmed it to them. But then, Libation was hesitant to believe that he killed Li Xiao, a golden core realm. He got up and was seconded by me. You, what are you going to do? Chen Changan answered. Libation and his people cultivated for many years, so he was confident that they knew the tricks of mortals to pretend for self-protection. He activated his flame and said, "A humble mortal like you. I, Libation, don't know how many pinch dead, needless to say. There are tens of thousands of mortal souls that I have personally cultivated in this seal." While saying this, he also summoned a seal. But then, he was interrupted by Qiantu telling him to forget about Li Xiao and focus on the immortal treasure that fell in this temple, which he believes was taken away by Chen Changan and Ling Bao. He also believes that Libation doesn't want to take the lead. "Hand over the immortal treasure. I'll leave your body intact," he said to Changan. Changan laughed not until Ling Bao interfered and asked them how they talked unpolite to her master. He ordered them all to shut up, and Libation then told her that he was still willing to kill her even if she was the daughter of the sect master of the Nine Swords. Ling Bao pointed at Libation and glanced at Chen Changan while stating that Libation is a bad old man as he went out last night to hunt for immortal treasure with the brothers of the Nine Swords sect. But Li Xiao appeared midway and killed all the brothers, and it was Libation's order. Libation then laughed while Ling Bao added that if not for the fact that she couldn't beat Libation at the Golden Core realm, she would have immediately ripped his head off to the master as a urinal. This time, Libation attacked her with a seal that now became huge. Chen Changan then used his power and controlled everything in the invincible domain. Surprisingly, Libation's blood mark and cultivation regressed to the Kai refining realm. Not just him but also his two subordinates. At the same time, Chen Changan recalled that this Kai refining realm is the lowest cultivation base, followed by foundation building, golden core, and nascent soul realm. After that, Mahayana transmigration or something like Earth Immortal. You can't beat the golden core realm. Then the master will suppress his cultivation to the Kai refining realm. Now you can kill him, right? He asked to Ling Bao. Kaian was also staring at him with a shocked reaction as he clearly saw that Chen Changan obviously unremarkable and had no cultivation base. At first glance, he can say that Chen Changan is just immortal, but what surprised him is to see Changan directly cut Libation's cultivation base, and he even thought that Changan might be in a nascent soul realm. It's cool to get revenge for this kind of thing, Chen Changan uttered while staring at his opponent. Libation was already kneeling on the ground while holding his chest and saying that Changan was just pretending to be a pig and eat a tiger. Even him also believes that Changan was in a nascent soul realm. This face, the wall is turned upside down and the fort is added. Whatever you say, Changan answered and ordered Ling Bao to kill Libation. Ling Bao then charged to Libation while saying that she would chop, whip, or cut Bation to keep for her master. Libation, I want to avenge the dead brother and sister of Nine Sword Sect, she screamed while summoning the sword. Your father can't even kill me, and you want to kill me, Libation answered. He possessed his power despite that his cultivation was attacked by Changan earlier. He boasted that he is the master of the evil dragon cave and he doesn't care even if his cultivation base is suppressed to the Kai refining realm. He was planning to smash Ling Bao using his storage ring. Nonsense. Pay your life, Ling Bao said while Libation summoned his 4th rank golden scale treasure. Ling Bao then attacked him with a sword. He dared to smile at first, not until he saw a strong power coming from the sword. Because of the sword's impact, everyone from the evil dragon cave disappeared and only the boots of Libation were left. Even Ling Bao herself was shocked to witness the real power of this immortal sword she was holding. At the same time, Kaian is staring at the sword and concludes that this weapon is surely an immortal treasure, and he cannot believe that the immortal treasure is in the hands of Ling Bao. At his current distance, he can instantly kill Ling Bao and then grab the immortal sword. He believes that the lady has no time to fight back, and he concludes that his Ghost Bone sect will be more powerful once he takes the sword and goes away. He was smiling evilly while imagining the great power he could get with the sword, but he was cut off when he saw Chen Changan staring at him. He admitted the fact that he almost forgot Chen Changan, who claims the owner of this place exists. He was nervous at this moment, thinking that he would instantly die once he had a little movement. Since he was afraid, he planned to temporarily retreat since he already knew where the immortal treasure was after all. For him, it's better to go back and tell their great ancestor to make a decision about the immortal treasure. Before they could leave, Ling Bao stared at them and proclaimed that they were disrespectful to her master. And because of that, she wants to cut a few more of these people as revenge. And also, she was thrilled seeing the strong power of the sword she was holding. She rushed to all of the people from the Ghost Bone sect and Kaian immediately ordered them to run away together. But still, Ling Bao attacked them and the sword created a golden straight light that struck some of Kaian subordinates. Chen Changan was just staring at his disciple, and at the same time, he received a notification to inform him that his disciple had killed 3 golden core cultivators and gained 1,500 field value. Because of this, Changan was happy and immediately used the field value to expand his invincible domain, and it is now currently 22 meters. This time, Ling Bao went to him to ask what they should do with the people of the Ghost Bone sect. She suggested chopping these people for the reason that this Ghost Bone sect refined the living people into ghost slaves, and it is an evil sect. She was showing Changan how to chop using the sword, and seeing her makes Kaian scared and immediately kneeled on the ground. Senior, my Ghost Bone sect has been operating for decades. It's a decent sect. It's not an evil sect. Ling Bao, there must be some misunderstanding between your disciple and our sect, he said, and he also apologized to Chen Changan and commanded his remaining people to kowtow Chen Changan and admit their mistakes. His people also kneeled on the ground, and Kaian said that he was hoping Changan would not remember the villain and let the younger ones make a living. The younger generation is wrong. Please, senior, have a lot of generosity. Let the young ones make a living, his people stated while bowing down. Because of what they did, Chen Changan was annoyed as he felt a little bit guilty. These people then asked him to let them go. A decent sect. I remember the trick you used just now. Do you think I'm blind? Changan replied, which made Kaian annoyed and commanded his people to kill Chen Changan together. His people immediately charged to Chen Changan, and Changan activated his power and swung it to his enemies before they could get near to him. Every time he killed disciples of the Ghost Bone sect, he received notification and a reward of field value. After killing all of the disciples, he gained a total of 450 field values. This time, only Kaian remains, but he immediately flees as he knows that there's no chance for him to win against Changan. Not good. Master, the Ghost Bone sect leader has escaped, Ling Bao uttered. She believes that once Kaian is able to escape, he will reveal the news of immortal treasure, and the treasure hunters will be rushing in at no time. She asked Changan about what they should do. But Chen Changan only answered, "Yes, what should I do if they don't come enough?" Meanwhile, Kyantu had arrived at the Ghost Bone sect. He was planning to let the Supreme Elder know about Chen Changan and let the Elder personally kill Changan and retrieve the immortal treasure. All of a sudden, one of his people entered his hall to report something. He was so annoyed listening to his man keep on yelling. And according to his man, the ancestor who ascended to immortality 5 years ago had appeared. "We are now meeting the Supreme Elder, you are the only one left," he added. Kyantu stood upon hearing it. He smiled knowing that their ancestor had come on time. Their ancestor was currently at the Ghost Bone sect ancestral temple, and Kyantu immediately went to the temple and showed his respect. He also asked for an apology for coming late, and while he bowed down, he was sweating as he felt a terrible pressure coming from their ancestor. "This immortal is under the order of the Lord and has come to the lower realm," their ancestor said, which surprised everyone, especially Kyantu, knowing that the strongest person in the Ghost Bone sect is their ancestor has long been beyond the existence of the nascent soul realm. He believes that it is no longer a dream for the Ghost Bone sect to dominate the world if their ancestor is now in the lower realm. All of a sudden, their ancestor possessed his strong power and everyone was terrified of him. "Put away those little thoughts of yours. Concentrate on the work of this immortal. Otherwise, not to mention domination, this immortal will destroy you," the ancestor stated. All of the people of the Ghost Bone sect were trembling in fear and promised to follow their ancestor's command. Before the immortals arrived in their continent, their ancestor wanted them to find the holy sword that was left from the upper realm to the lower realm the day before. This time, Kyantu then seized the opportunity and immediately told the ancestor that he knew where the holy sword was. Their ancestor then asked them to immediately say where the holy sword was right now, and Kyantu then answered that the holy sword was currently at the Immortal Temple. At the same time in the Immortal Temple, Chen Changan was sipping soup that Ling Bao made. While he was sipping it, he was thinking about his invincible domain, which is now already 22 meters. Although the range has become larger, the food that can be picked is limited after all, so he has to ask Ling Bao to go out for food. When he first gained the domain, he only had the ability to fight invincibility in the domain, and he couldn't control the domain and was just an ordinary person in perception. After upgrading the domain once, he gained the skill All Living Things and truly controlled everything in the entire domain, and his perception gradually became sharper, even if he's invincible, but only in the domain. He was sad by the fact that he was just an ordinary person and could not protect Ling Bao at all outside the domain. Ling Bao's cultivation level is still too low, so he was thinking of a way to improve her cultivation level. He was staring at Ling Bao, who was also eating together with the little fairy. He then smiled as he realized that he could use all living things to improve Ling Bao's cultivation as he transformed the vitality of all things, transformed ordinary grass into spiritual grass, and even gave birth to spirit with this skill. Ling Bao was startled when Chen Changan suddenly pulled her. He informed the lady that he had a technique that he wanted Ling Bao to try on. Chen Changan held Ling Bao's shoulder while Ling Bao was nervous as she was clueless about what Chen Changan would do this time. "I have a way to improve your cultivation, but at first it will be a little painful. But as long as you endure it, you'll feel good as if you were ascending to heaven. Want to try?" Chen Changan asked. Ling Bao was thrilled and she even thought that it might be a dual cultivation. She thinks something that Chen Changan will do to her, so she tells Changan that their progress is too fast. I'm still, first time, this is not good, right?" she said with a stuttering voice. She was so ashamed and suddenly pushed Chen Changan away. Changan then told her not to be afraid since it had to be the first time to be effective. Ling Bao was hesitant. She grits her teeth while thinking, and in the end, she screams that she's now ready and permitted Changan to do it. "Good, worthy of being my disciple. You must restrain your mind and hold on, otherwise you may risk your life, remember," Changan stated. "Okay, bring it on," Ling Bao screamed, but she paused as she recalled that dual cultivation will cultivate the dead. But then, Changan already held her head and asked her to concentrate. He then activates his All Living Things skill, and while doing the process, Changan asks Ling Bao how she feels. Ling Bao was stuttering. She opened her eyes and asked Changan, "Master, so you just want to help me practice?" What else?" Changan replied. He then commanded Ling Bao to concentrate again as he also had to step up his efforts. They were currently outside the temple and he instructed Ling Bao to carefully feel the energy sent into her body by him. Ling Bao followed his instruction and she was so comfortable the moment she felt that Chen Changan's energy was filling up to her body. At the same time, the system window appeared to notify that Ling Bao is now currently at the 6th level of the foundation building. Since there were no signs of improvement, Chen Changan decided to try hard. He snapped his finger and Ling Bao felt pain and said that she could not take it anymore. Chen Changan is asking her to hold on. Tears dropped from Ling Bao's eyes and she screamed while holding her head because of the pain she felt. She then told Changan that it hurts her so bad and she cannot take it any longer. Chen Changan was worried for her, and while staring at the lady crying, he sensed that Ling Bao's body was about to burst with energy. Ling Bao, hold on. The bow has no turning back arrows. Hold on and you will be reborn, he said. But still, Ling Bao was complaining about the pain and even thought that she might die now. She recalled all her experiences in life and the things that her father always reminded her of. After recalling it, she was eager not to die, instead held more longer to become stronger as she hadn't inherited the 9-sword sect. She screamed in agony, but this time, she didn't have any plan to surrender and just endured the pain. She also imagined herself with Chen Changan as she wanted to practice with her master to the end of the world. She was still crying, and together with it was the lightning. She was floating above while Changan was staring at her. The lightning then strikes on the ground and Ling Bao is lying while Chen Changan assists her to get up. Ling Bao, how's it going? Chen Changan asked, and Ling Bao was glad to say that he was able to preserve it. Chen Changan was glad while thinking about this continent that has a total of 9 levels of qualification, and it is said that there are 10 levels above the 9 levels. He wondered how many grades Ling Bao could be upgraded to through the washing of all living creatures. At the same time, a sudden thunderstorm happened and every monster in the forest ran away as they were scared. A nascent level demon king, Hongyi, also witnessed it, and she said that the thunderstorm was attacking this big mountain. She even thought that it might because by the immortal treasure last night. The nascent soul demon king, Chuobiyu, was also with her, stating that the thunderstorm is so terrifying that might be able to kill them once it hits them. Behind them is the nascent soul demon king Snake in verse. Not to mention us, this Phaxian mountain will also turn into ashes, he said. On the other hand, Ling Bao was floating above despite the strong thunderstorm. Chen Chang was staring at her below, telling her that he had sorted out the power of the thunder tribulation and put it so she must go and absorb the power. This time, the Demon King senses that the thunderstorm has subsided, and after a few seconds, they saw Ling Bao above in the thunder tribulation center. A few minutes had passed and the thunderstorm had been dispersed. The Demon Kings then immediately followed the directions to find out it themselves. In an instant, they were able to locate the thunderstorm tribulation and saw Chen Changan and Ling Bao. This time, they confirmed that Ling Bao was not a spirit and believed that Ling Bao was just an 18-year-old girl. This woman has extraordinary qualifications and will be a peerless arrogant of the human race. She will grow up to be a great power, Hongyi stated. She even added that she won't fight for immortal treasure anymore as she only wants Ling Bao to be her disciple now. At this moment, Ling Bao had a breakthrough from the 6th level of foundation building to the 7th level of foundation building. Because of it, Chen Changan was rewarded 50 field value, and in an instant, a system window appeared multiple times to notify the rewards that Chen Changan got. At the same time, the Demon Kings witnessed Ling Bao's spiritual breath inwards and her body is exquisite and unsullied. They also witnessed Ling Bao survive the terrifying thunderstorm just now, and for them, she definitely a top talent. They concludes that once cultivated, she will become more valuable than an immortal treasure. Hongyi then dashed towards Ling Bao while telling both Demon Kings to go away as she wanted to own Ling Bao as her disciple. While trying to leave, Chuobi pulled her and said that he didn't want to let this lady take such a big advantage as he also wanted Ling Bao to be his disciple instead of the immortal treasure. While they were fighting, Snake in verse then seized the chance to rush to Ling Bao himself. He thought that no one could stop him, not until Hongyo appeared in her monster form and blocked his way. Snake in verse immediately transformed into his beast form and fought against Hongyi. Chuobi suddenly mooed so loud and both beasts were startled and behaved. Chuobi then suggested that they should ask Ling Bao directly and let her follow whoever she wants, and once Ling Bao can decide, no one else should allowed to snatch her. At this time, Ling Bao woke up and at the same time, Chen Changan was eating and asked how she felt. Ling Bao then landed on the ground and informed him that she had already broken through to the 3rd level of the Golden Core. Good job. You're worthy of being a great talent shaped by your master's own hands. Go for it. You will definitely break through to the nascent soul. Chen Changan replied. Ling Bao was thrilled knowing that the Golden Sire cultivation was already at the level of elders in the 9-sword sect, and now she was breaking through easily. She was also surprised when Chen Changan concluded that she could definitely reach the nascent soul when the time came. Since she showed her eagerness to become stronger, Chen Changan rewarded her with some treasures. And upon seeing the treasures, Ling Bao can recall that these were Li Zio's strong ring. According to her, these items are cultivation resources and she cannot believe that Chen Changan decided to give it all to her. Chen Changan then honestly told her that he didn't like all these things. He was sad by the fact that he wasn't able to cultivate, but he knows that as long as he will stay inside the invincible domain, he is a god and can't use these cultivation resources after all. His small goal right now is to expand the invincible domain to the entire Phaxian mountain, but the current 800 field value he had is not enough. While they were about to enter the temple, someone called Ling Bao's attention. As expected, it was the 3 nascent soul demon kings, and seeing them, Ling Bao instantly knew that they were all demons. As expected of my future apprentice, what a good eyesight. I, Taobai, am the firstborn demon king, Chuobai stated. He then showed 3 golden pellets condensed from the essence of the great demon's body. He's willing to give all these 3 to Ling Bao as long as Ling Bao is willing to worship him as her master. These golden pellets can give them a great chance to break through to nascent souls once they take it. That's why no one can refuse this temptation. All of a sudden, Snake in Verse pushed him away and summoned his immortal fruit of youth. 1,000 years of blossoms. It takes 10,000 years for the fruit to grow. He said that this could help Ling Bao live forever once she takes it. Moreover, he's willing to give Ling Bao immortal treasures she likes if she's willing to be his disciple. Seeing this fruit makes Chen Changan surprised, and at the same time, it almost tempted Ling Bao. Chen Changan was staring at the immortal fruit as he recalled that this was the item that the old man said could change his physique after taking it. He wants to sizzle a bit, and he knows that Ling Bao wants it too since he can see that Ling Bao is drooling because of this item. Ling Bao is thrilled while staring at the fruit, and she doesn't know what to do anymore since she also wants to get the fruit and stay young forever. Snake in Verse originally planned to give the fruit to Hongi, but if he could exchange it for such an apprentice, it would be cost effective for him. After him, Hongi then spoke and boasted that she was also a nascent soul realm. Unlike the 2 demon kings, Hongi doesn't have a worship gift. But she said that if Ling Bao is willing to worship her as her teacher, she'll accept the kid as her righteous daughter, and Ling Bao will be the honor of her celestial demon ancient fox sect. She believes that with the power of the sect, Ling Bao will achieve immortality. Both Snake in Verse and Chuobai were shocked to hear it from Hongi. They were annoyed at the lady knowing that their gift was just nothing compared to having a chance to become immortal. "Come on, good girl, follow me," Hongi said. But to their surprise, they heard Ling Bao declined all their offer. She said that there was no reason for her to choose between the 3 since he already had a master. For her, becoming god with the help of Chen Changan is just easy. Hongi then asked about who is her current master, and Chen Changan proudly said that it was him. You're just an ant with no cultivation base, so why should she be your disciple?" Hongi stated angrily. Then Chen Changan was just silent while cleaning his ear with his finger. Hongi was so annoyed at him and accused him that he had seen Ling Bao as young and easy to deceive, which is why he was able to make Ling Bao his disciple. Snake in Verse beside her then says that she should kill Chen Changan as she only sees him as an ant, and once she is able to kill Chen Changan, they will sit down and talk about who will take Ling Bao as a disciple. "Since you think you are qualified to be her master, let me see if you really have that kind of ability," Chuobai said while activating his power. "Master is not an ordinary person. Without him, I would not be who I am now," Ling Bao proudly said. "Come, let me see the power of the Demon King," Chen Changan said. Chuobai grits his teeth out of annoyance, and he says that with only one of his fingers, he will turn Chen Changan into powder. Since he activated his power, Snake in Verse felt that his demonic power is more refined now, and he believes that Chuobai secretly raised his cultivation level. At the same time, Hongi proclaimed that he was preempted by Chuobai and missed an opportunity to show her power in front of Ling Bao. The moment Chuobai tried to attack Chen Changan, he was shocked to see his attack didn't harm Chen Changan. Even the 2 demon kings were dumbfounded. "Hey bull, haven't you eaten anything? So small. I've not moved from my place. In this way, no guests will tip you, and the KPI can't be completed. Be careful to eat dirty at the end of the month," Chen Changan stated. He activated his power while challenging the 2 demon kings behind Chuobai. He was smiling ironically while moving his finger. Chuobai was staring at him with anger in his eyes, and Chen Changan then raised his middle finger and hit Chuobai with it. In an instant, Chuobai was harmed and flew away, and his blood splattered. Snake in Verse cannot believe that the most powerful demon body was easily wounded by Chen Changan. Chen Changan was still raising his finger while staring at the remaining demon kings, and at this point, Hongi came to the conclusion that Chen Changan's cultivation must be above her. Chuobai fell to the ground in front of the 2 demon kings while Chen Changan challenged them both to show their real power. "What do you think? Am I qualified to be her master?" Chen Changan asked. And both Hongi and Snake in Verse kneeled on the ground and said that Chen Changan was naturally qualified to be Ling Bao's master, while they were the ones who Eric qualified. It is our fault for disturbing Senior. This immortal fruit is presented to Senior. Please forgive us. Snake in verse said. Chen Changan was staring at him and saw him as a witty demon. On the other hand, since he didn't respond, Snake in verse was afraid to think that Chen Changan might be going to kill them all. Chen Changan then grabbed the immortal fruit and asked him where he got it. As per Snake in verse, this immortal fruit was obtained from the ancient bronze mountain in Fengzhuo Life Forbidden Zone 3,000 years ago by the ancestor of the Golden Python sect. It's just that the immortal came down to take the face reciting tree away when it was discovered. Therefore, except for this one that he surrendered to Chen Changan, there is no such thing as an immortal fruit in the lower world. About the ancient bronze mountain in Fengzhuo, Chen Changan remembers that the longevity sect is also in Fengzhuo. But the ancient bronze mountain, and also the life forbidden area, he didn't expect that there would still be things from the upper world hidden inside. On the other hand, Snake in verse thinks that Chen Changan might spare his life since Chen Changan accepted the immortal fruit and knows that there are gods in his Golden Python sect. Chen Changan glanced at Ling Bao and handed the immortal fruit to her and asked her to take it and just leave the core for him. Ling Bao was glad and thanked him for trusting her much. After taking it, Chen Changan feels that his body has more immortal content. He even thinks that it might be a metamorphosis. He then concludes that the old man's statement might be true, that this immortal fruit can transform an ordinary body into an immortal body. Ling Bao then handed the core to Chen Changan, and Chen Changan wondered if he could finally be able to cultivate with it. He then drops it on the ground, and seeing his action makes Snake in verse explain to him that the immortal fruit is from the immortal tree which grows in the upper world and its growth environment. He added that even if they were now at the treasure land, it was not suitable here for the immortal tree to grow. Hong Yi also agreed to him, but to their surprise, a blinding light emerged, and the tree which they thought would not grow on this land suddenly grew too fast until it became so tall with a flower above it. I plant melon to get melons and peas to get beans. I plant immortal trees to get immortal fruits, Chen Changan stated. The clown is myself, Hong Yi uttered the moment she saw the tree. As per Chen Changan, one immortal fruit is not enough to offset the crimes of these demon kings of trespassing in his place of purification and offending him. He was staring at the demons while thinking of what he should do with them. The three were begging him for mercy, and they said that they were willing to accept a punishment as long as Changan would still let them stay alive. Is that so? Then I'll give you a chance, submit to me or die. Think well, Chen Changan replied. Boyi instantly accepted to submit himself to Chen Changan, and after him, both Hong Yi and Snake in verse did the same thing. Since the three are all submissive to him, Chen Changan instructed them to call him master in the future. He also told them not to worry, as he didn't plan to treat them badly and was even willing to give them a little gift today. This time, the three feel that their qualifications are improving. The 100 Tribulation appeared once again, but it was now complaining to see Chen Changan change the fate of 3 people at once. This time, the 3 feel the strong power coming from the Thunder Tribulation, and they know that they cannot stop it anymore. Don't panic, Thunderstorm has me in, Chen Changan stated. The thunderstorm struck inside the invincible domain. Chen Changan was controlling it, and the 3 demon kings this time felt that the thunderstorm tribulation was tempering their bodies. Not just that, but their injuries are restored. The thunderstorm then slowly dissipated, and the demon kings were covered by a golden light since Changan helped them upgrade their qualifications. After it, Chen Changan then asked them how many levels they had upgraded. But then, as per Snake in verse, they cannot give an answer as they need to check it using the talent stone test. According to him, the qualifications are from 1 to 9, corresponding to the 9 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, black, and gold. Red is the 1st grade, and the gold is the 9th grade. Their previous qualification was the 6th grade one. This time, upon checking, the color appeared to be black. The demon kings were so happy knowing that it was an 8th grade. Chen Changan fakely coughed and told them that they could help them upgrade to the 9th grade qualification in the future. Ling Bao beside him was dumbfounded, as it hadn't been processed in her mind yet that the first bone demon king that she didn't dare to look directly at was now her comrade. Other than that, her previous qualification was only 4th grade, while the 3 is now 8th grade qualification, which envies her. Hong Lai suddenly handed her the talent stone and asked her to test her qualifications. Chen Changan only used a little bit of all living things for the 3 demon kings to upgrade to the 8th rank. When he promoted Ling Bao, he didn't retain her power at all, so he was wondering what qualifications is now Ling Bao has now. Ling Bao was currently using the talent stone, and Hong Lai was staring at her and concluded that she might be at the 9th grade qualification. After a few seconds, the stone becomes indigo and suddenly becomes gold after a second. but then it becomes in its natural color again after a few seconds. The demon kings were confused as they could not understand what was going on with the stone. Ling Bao was shaking while staring at Chen Changan. She then cried loudly while saying that her qualifications were now gone. Even Chen Changan was confused since he saw the gold color at first but instantly disappeared. Could it be that Miss Ling Bao is now an immortal? Snake in verse stated. Upon hearing him, Ling Bao then asked Chen Changan if it was possible for her to become immortal qualification. Calm down, just a mere immortal, why get excited? Chen Changan asked. According to him, the higher grade of qualification in the lower realm is grade 9. But above grade 9, there are even higher qualifications. He believes that Ling Bao's qualification is now over grade 9 and the talent stone is naturally undetectable. As long as you follow me, not to mention the immortal body, future ascension to immortality is not impossible, he confidently said to all of them. They all believe that Chen Changan's understanding must come from the upper realm, and they conclude that they will ascend if they will stay with Chen Changan as their master. Rest assured, master, from now on, we must be obsessed with the master, and slammed into the wall for the master, they said. Chen Changan slightly smiled as he was glad that he now had people who trusted him, and he even planned to change his name to King of Pi. This time, since Ling Bao is already qualified as an immortal, Snake in verse asks him to let Ling Bao go to Jeepa Mountain to catch a dragon turkey king to offer it to both Ling Bao and Chen Changan. Both Chen Changan and Ling Bao were clueless about this dragon turkey that Snake in verse mentions, so Hong Lai explains that this dragon turkey king contains a trace of immortal beast bloodline and the meat of it is very delicious. It can be described as delicious on earth, so they want Chen Changan and Ling Bao to eat it since it's also good for the flesh. After knowing it, Ling Bao then asked permission from Chen Changan to let her go to the Jeepa Mountain and catch some turkey king as she also wanted to test her current strength. Meanwhile, while Ling Bao was at the mountain, Kaiyan Tu was spying on her. Ling Bao was currently carrying the turkey king and she was about to go home knowing that Chen Changan was now hungry. Unfortunately, Kaiyan Tu with the people from their sect chased her, planning to get the holy sword to her. Ling Bao was flying using the sword and seeing these people, she instantly knew that these people were from the Ghost Bone sect. She was staring at them and sensed a strong breath from these people except for Kaiyan Tu. She was afraid that these people were in the nascent soul realm. Q Kaiyan Tu, you still dare to come? Have you forgotten how you were sacred and beg my master to let you live? She said. At the same time, she was thinking of escaping since she believed that there was no chance for him to win. At this time, Kaiyan Tu summoned a flag and raised it while telling Ling Bao that he would make her and her master his ghost slave after he got the sacred immortal sword. All of a sudden, Ling Bao was suddenly slipped at the sword. It swings and surprisingly creates a barrier that covers Ling Bao to protect her. In her aura, Kaiyan Tu also discovered that she was already in the Golden Core realm, and he could not believe it since she was clearly in the Foundation building realm a few days ago. The people with him cannot believe it since she's clearly 18 years old. One also said that Ling Bao has a naturally terrifying talent, and since she had a grudge against the Ghost Bone sect, he said that Ling Bao should not escape. A nascent soul immediately ordered Kaiyan Tu to kill Ling Bao and seize the immoral sword. Kaiyan Tu then charged to Ling Bao while possessing his power, and Ling Bao this time was holding the holy sword and blocked Kaiyan Tu's attack. She was able to block it using the holy sword, but she felt that her body was exhausted mana, so she had to hurry and escape. At the same time, Kaiyan Tu cannot believe that the full blow of his peak of golden core was actually blocked. Ling Bao then escapes as fast as she can and everyone chases her. At the immortal land, Hongyi was sitting while playing together with Snake in verse, Chuoba and their master Chen Changan. They were all waiting for the next move of Chuoba and in the end, Chuoba dropped a chicken. Now, Chen Changan again, so both Chuoba and Hong Lai were arguing. On the other hand, Chen Changan was worried for Ling Bao since it had been too late, and she hadn't come back yet. Hongyi then told him not to worry since she was confident that Ling Bao was on her way. She said that the Dragon Turkey King is in Jeepa Mountain, and with the strength of Ling Bao, she believes that Ling Bao can surely catch one. But then, deep down inside her was worried for Ling Bao as she sensed that Ling Bao's breath was getting weaker and weaker. Chen Changan then told her that there was no reason for him to get worried for Ling Bao since Ling Bao had the strength of a golden core. As long as Ling Bao doesn't encounter monsters and cultivators above the nascent soul realm, he believes Ling Bao will naturally return safely. While they were listening at Chen Changan, both Chuoba and Snake in verse were talking using their minds. There was something that Chuoba wanted to say to Chen Changan, but Snake in verse stopped him from saying it as he believed that Chen Changan might also know the situation outside because of the strength he had. Judging from the current breath of Ling Bao, he senses that it is obvious that the injury of Ling Bao is quite serious, and he wondered why their master didn't respond to it. For Hongyi, Chen Changan might be honing Ling Bao, so she suggested to just wait and see. At this moment, Ling Bao was in the forest running as fast as she could while holding only one turkey. She was panting heavily while staring behind, hoping that nobody could catch her. She was almost at the temple, and she smiled knowing that she was about to see her master and tell everything that happened to her in the mountain. Unfortunately, there was a huge palm above him and she was hit by it. She vomits blood and lets go of the turkey. The mouse catching game ends here. She is now under the palm of me. Even if she doesn't die, she won't live long. Go get the immortal treasure and bring her soul back to the sect to make a ghost slave. A lady in black stated. A lady member of the ghost sect. Ling Bao was lying on the ground and already had lots of wounds on her body. She was so weak that she could not be able to move. All of a sudden, the holy sword floated and was covered by a golden light. It then fled and the lady chased it. She was able to grab it with her hand and she felt a majestic power coming from the sword. Ling Bao this time was shaking in pain and was trying to get up, but she can't. Kaiantu then stood in front of her and activated his power, planning to kill her instantly, and blood then splattered around. A smoke then appeared and Kaiantu fell to the ground and was terrified the moment he saw demons. Who gives you the courage? You're tired of living. Hongyi stated. It was she who struck Kaiantu before Kaiantu could attack Ling Bao. Dare to do something to the young master's apprentice. You're really counting death, Chuobayi added. Snake in verse was also with them and scared Kaiantu. The three of them came just to save Ling Bao from the people of the ghost sect. Hongyi carried Ling Bao and Ling Bao was emotional while asking the lady if Chen Changan ordered them to come for her. Hongyi answered yes and informed her that their master was in the temple waiting for them. A few minutes ago, the three demons decided to inform Chen Changan that Ling Bao's breath was getting weaker and weaker. Even if this is a test for her, she doesn't need to be so frustrated, Hongyi added. But Chen Changan was confused about the test she mentioned. He comes to the conclusion that Ling Bao had an accident, that's why the kid didn't come back yet. Although I don't know what the master thinks about it. As long as Ling Bao's qualifications grow steadily, she will surely become the arrogant of the generation. Master doesn't need to rush, Hongyi added. At that moment, Chuobayi declared that Ling Bao almost died, and because of it, Chen Changan becomes furious while saying that Ling Bao is someone close to him, so he doesn't want anything to happen to her. He then gave an order to the three demons to find and bring back Ling Bao safely to his temple. Those who harm, kill without mercy, he added. At the present time, Hongyi is treating Ling Bao while Ling Bao explains to her that the people who want to kill her are from the Ghost Bone sect and have 3 people in the nascent soul. Hongyi then stopped her from talking much since she knew that the kid was suffering in pain. She also informed the lady that she would protect her heart with demonic power, and Ling Bao should adjust her breath. Unfortunately, Ling Bao passed out while in the process of healing her. Hongyi tried to wake her up, but she didn't respond at all. Hongyi then informed the 2 demons that Ling Bao's soul was already unstable and she must be brought back to their master for another treatment as soon as possible. It's useless for you to take her back. She is under my soul-devouring spell. Without me, she will definitely die, Kaiantu stated. Snake in verse then smiled as he knew about the Ghost Bone sect's soul-devouring spell. He believes that as long as they will kill the caster, the spell will be broken naturally. How dare you use such an evil spell to bully Ling Bao? I'll kill you and make a stew, Chuobayi angrily said while clenching his fist. Still, Kaiantu is very confident knowing that the 3 supreme elders of his Ghost Bone sect are with him, so he believes that demons cannot be able to kill him. I am the supreme elder of the Ghost Bone sect. Do you want to oppose my Ghost Bone sect? The lady from the Ghost Bone sect said. So what? What nonsense are you talking, old man? Snake in verse replied. At this moment, Chen Changan can see them from the temple and he was so mad seeing the Ghost Bone sect attacking his disciples. He then ordered his demons to kill everyone. Chuobayi immediately possessed his power, and at the same time, Snake in verse transformed into a python and hissed very loudly. The ghost lady activated a barrier to defend themselves, but Chuobayi attacked it, and she was so annoyed knowing that Chuobayi had a great force. She then used 2 of her hands to block the attack, but Snake in verse swung his tail and attacked everyone from the Ghost Bone sect. Kaiantu was screaming in pain, and before he died, Snake in verse reminded him that Ling Bao would be fine after killing him since he is the spellcaster. Snake in verse then charged to Kaiantu, but he paused when the ghost lady blocked his way. The lady said that before he could kill their patriarch, he should have to go through her first. Snake in verse smiled while hissing, and at the same time, Chuobai attacked the lady. At this moment, Chen Changan was above the roof. He can perceive every move of others in the invincible domain, but he doesn't know anything about the outside world, and he can see this as his great disadvantage. He was so mad at himself for letting Ling Bao hunt a dragon turkey king, and he believed that Ling Bao wouldn't have to suffer from such a disaster if he didn't let the kid go. He used to be taught that because of his eternal body, no one around him could be safe. Now, he cannot accept that he cannot even protect Ling Bao. He was staring at his trembling hands and concluded that he could become strong if only the invincible domain skill worked on him to cultivate, and then reorganize his eternal body. By that, he surely be able to protect the old man and Ling Bao. The old man he was always referring to is the man who recruited him to the old man's sect and told him to hide in the immortal temple. He clenches his fist and grits his teeth while telling himself that there's no need to shrink into a turtle shell, as it is like a loser who can't do anything. He suddenly snapped his own face while thinking that this was not the best time to feel sorry for himself. He was eager to expand the invincible domain to the entire 100,000 mountains so he could protect the people he wanted to protect. Going back to the forest, a strong flame emerges because of Chuobai. Because of his ability, Kyantu is terrified and realizes that fighting between nascent souls is terrifying. He believes that he could die easily from the demons if he doesn't have a nascent soul with him. With his golden core cultivation base, in the battle, he feels that he couldn't hold for half a moment. This time, Chuobai was roaring loudly, and at the same time, Hongyi also joined the battle and charged toward the Lady of the Ghost Bones sect. The holy sword also appeared and the ghost lady was about to get it, but Hongyi blocked her way. The sword is falling and struck on the ground in front of Kyantu. Kyantu then smiled upon seeing it, since it was their main goal to bring this immortal holy sword back to their sect and give this to their ancestor. He grabbed the sword as he was planning to escape quietly. He suddenly paused while staring at the sword, thinking about the foundation of the Ghost Bones sect in the future if he will surrender the holy sword to his ancestors. Since he was the patriarch of the Ghost Bones sect, he believed that it was his mission to carry forward his sect. In addition, he concludes that the destiny of his Ghost Bones sect is already in his hands, so he doesn't want to let his sect go down. While Chen Changan was standing above the roof, he noticed that there was something Kyantu was doing. Kyantu was running away and was hiding at the huge rocks to avoid being seen by the demons. He then ran again, and this time, Chen Changan was worried, thinking that Kyantu was planning to go to Ling Bao. Ling Bao was protected with a barrier, but Kyantu was still aiming at her, knowing that the three demons were protecting the kid. He was planning to take advantage of the demons' inattentiveness and attack Ling Bao. Chen Changan was very sure that Kyantu was planning to kill his disciple, so he could not hold back and immediately jumped toward the forest. When he got near Ling Bao, Kyantu instantly saw him. He was running so fast and screamed at Kyantu, stating he had a lot of nerve for hurting his disciple. Kyantu was startled by his presence, and all of a sudden, the immortal holy sword suddenly flew away and went to Chen Changan. It shattered and Changan's hand became bright. The shattered sword covers his hand and becomes a golden azure metal hand. Chen Changan was surprised and admitted the fact that he underestimated this sword before. On the other hand, Kyantu cannot believe that Chen Changan can control the immortal sword at will and even change its form. He was about to run away, but Chen Changan stopped him. Chen Changan chased Kyantu and attacked him with his golden azure hand. A blinding light appeared the moment he attacked Kyantu. He grits his teeth and he still hears Kyantu begging for mercy, but he doesn't have plans of forgiving him after almost killing his first disciple. After killing Kyantu, Chen Changan then carried Ling Bao and went back to the temple. Kyantu's soul was left behind and he thought that Chen Changan could not sense his soul, that's why his soul appeared now. Kyantu was mad, knowing that his body was already destroyed, and 100 years of hard cultivation had been exhausted. Only his soul left now. While he was being emotional, he suddenly smelled the eternal body. Since no one is around, he believes that it is coming from Chen Changan. Kyantu was sweating and he could not accept that it was Chen Changan who has an eternal body, since Changan could not even cultivate. With this eternal body, he has hopes that he can live again as a human instead of being a soul forever. At this moment, Chen Changan brings Ling Bao under the tree and he feels pity for Ling Bao after checking that the kid has a lot of wounds. He then gets a pill and uses it combined with his power to treat Ling Bao. In just a few seconds, Ling Bao finally gained consciousness and she instantly apologizes to Chen Changan for failing to bring the Dragon Turkey King back. You don't need to say sorry, it's the master's fault, the master went late, sorry. Chen Changan answered. All of a sudden, a dazzling light appeared above them. Chen Changan was staring above and saw his demon disciple fighting against the Lady of the Ghost Bones sect. The lady was already wounded, but Hongyi was not satisfied and hit the lady, causing her to fall to the ground. She dropped near the temple and she was kneeling on the ground and noticed someone staring at her. "Who are you? Don't stare at me. Counting death," she said. She stood and saw Chen Changan walking toward her. Chen Changan dashed to her at a fast speed and strongly slapped her in the face. The lady grits her teeth and angrily glances at Chen Changan. Chen Changan then slapped her for the second time and she was so annoyed while holding her cheeks. Chen Changan then jumped and punched her strongly, causing her to sink on the ground. Chen Changan stepped on her head and raised his arm. While he was punishing the lady, the other members of the Ghost Bone sect were staring at them and they were shocked to witness Immortal easily beat up someone from the nascent soul. "Be a good girl, don't make my master angry," Hong Yi suddenly said. This time, the short-haired lady of the Ghost Bone sect was dumbfounded since she never heard that there were immortal living things on this continent. Seeing 3 nascent soul demon kings plus a weird guy which is Chen Changan makes her tremble, so she plans to retreat for the time being until their ancestors come up with a plan. She was a little bit hesitant since one of them was captured by Chen Changan. This time, someone called her in the name Tai Shang to ask for some help from them. It was Kyantu, telling them that he was smashed into pieces, so he wanted them to protect his soul. "Oh, what a gadget, it turned out to be Patriarch," Tai Shang replied, and a part of her was disappointed knowing that the Ghost Bone sect Patriarch was a loser. Kyantu then seized the chance to let her know about the eternal body he smelled coming from Chen Changan. Tai Shang was shocked upon hearing it, and the man behind her stated that they had cultivated for hundreds of years just for this day to come. "Let's do it. I handed in all the accumulated wealth today, and you still don't believe that I can't clean up a few beasts. A kid who doesn't know what it means to be. Can he really be an immortal?" He added. Chuobi and Snake Inverse is preparing themselves to not let these people get near to their master. But then, Chen Changan told them to let these people come and attack him. He knows that he is really not an immortal body, but for him, he's more fierce than an immortal. "Come quickly," he screamed while possessing his power. This time, the Ghost Bone sect people confirmed that Kyantu was right, as they also smelled the eternal body of Chen Changan. The Demon Kings also smelled it, and the man from the Ghost sect dashed toward Chen Changan with excitement as he had been craving for eternal body for so long. "Come, I will let you live forever," Chen Changan stated. He also asked the man why he was dashing alone, as he was confident to defeat them all even if they were together. At the same time, he was preparing his fist and immediately pulled his opponent's face. He then slammed his opponent on the ground, causing the ground to crumble. Chen Changan smiled and then swung his opponent left and right. Even his disciples were terrified of him, as they never thought that Chen Changan was indeed too strong. After killing one enemy, the system window appeared to notify that Chen Changan received a 1,200 field value after killing a 4th level nascent soul cultivator. Chen Changan was disappointed because he gained 1,500 points last time after killing 3 golden cores of the evil dragon cave. He then glanced at both ladies of the ghost sect and was excited to kill them to gain more reward. On the other hand, the 3 smelled something that made them hungry. As per Snake Inverse, maybe it is because of Chen Changan took out some immortal treasure that can affect minds. Tai Shang at the same time was annoyed and admitted that he was overwhelmed by the temptation of the eternal body without knowing that Chen Changan's cultivation base is strange. She started to become afraid, thinking that Chen Changan might be stronger than her. She was also annoyed with Kyantu for not telling them that there was such an expert in this continent pretending to be a dry slaughter. She glanced at her companions as she was looking for Kyantu, but she didn't see Kyantu anymore, so she believed Kyantu already run away. She vents her anger by screaming very loudly while staring at Chen Changan on the ground. In the end, she decided to retreat, but the moment she fled, Changan told her that nobody gave her permission to leave. Changan then used his all living things skill, and the lady felt something strange on her. She rattled while asking Changan what he had done. "Take it easy. I just improve your qualifications. That's it," Chen Changan answered. Tai Shang won't believe him, but then, the feelings become strong. Still, a part of her was hesitant to believe it, as she never heard about upgrading qualifications for free. The thunder appeared once again and Chen Changan uttered, "I was just waiting for you." The lady was now covered with the thunder tribulation and her cultivation improved so fast without doing anything. She was staring at Chen Changan, wondering why Changan helped her improve her qualifications. She suddenly felt thrilled the moment she thought that Chen Changan had a crush on her. At this moment, Kyantu's soul was hiding and witnessed how Chen Changan helped Tai Shang. Because of this, he regrets provoking Chen Changan instead of pleasing him. During the process of upgrading Tai Shang's cultivation, the Demon Kings are wondering why Chen Changan improved their enemy's cultivation. But also, they believe that Chen Changan had his own valid reason. After a few minutes, Tai Shang had reached the peak of nascent soul, but she felt that she could not take more energy anymore. The Thunder Tribulation had life and seems like he was not in favor of Chen Changan helping others to upgrade their qualifications with this tribulation. But then, Changan doesn't care at all and continues what he is doing. Tai Sheng was screaming in pain and a dazzling light appeared. The system window then popped up to notify that Chen Changan killed a first-level god transformation cultivator and obtained a 2000 field value. This time, Chen Changan concludes that he can make someone's cultivation reached only at the god level. On the other hand, the other lady of the Ghost Bone sect is the only one left, and witnessing how Chen Changan makes Tai Sheng suffer makes her tremble in fear. Chen Changan then glanced at her and the lady was asking him not to get closer. Chen Changan said that he would not be going to the lady but he possessed his power and let the lady suffer in flame. The lady was asking him not to kill her but as per Chen Changan, he doesn't have plans to kill her. Instead, she was only giving her a cultivation boost. Unfortunately, the catastrophe didn't come out this time so he decided to instantly kill the lady without making her suffer. The blood splattered and the system appeared, giving Chen Changan another 1200 field value for killing another 4th level nascent soul cultivator. As per Chen Changan, this is now the world of self-cultivation in which individuals cannibalize. The 3 demon kings were dumbfounded after seeing Chen Changan help someone upgrade her cultivation, but ended up killing her. After the commotion, another notification appeared and informed Chen Changan that there was a bug found. According to the system, Chen Changan can use the power of thunder to help others improve their cultivation, but each use will be colored for 1 month. Since Chen Changan thought that it was a bug, he asked if he could get a new one, and luckily, the system instantly found a new version. He just needs to consume 5000 field values to upgrade the invincible domain to version 3.0. He has currently a 5250 field value and he can use it anytime to expand the invincible domain. As expected, Chen Changan expanded the invincible domain and after a few minutes, the system notified that the expansion of the invincible domain was over and the current invincible domain was 75 meters. Kaiantu at the same time witnessed what Changan did. He becomes scared and decides to leave quickly. But then, Chen Changan is aware of his presence and asks him to come out and show himself. Chen Changan was already expecting that Kaiantu would not escape since Kaiantu was also inside his invincible domain after all. Kaiantu then comes out and he is crying while asking for mercy from Chen Changan. He was caressing Chen Changan's body while begging not to kill him. He even told a lot to Chen Changan just to make him believe him and not to kill him. While listening to his words, Chen Changan hiccups and feels annoyed. He then splats Kaiantu's soul and squeezes him. He then let go of Kaiantu's soul and decided to wait for Ling Bao to wake up and let her punish Kaiantu for bullying her much. When the night came, Ling Bao finally woke up and they were busy roasting outside the temple. Now that the domain is 74 meters, not to mention the 100,000 mountain, it is too small for Faxian Mountain. The most important thing for Chen Changan is to get more field value, not only to expand the range of the invincibility domain but also to upgrade the system. He thinks that he needs his eternal body and an immortal sword if he wants to quickly get the field value and seduce others to gain experience. In terms of the eternal body, not only will the demons and ghosts get out of control, but it seems that even Ling Bao and the demon kings can't be spared. He summoned the sword and struck it on the ground, telling it to let out the breath of immortal treasure and attract all those demons and monsters to him. He knows that demons, ghosts, and monsters are very sensitive to the breath of this immortal treasure, so he wants them to detect the sword so they will come to him to try snatching it. He was thrilled while thinking about it, knowing that he could gain lots of field value after killing more people. He was waiting under the tree, but the demons were confused about what he was doing. 1 hour had passed, 2 hours, until it reached 3 hours of waiting and his disciples had already fallen asleep outside the temple, but he was still waiting. He was so annoyed that no one came despite that he had waited all night long, but even a single ghost didn't appear. The ladies were startled the moment he screamed. They all woke up in the middle of the night while Chen Changan wasn't bothered at all as he was busy thinking about what's the problem of why no one dared to come and try to steal the holy sword. Kaiantu suddenly lands on his shoulder while saying that he knows where the problem is. Chen Changan then permitted him to speak, and according to Kaiantu, it was because there were 3 demon kings in the temple, and the breath of the demon kings was too tyrannical. Those small arms and legs of the demons will not dare to approach. Chen Changan stares at his demon disciples and they are all proud of the current strength they have. Chen Changan then possessed his power and instantly regressed to Kai refining realm, the cultivation of his 3 demon kings. The 3 demons fell down and Kaiantu was impressed by what he had witnessed. Chen Changan at the same time chased his demons to make them leave him alone with the sword. This time, only Chen Changan and the sword were left under the tree. The sword was about to flee, but Chen Changan won't let it happen. He tied up the sword on the tree and ordered it to let out all the lustful power of this immortal sword that can attract all the demons and monsters. A bright light then appeared, and every monster and demon instantly saw it and knew that it was the immortal holy sword. All of them then followed the light, planning to get the immortal holy sword and not let any humans steal it. While they were rushing to the temple, Chen Changan was staring at them and realized that these demons covering the sky were the same as the day the sect was destroyed. But this time, he was confident that it was the demons who were in ashes today. He immediately started attacking the demons and gained several field values depending on the demon's rank. While he was fighting the demons who dared to attack the temple, Kyantu witnessed his terrifying ability. That's why he planned to serve Chen Changan obediently. He also remembers that he had a copy of 36 stratagems of licking dogs, which was taken by Ling Bao, so he wanted to find a way to get it back as soon as possible. At the same time, Chen Changan's disciples were jaw-dropping while watching how Changan fought, this time alone against thousands of demons. An hour later, Chen Changan was able to kill all the demons without harming himself. Currently, he has a total of 3,400 field values and his field range is now 75 meters. He was also a little bit disappointed knowing that he needed 5,000 points to upgrade to the 3.0 system version and his field value wasn't enough yet. He was staring at the holy sword as he realized that most of the people attracted by the immortal sword were low-level monsters. He then concludes that the nascent soul monsters are too far away to perceive the sword, or might only be watching. He called all of his demon disciples as he had a task for them. The three then immediately went to him and Chen Changan told them to reveal the news of the immortal treasure in the immortal temple to the nascent soul demons in the 100,000 mountain. The more demons you know, the better, he added. He asked them which of them was more familiar with Yunju, and Snake in verse answered that he's from the Yunju Golden Python sect. But then, Hong Lai hit his hand and she confidently said that she was more familiar with Yunju. In the end, Chen Changan ordered both Chuobi and Hong Yi to go and spread the news of the immortal treasure, while Snake in verse needed to go to Yunju and inquire about which side of the longevity sect was overthrown by the previous forces. Other than that, Chen Changan also asked him to inquire about the news of Feng Qian, the head of the longevity sect. Send back news of him as soon as you have it. If he encounters any danger, protect him at all costs, he added while summoning elixirs and gave them to his disciples. He also promised that he would not treat them badly after the task was completed. I will not let you down. I will complete my mission, Snake in verse answered. A week later, the Nine Swords Sect Master Ling Qingshan is heading to the temple of Chen Changan together with the Nine Swords Sect Supreme Elder Ling Hai. In front is Faxian Mountain. Qiu Kaiantu said that the broken temple where Ling Bao was on the top of this mountain. Ling Hai stated, that guy Qiu Kaiantu also said that the immortal treasure is in Ling Bao's hands. How is this possible? Qingshan asked. He also mentioned that immortals come into the world to seize immortal treasures, and immortal treasures must not have any association with the Nine Swords sect. Otherwise, it will lead to disaster. They both dashed toward Chen Changan's temple as they were planning to bring back Long Bao to the Nine Swords sect as soon as possible. Inside the temple, Chen Changan was lying on his wooden bed while Kyantu was punching his body. He suddenly flinched when he sensed something. He immediately stood and widely smiled as he felt that another nascent soul was coming. At the same time, Kyantu smells the aura coming from Qingshan and Ling Hai. He was annoyed and he didn't want both men to find him, so he was planning to hide. This time, Qingshan and Ling Hai entered the temple and Chen Changan instantly concluded that both men were here to snatch the immortal temple. But then, Ling Bao was surprised while calling his father Qingshan. Dad, Grandpa Hai, why are you here? She asked with excitement. Chen Changan was shocked and a little bit annoyed as it turned out to be an acquaintance, and the field value flew. What are you doing, Ling Bao? Come back to the Nine Swords sect with me, Qingshan said. But Ling Bao instantly refused and said that she wanted to follow her master. Qingshan becomes furious not until he realizes that his daughter is calling someone her master. Chen Changan pointed at himself and said that Ling Bao was referring to him. Who is it? This trash? Just him? Are you pissing me off, girl? Qingshan said while pointing his finger at Chen Changan. His daughter Ling Bao was afraid of his behavior, knowing that her father doesn't know anything yet but dared to disrespect her master. She confidently told her father that Chen Changan was very strong and could kill a nascent soul with a slap. Don't annoy him, your daughter can't save you, she added. A slap to kill a nascent soul. Bull also can do that, why not blow the nascent soul to death in one breath? Qingshan answered. Chen Changan then said that Qingshan had a good idea, so he will try it next time. As per Qingshan, he had never seen such a brazen person. He said that he would teach Chen Changan a lesson. Before he could attack Chen Changan, someone dropped behind him which startled him. He was surprised upon seeing two nascent soul demon kings, and he was so confused as to why demon kings were appearing in this temple. He was staring at the demons while thinking that these demons might be here for the immortal treasure. He also noticed that the demon kings in front of him were one level higher than him, and if there was a fight, he was afraid he wouldn't be their opponent. For him, this 100,000 mountain is really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon, extremely dangerous. This time, Chuobi mood while Hong Lai beside him asked Kingshan if he was there to snatch the immortal treasure. Kingshan concludes that it will be dangerous to take his daughter here as soon as possible, so he decides to politely introduce himself to the Demon King and also introduce Ling Hai to them. Both of them lied that they were only here to find someone and not for the immortal treasure. Kingshan was annoyed knowing that demons are unreasonable, especially a power being like a demon king. He also doesn't care that Chen Changan will die at the hands of the demon king. What's more important for him is to save his daughter from the demon kings. But then, Ling Bao interfered, telling the demon kings that these men were her father and grandfather. Chuobi and Hong Yi apologized to them, which shocked Kingshan. Chen Changan then fakely coughed to get the attention of these people and asked his demon disciples if they had done everything he told them to do. Hong Yi then answered with excitement that her subordinates had done everything. She called Chen Changan as master, which makes Kingshan dumbfounded. He and Ling Hai were both puzzled while Ling Bao was worried about what they were thinking. On the other hand, Ling Hai was staring at the demon kings and he could not believe that both kings called Immortal their master. He also concludes that Chen Changan's cultivation is hidden as he cannot be able to see it. And a part of him believes that Chen Changan might be a god for making nascent demon kings worship him as their master. At the same time, Chen Changan was wondering about how many powerful people were there in the Nine Swords sect. The respected senior is well hidden. Our patriarch is eager to protect his daughter and collides with the respected senior. I hope that the respected senior will not take offense, Ling Hai said politely. Chen Changan then declares that they are now family, but Kingshan is annoyed and seems like he disagrees, but his daughter stops him from saying something. Ling Hai then told him that they needed to bring Ling Bao back to their sect for her own good, and they hoped that Chen Changan would not stop them. But then, Ling Bao refused to go home and said once more that she wanted to follow her master. You are Ling Bao's relatives. If Ling Bao is willing to go back with you, I will not force her to stay. But if she doesn't want to go, you don't have to force her, Chen Changan said while holding Ling Bao's back. Ling Hai accepted the fact that Chen Chang was the master of the demon kings and must be extremely powerful. But he was worried for his granddaughter, knowing that the immortals from the upper realm coming down to grab the immortal treasure. For him, even if Chen Changan has strength, he believes that Chen Changan can't compete with the immortals of the upper realm, so it's better for him to let Ling Bao get out of this cloister earlier to avoid the danger in her life. According to him, the ancestor of the Ghost Bones sect has come down. And soon, the Ghost Bones sect will lead the disciples to retake the immortal treasure. Ghost Bones sect has immortals to help them, so he concludes that they don't have any chance of winning. Upon hearing what he just said, Kaian becomes excited, thinking that there's still a chance for him to get out of this place once their ancestor arrived. Hu Kaian, the sect master of the Ghost Bones sect, has a sinister, cunning, and vicious personality. If you face him, you must be careful, Kingshan said to Chen Changan. Ling Hai also added that immortals are unpredictable, so it's better to give the immortal treasure to Q Kaian instead of giving up their life in vain because of a moment of greed. Knock it up, you old bullies. Stop talking nonsense. I know you guys who are mortal and beastly. You are stating people's innocence behind their backs, Kaian stated. He also told Chen Changan that he didn't have any heart for the immortal sword and that both Kingshan and Ling Hai were just slandering him. I am now born as the senior's dog, and die as the senior's dog. I absolutely can't have a heart for senior property, let alone want that immortal sword. My only pursuit in my life is to be able to be my senior's side, do my best for my senior, and die for my senior, he added while sweating heavily. Upon seeing him in a soul form, Kingshan and Ling Hai were shocked once again, as they could not believe it, especially since Kaian was a nascent soul. Chen Changan was holding Kaian, and this time, Kingshan was thinking if Chen Changan could really be able to compete with the immortals. He then talked to Ling Hai, telling him that only the soul of Kaian has left and is very flattering to Chen Changan. Old Ling Hai asked him what they should do next and if he really wanted to entrust Ling Bao to Changan. While they were whispering to each other, Chen Changan stated that both seemed to have doubts about him. He also told them to wait until his guests arrived so they would know his method. After a few minutes, Chen Changan declared that the guest he just mentioned had arrived. Someone also called Hong Yi from behind, and she immediately turned her head around. The guests they had been waiting for were all nascent soul demons, and they were here for the immortal treasure and immortal tree. Chen Changan and his disciples together with Ling Bao's father and grandfather walked outside the temple, and at the same time, Hong Yi chuckled while telling the demons that she had been waiting for them for a long time. On the other hand, Qingshan and Linghai were shocked to see lots of nascent soul demons as this was their first time seeing the demon kings unite together. Dad, don't be afraid, the master is amazing, this monster can't take it away. Look, immortal treasure is here. Mazer gave it to me, Ling Bao said. Her father was surprised that the immortal treasure was given to her wholeheartedly. Linghai panicked and asked her to put away the sword so the demons wouldn't see her holding it. But then, the demon kings already saw the sword at the hands of Ling Bao. They were even willing to take Ling Bao with them and eat her. You two, look closely, Chen Changan uttered while staring at Linghai and Qingshan. He then swung his arms several times and the demons thought that he had a serious illness. A part of them also believed that Chen Changan is insulting them. This gives me chills. Can he really beat 10 demon kings? Qingshan asked, and his father answered that Chen Changan should be able to beat the demon kings. Ling Bao at the same time glanced at them and told them with a stuttering voice that Chen Changan is not usually like this. On the other hand, Hong Yi feels thrilled while staring at Chen Changan, stating that Chen Changan is a good-looking man. Spirit, Chen Changan uttered, and all the demon kills were attacked and instantly killed. After their deaths, the system window appeared, congratulating Chen Changan for obtaining field values and now accumulating 15,450 field values. The system also asked him if he wanted to upgrade to version 3.0, and Chen Changan upgraded it in an instant. All of his disciples and the two men were dumbfounded. The two cannot believe that Chen Changan had killed the 10 demon kings in seconds. Qingshan even thought that Chen Changan already mastered the power of the law. He then whispered to tell Linghai that Chen Changan might be immortal, but Linghai stated that it was impossible. According to him, immortals must ascend to the upper realm. The laws of Kushu cannot tolerate the existence of immortals at all. And even if the mortal are in a lower realm, they will be suppressed by the laws of the interface and their strength will be greatly reduced, so it will be impossible to stay in the Kushu continent. He can easily use the power of the law, and he is not afraid when he mentions immortals. Could it be that he is the legendary one who can obliterate immortals? Immortal Slayer, Qingshan said. Immortal Slayer, Ling Bao found a master like this. Damn, I'm a little jealous. You say, if I worship him, will he also accept me as a disciple? Linghai replied. At this moment, Chen Changan was amazed at what he was doing right now. It's just that he feels pity that he cannot increase the field value by pretending. Otherwise, he believes he could have dominated the entire continent immediately. This time, he finally upgraded the invincible domain to version 3.0 and successfully resolved the new skill, True Solution of Immortal Path. He was covered with a dazzling aura and the people around him smelled something nice and wanted to eat. On the other hand, Chen Changan panicked as he noticed that the seal of his eternal body was disappearing. All of his disciples and the two men rushed to him as they were tempted to eat him because of his eternal body. Chen Changan then used his ability to stop them and his people instantly passed out. This time, he realizes that upgrading to version 3.0 will remove the seal of his eternal body. He rattled while thinking about what he should do, and the system appeared to tell him that his new skills, words, and actions were the true meaning of the immortal path, which contains the truth of path. Chen Changan then decided to try it, and as per the system, the true solution of the immortal path can use the immortal essence to cover the host's body, not only to cover up the appearance, but also to cover the breath of the eternal body. Chen Changan possessed the power of the true solution of immortal path and gained poverty. But at least this new skill is related to the immortal character, which is good for him. The system window appeared again to notify the current system version 3.0 was detected, and Chen Changan had received a salted fish gift package. Chen Changan instantly asked the system to open it. When the salted fish gift bag opened, the system said that he could get the function Mirror Flower and Water Moon, and get the function Experience card Immortal Way Forever. The system also gave a hint. It is said that the function Experience card Immortal Way Forever can only be used once. Chen Changan was a little bit disappointed by the fact that the Experience card can only be used once. This Immortal Way Forever can transform everything into mortals, and ordinary objects into real immortal artifacts. Chen Changan thinks to use it to himself, thinking that he can become immortal and get rid of his broken physique. But then, the system told him that the Immortal Way Forever can only be used on items. Therefore, it is not possible to use it for himself since he isn't an item. Then what is the use of this disposable props? If you use it on the invincible domain, will the function expand together with the expansion of the field afterward? Chen Changan asked. And the system stated that as long as he consumes 5,000 field value, Immortal Way Forever functions will also expand with the expansion of the Invincible domain in the future, and he can also develop new gameplay. Oh, there are new ways to play. Sounds like a good deal, Chen Changan uttered. After deducting a 5,000 field value, the Invincible domain will permanently obtain the Immortal Way Forever function, and the domain will be transformed into an immortal land. As long as Chen Changan lives and practices in the Invincible domain, his mortal fetus can become immortal, and his cultivation will be 1,000 miles away. At this time, Chen Changan heard someone behind him. Upon checking, he saw Xiaoban started to become big and not a tiny little girl anymore. Xiaoban smiled at him and called her master. At the same time, the system window appeared to show his self-information, and he currently has 74 meter field range. After a few hours, everyone woke up and was surprised to see the place of Chen Changan turned into something. Xiaoban was also glad, and she was flying near Chen Changan, who was leaning at Hongyi. Old Hai, didn't we just take a nap? This whole place turns into immortal land, Qingshan stated. Linghai still believes that they were still at the immortal temple and the changes are because of Chen Changan's handiwork. Qingshan rapped Linghai's head while asking if the immortal slayer was really too powerful. According to Linghai, a powerful immortal slayer is natural, and that immortal slayer turned the upper realms upside down tens of thousands of years ago, and beheaded several mortals from the upper realm, which is quite an existence that defies the sky. Now, because of Chen Changan's existence, he was confident to be not afraid of immortals anymore. Qingshan asked if Chen Changan could really help them when Changan dignifiedly struck the immortal in the lower realm. Just based on his relationship with Ling Bao, as long as we don't hold back, you are Ling Bao's father, will he ignore it? Now that the Ghost Bones sect has no leader, we can go and capture it, Linghai stated. As per Linghai, this is definitely a rare opportunity for them in 10,000 years, and since they believe that Chen Changan is an immortal slayer that has just risen, they will be able to gain the benefit later if they will seize the opportunity now. This time, Qingshan bowed down to Chen Changan and addressed him as senior. He asked for an apology for what happened earlier. He admitted that he had offended Chen Changan a lot and he was hoping Chen Changan would forgive them. Chen Changan told them not to worry and even invited them to come often to his temple. If that immortal comes after you, tell him to come to me. I'm waiting for him. He added, he believes that he can get more field value as long as he faces more powerful people. Don't worry, senior. The Nine Swords sect will never hold senior back. We will charge for senior. Senior, please wait for our news. Qingshan politely answered. Ling Bao at the same time asked him to stay for more days. But then, her father only told him to be a good girl to her master and listen carefully to her master's words, hoping that she could get a great opportunity when the time came. Meanwhile, Xiaoban suddenly fainted and Chen Changan was carrying and was confused about what was going on. This time, Xiaoban's body slowly turned back to normal until she became a tiny girl again. Chen Changan was asking Hongyi about what happened to Xiaoban. Hongyi observed Xiaoban first and found out that Xiaoban stepped on the demon's path. According to her, the initial transformation of the plant is not considered a demon, and can only be called elves, and needs to absorb the spiritual energy of the world if it wants to become a demon, and the essence of the sun and the moon into the body before it can step on the demon path and start cultivating. She also informed Chen Changan that it took her several years to set foot on the demon path, and she was hailed as a genius among the ancient Sky Fox sect. But Xiaoban only took less than a day. Such talent and aptitude as per Hongyi, and she's afraid that Xiaoban has already surpassed the 9th grade and is a peerless genius among the demon sect. She believes that Xiaoban cannot maintain her figure now. It should be because she has just stepped into the demon path and has not practiced the demon cultivation method and cannot control her spiritual power. She concludes that Xiaoban can control the spiritual energy if there is a suitable cultivation method, and the body shape will not suddenly shrink and not produce new changes. Chen Changan was thinking about the changes that Hongyi mentioned, and something came to his mind that made him thrilled. Aranu the Demon King, Hongyi, it's quite appropriate to pass on your exercise to Xiaoban. You are my most trusted subordinate, and it is up to you to teach Xiaoban exercises, he said. Hongyi was thrilled upon hearing it from her master. The mana of Chen Changan is sky high, and his cultivation is unfathomable, which he can be able to taught Xiaoban the demon cultivation method himself. That's why Hongyi cannot believe that Chen Changan choose her instead to train Xiaoban. She then concludes that Chen Changan must know the characteristics of the heavenly demon ancient fox sect's exercises and know that she can't teach the exercises because of the restriction on her body. So she believes that Chen Changan specially set up the tempering and testing for her. Hongyi will definitely pass the test. I will bring Xiaoban to the sect, and I will definitely let Xiaoban have her own exercises, and I will not let Master down, she said to Chen Changan. She deduces that Xiaoban will also become a good helper for their master once she will be able to train Xiaoban. With the qualifications of Xiaoban and the identity of Chen Changan, she believes that the elders of their clan cannot disagree. Hongyi, my future happiness, my lap pillow, it's all up to you, Chen Changan said while handing Xiaoban to Hongyi. Hongyi immediately leaves the temple while Chen Changan is waving to her. He and Tuibi were emotional seeing the two leave the temple. Master, I'm still here, Chuobi stated, which confused Chen Changan. Chuobi then told him that he was still here to serve him always. He was caressing Chen Changan while Ling Bao was peeing at them. After a few days, a snake appeared in the Immortal Temple and attacked Chen Changan. In an instant, he dissipated and was killed by the snake. It turned out that it was only Chen Changan's clone, and while the snake was killing it, Chen Changan was watching nearby and was annoyed knowing that his clone was killed by the snake twice. He vows that he will rip off the snake's skin with his own hands one day. Ling Bao grabbed the snake and Chen Changan told her that he wanted to eat snake soup for lunch today. He was currently using his new clone skill, the Mirror Flowers Water Moon. The strength of the condensed clone is determined by the amount of field value spent. The more field value spent, the stronger the clone is. And his own consciousness and avatar are common, just like wearing VR glasses to watch a movie, which is a bit strange for him. After the clone is killed, it dissipates on its own, leaving only the memory of the experience, which has no effect on the real body. Chen Changan wants to experiment more, but there is only a 4,590 field value left, and he can only exchange it for one nascent soul clone. He was waiting for more immortals to come to him since his land had no food left. Meanwhile, a demonic is coming and is instantly sensed by Ling Bao. Chen Changan was also with her and was glad to her that another monster had come. Chen Changan was waiting for the monster to appear, but all of a sudden, someone knocked on the door. A lady came and asked about Chen Changan. Chen Changan was surprised to see a lovely lady, and even Ling Bao was amazed with the beauty of the lady. I am 9 and you are 3. Hello, I am Chen Changan, Chen Changan stated, and the lady then greeted her. Senior, I am Boyi of the ancient fox sect, entrusted by Hongyi. There is something to tell the senior, she said, and Chen Changan asked her why Hongyi didn't come in person. But he was shocked when he heard from the lady telling him that Hongyi was imprisoned. At the same time, in the Nine Sword sect, most of the people were killed. Ling Hai was still alive, but he was already weak while uttering that it was all over. If there was only one immortal in the lower realm, he believes that the senior who crosses the immortal could be able to deal with it. But now, there are 12 immortal generals in the lower realm. They were attacked, and one of their attacker is the ancestor of the Ghost Bone sect. Immortal sword, where is it? Speak, he asked, and Ling Hai said that they don't know. You old bastard grinds and chirps, it's better to search the soul directly, a man stated near Ling Hai. He then holds Ling Hai's head and activates his soul search, a sinister search method of the evil sect. The person whose soul is searched will become a fool or die. Ling Hai screamed in agony while the man was trying to search for the person who had the immortal treasure. Interesting. In this lower realm, there is a legendary immortal slayer. The man uttered, how is it possible? The immortal slayer has disappeared for 10,000 years. How could there be such a terrifying existence in this lower realm? The man with him asked. He threw away Ling Hai and stated that he saw from the memory of Ling Hai the immortal slayer who has the immortal sword they are looking for. The Ghost Bone sect ancestor was very confident that they could defeat the immortal slayer, knowing that they were 12 immortal generals. This group of foolish and ignorant inferior people are estimated to be deceived by the compulsion. Don't pay attention. Let's go, time is running out, it's time to take back the immortal sword, he added. The man with him evilly smiled and immediately fled, volunteering to lead the way and meet the immortal slayer. At the heavenly demon ancient fox sect's cultivation place, the heavenly fox demon emperor, Ningsu, stares at the window and senses that an immortal has descended to the lower realm. A short-haired girl came to let her know that Hongyi and Xiaoban were still unwilling to stay in their sect, and she suggested to stop both from leaving. In addition, Hongyi also wants to see Ningsu in person. She also asked Ningsu why they need to keep Xiaoban despite the fact that Xiaoban has no cultivation base at all. Ningsu was annoyed at her and told her that she didn't know anything yet. According to her, Xiaoban's qualification has surpassed the 9th grade even if she doesn't have a cultivating base, which is an extremely perverted existence in the demon sect, and Xiaoban's demon body origin. is just an ordinary banlanjan, a herb. They can see that Xiaoban has no cultivation level now, but she believes that once Xiaoban cultivates, the promotion speed will increase rapidly. But then, not to mention the nascent soul, becoming immortal is more than enough, and they will have a strong backer. That is why she doesn't want to let go of Xiaoban. For her, keeping Xiaoban is not harmful to the development of their sect. Alright, let's go and meet the traitor, she added after explaining everything to her subordinate. At this moment, Hongyi and Xiaoban were tied by a chain in their sect's prison, and there were also guards guarding them so that they could not escape. Ningsu then came together with her subordinates, and Hongyi then uttered Grandma, since this is how they addressed their emperor. Hongyi, are you still unwilling to stay in the sect? Ningsu asked, and Hongyi instantly answered yes without any hesitation. She explained that she came with her master's mission this time, and if Ningsu doesn't want Xiaoban to observe the exercises, she is hoping that Ningsu will let them go instead. The master, the great genius of the ancient fox line of the dignified demon, would willingly accept a humble human as the master. Red clothes, you have fallen, the man behind Ningsu stated. The lady with them also added that it's enough to recognize a master, not to hide it. She was afraid that the ancient fox lineage of the heavenly demon would be regarded as a joke once it was known to the others. The lady in the middle stated that humans don't deserve to be their masters at all, and she told Hongyi not to be obsessed with her master anymore and just listen to their emperor. Hongyi was annoyed at them and ordered them to shut. You are not allowed to insult my master, she screamed, which caused commotion inside the prison. Ningsu swung her wounded arm and controlled the surroundings to stop it from breaking. The advancement breakthrough is quite fast. You have this strength, thanks to the family's training, but don't know how to praise, she said. It is the master's credit that I can break those so quickly. The master is powerful and unfathomable. As long as I continue to stay by the master's side, immortality is just around the corner, Hongyi answered. She asked Ningsu to believe her and added that as long as they got along with Chen Changan, the ancient fox sect would get a lot of benefits. Ningsu then asked her if the master she mentioned was stronger than the immortal. She stated that the strongest in the lower realm is no more than the Gid transforming realm, and those who have surpassed the bottleneck have already ascended to the upper realm. Now that the immortal has come into the world, as long as the immortal treasure is still in your master's hands, the immortal will find him sooner or later. At that time, he can't escape death, she added. She walked away while telling Hongyi to think carefully if her master's life was more important than her own life. After they left, Hongyi was thinking of a way to escape and meet her master back as soon as possible. Going back to the immortal temple, there was something red floating above, and Boyi immediately noticed her. She believes that this is an immortal power, and she concludes that the immortals have already entered their world. She was afraid that she would be involved if the immortal treasure was really in the hands of Chen Changan, so she was thinking of a way to leave the immortal temple as soon as possible. She glanced at Chen Changan, and she believed that Chen Changan also senses the presence of the immortals, which is why Chen Changan's current face is ugly. You heavenly demon, ancient fox sect is very courageous. How dare you imprison my people? You are really picking up shit with a lantern, courting death, Chen Changan uttered. Boyi was shocked to see Chen Changan wasn't worried that the immortal generals were coming to his temple and were more worried for her disciples who were imprisoned. At this moment, Chen Changan suddenly punched the ground and ordered Boyi to tell their so-called grandma that within 3 days, give away Hongyi and Xiaoban to him. Otherwise, their sect will face consequences at their own risk. Boyi was sweating and bowed down in front of Chen Changan while she answered yes. She promised to tell their grandma about Hongyi and Xiaoban, but for now, she was more worried that the immortals were coming. Immortal, is it strong? Since they have descended, I am kinda looking forward to their arrival. After all, it is not always possible to encounter woolly stings, Chen Changan asked. He also opened his system to only check his information. At this time, the commotion already started because of the immortal generals attacked. Some demons were attacked mercilessly. The fox sect was nervous upon seeing the 12 generals, knowing that it had been thousands of years since the 100,000 mountains had no immortals descended. This time, they wondered about what's the purpose of these generals for their immortal trip. They were just watching the immortals in a huge mirror. It's a heaven-level magic called peering into the sky. This time, Ningsu found out that immortals only came for the immortal treasure. She was glad, thinking that she made the right choice for not letting Hongyi go. Take a good look and learn from immortals. It's a very rare incident, the man uttered while clenching his fist. They were looking forward to seeing what Chen Changan could do this time to resist the immortal power. At this moment, the 12 generals are already above the temple of Chen Changan, and they are confused when they sense an immortal energy in this lower realm. By watching the heaven-level magic, the fox sect also noticed the immortal pattern, immortal energy, and a fruit-bearing immortal tree. They all cannot believe after they find out that there is an immortal land in this lower realm. This immortal land must be brought back to the Kushu immortal world. If there is such an immortal land, I will definitely be able to cultivate 1,000 miles in a day, the Ghost Bone sect ancestor stated. At the same time, Chen Changan was staring at them inside the immortal temple. He was so happy while counting the immortal generals as he believed that he could finally get a huge amount of field value this time. Ling Bao was beside him and was trembling in fear since she knew that immortal generals were strong. Even Chuoba was shaking while asking Chen Changan if what they should do now. Ling Bao let Chen Changan know that she was scarred, and Chen Changan then told them not to be afraid since he was with them. This time, the generals dropped someone in front of Chen Changan and his disciples. Isn't this the old man from before? Chuoba asked. Ling Bao was still shaking and stuttering when she clearly saw that it was her grandfather Ling Hai. Ling Hai was full of blood and was unconscious. One general then asked Chen Chang if he was the immortal slayer. If you want to take the sword, come to me. What's the point of implicating an innocent person? Chen Changan said. The ghost sect's ancestor felt insulted for questioning them. There was also a lady behind him, telling Chen Changan that the disobedient ants of the Nine Swords sect dared to hide the whereabouts of the immortal sword, and now they have all gone to see the king of hell. What nonsense. Kill him and retrieve the immortal sword immediately, one immortal general ordered. All of a sudden, they were attacked using the immortal holy sword, but the ghost sect ancestor was able to block it. The generals were furious, and it turned out that it was Ling Bao who dared to attack them using the immortal sword. She was crying because of what happened to her grandfather. How dare you use the sword of an immortal? Courting death. The ghost sect ancestor screamed while activating his power. A shadow skeleton then appeared and attacked Ling Bao. Ling Bao was trying to dodge, but she could not move her body. Luckily, Chen Changan saved her and blocked the enemy's attack. The generals were dumbfounded after witnessing Chen Changan easily block the old ghost's attack. A lady also teases the ghost sect emperor by telling him that he has become weak for not being able to crush a lower realm. But this kid can resist my attack. I am afraid that he also has his own trump card. We must not underestimate the enemy, the ghost sect ancestor answered. And the man beside him was confident that they could defeat Chen Changan since Chen Changan was outnumbered. This time, Ling Bao dropped the immortal sword and she cried so loud while saying that her father and their nine-sword sect were gone. And now, she doesn't have a home anymore. Chen Changan was mad at the immortal generals and comforted Ling Bao by hugging her. He felt the pain of Ling Bao as he also experienced it back then. Since the memory was recalled in his mind, he was already full of anger. He wiped Ling Bao's tears and told her not to cry. He picked up the immortal sword and proclaimed to kill the immortal generals today to avenge Ling Bao. The immortal generals laughed at him as they believed that there was no chance for Chen Changan to kill them. Well, Immortal Venerable has been impatiently waiting. We don't have much time in the lower realm, so let's get back the immortal sword as soon as possible. As for this person, after taking the immortal sword, just kill him, the Lady General said. She started to enchant the Immortal Venerable spell, a magic power to get the immortal sword without doing anything. A minute later, nothing happened. The generals were confused as to why the immortal sword didn't respond. The lady said that the spell was taught by the Immortal Venerable himself, and as long as they are close to the immortal sword, they can use it. But now, they wondered why the sword didn't respond at all. They then get closer to Chen Changan, thinking that the distance is not close enough. This time, they have entered the invincible domain of Chen Changan. The lady started to use her spell again, asking the immortal holy sword to come to them. Still, nothing happened. Immortal Venerable's spell can't be invalid, and the immortal sword can't be unresponsive. What's going on? She asked in confusion, and the man behind her concludes that the immortal sword has already been controlled by Chen Changan. Go back if you want, I won't stop you, Chen Changan said to the immortal sword, but the sword was shaking as he refused to go with the immortal generals. One general was about to attack Chen Changan, but a lady beside her stopped him and volunteered to make a move first. She then immediately possessed her magic power and uttered, "Heavenly thunder is the law of the lower world. Check and balances all monks who violate the way of heaven. Even the inferior immortal cultivators of the lower realm cannot compete with the way of heaven." With this move of her, she believes that she can instantly kill Chen Changan. She also mentioned that the immortal sword is made by the Immortal Venerable with 10,000 years of black iron and will remain fine. This time, the Thunder Tribulation appeared because of the lady's magic power. She controlled it and attacked it to Chen Changan. The Thunder Tribulation was charged to Chen Changan while Chen Changan was just waiting for it from the ground. The Thunder Tribulation has life and was too greedy to kill someone. But the moment it saw Chen Changan, he felt nervous and questioned why it had to be Chen Changan. The thunder tribulation slowly dissipated because of its fear of Chen Changan's ability. That's it. Little sister, are you an archer? You immortals seem to be very powerful, but you actually are weak, which is very disappointing. Chen Changan stated, which annoys the immortal generals. The ghost sect ancestor then said that their immortal power is not something that a mortal cultivator can compare. Don't talk nonsense with him, kill him, he ordered, and every one of them charged Chen Changan with killing intent. Chen Changan grips to the immortal sword while smiling widely. He then swung the sword and the generals were panicked to see a powerful change force coming from the sword because of Chen Changan. Some were almost hit by its power while some were glad that they had perfectly avoided the sword's power, not until the lady screamed while pointing at something strange. There was a space crack that appeared and the lady stated that the continent of Kushu has its own laws, and they, as immortals in the Kushu immortal world of the upper realm, no matter how strong it is impossible to destroy a space crack in the world, and she cannot believe that Chen Changan easily made it. The other generals were also dumbfounded, questioning how Chen Changan was able to make it. The ghost sect ancestor stated that only people who surpass the power of the laws of the Kushu continent can create space crack, while Chen Changan only used it with one slash. One general suggested withdrawing first and reporting the matter to the immortal venerable to let the immortal venerable send stronger people down. Surprisingly, Chen Changan touched the space-destructive power, which made the immortal generals more shocked, knowing that the space-destructive power is the immortal venerable is afraid of, while Chen Changan touched it directly without any fear. I healed. I thought this space was ruined by me, and I was about to blackmail the system, Chen Changan uttered while staring at the space crack turned back to normal. The crack disappeared while Chen Changan was covered by a scary aura. You guys, are you ready to be crushed to death by me? He asked. The 12 generals charged at him once more and someone said that they needed to fight to the death to have a chance of survival. Chen Changan smiled slightly and challenged all the generals to come to him. The more these immortal generals get near Chen Changan, the more they feel a strong aura coming from Chen Changan, and they conclude that this aura must be the power of the law. Up until this time, Ling Bao was still crying in pain, but Chen Changan held her head and asked her to widely open her eyes and take a good look at what will happen to the people that killed her family and her sect. Kid, think carefully. Behind us is the immortal venerable from the Kushu immortal world. If you kill us, the immortal venerable will not spare you, the ghost sect ancestor said. The lady general beside him agreed and added that the Nine-Sword sect was just a group of ants, and she told Chen Changan that it was not appropriate for him to offend the immortal venerable for a group of ants. Chen Changan then ironically smiled while saying that no matter whether it's an immortal venerable or an immortal king, as long as it dares to come to Phaxian Mountain to find him, he will send that person to where these 12 immortal generals will go now. The generals started to feel the pain from Chen Chang's power. All of them were burning while Chen Changan was just watching them die. In this world, for the innocent people of the Nine-Sword sect that these generals killed, he's willing to uphold justice. All the generals were screaming in agony, but Chen Changan didn't care at all. At the same time, Chuobiyi and Kyantu witnessed how the 12 generals were killed easily by Chen Changan. Watch carefully, try hard to cultivate and become stronger, and don't let down your father and their expectations for you, Chen Changan said to Ling Bao. On the other hand, the demons of the Fox sect also witnessed how the 12 immortal generals were killed. Ningsu was shaking while stating that this kind of flame they were seeing that could burn immortals was definitely not an ordinary flame. She believes that it was a divine fire. After a few minutes, the 12 immortal generals turned into pills. Turning immortals to pill, this can be considered a good death, don't you think so? Chen Changan uttered. At the same time, he feels that someone is watching his battle against the immortal generals. In just one glare, Ningsu immediately deactivated her heaven-level magic, and she was already trembling in fear. One slash swept away the immortals. One sentence stopped the immortals, with a single power to kill 12 immortals. This is the master Hong Yi was talking about, she uttered. She was so afraid knowing that Hong Yi's master could easily kill the immortals, and it meant to her that Chen Changan could also easily kill her. She regrets that she imprisoned Hong Yi and Xiaoban, and for her, it was like she was also looking for death. This time, Bai Yu came back to her and immediately informed her that Chen Changan wanted her to send back Hong Yi and Xiaoban to Phaxian Mountain within 3 days. Ningsu then permitted to let go of both Hong Yi and Xiaoban, and she's even willing to come to Chen Changan in person and apologize for what she has done. She was hoping that Chen Changan would be generous and would not involve their heavenly demon Fox sect. Going back to Chen Changan, he still felt like being spied on and he even thought that it was only an illusion. At the same time, the 12 immortal pills are above his hand, and both Chuobi and Kaiantu are impressed at how Chen Changan easily killed the 12 immortal generals and made them into pills. Chen Changan was also glad while stating that his harvest this time was full. He becomes more excited after remembering to check his field value. He immediately opened the system and the system showed that the field value was being obtained, but due to the large value, it could not be loaded immediately, so he needed to wait for a while. Chen Changan breathed deeply after confirming that killing immortals would be recognized by the system. While he was checking his system, Ling Bao suddenly hugged him. She held Chen Changan tight and she cried once again while giving thanks to Chen Changan. Chen Changan patted her back and was also sad because of what happened to Ling Bao's family. He also felt guilt knowing that there was something he was hiding from Ling Bao. He had a plan of telling the truth to the lady only after he was sure about the outcome. At this moment, he asked Ling Bao to rest first and asked Chuobi later on to bring her back to the Nine Swords sect. Meanwhile, Chen Changan was sitting outside the Immortal Temple and Chuobi came to serve him tea, and explained that this tea was his 82 years of spiritual spring water brewing. Before Chen Changan could accept it, someone came and knocked on the door. Ningsu then appeared and politely introduced herself to Chen Changan. As expected, she came to ask for an apology from Chen Changan. She claimed that she did something wrong by imprisoning 2 of the people of Chen Changan. She was worried that their sect would be burned because of what she did to Hongyi and Xiaoban, but a part of her was positive since she didn't hurt both ladies and only imprisoned them. Chen Changan was not staring directly at the lady, but he uttered Ningsu's name and ordered her to sit down. He then possessed his power while Ningsu felt the power that can kill immortals. With the pressure she felt, she concluded that this might suppress her cultivation. She was afraid that Chen Changan could easily kill her with this power. The Demon Emperor Ningsu, the most powerful ruler in the 100,000 mountains, has tens of thousands of loyal servants and officials under command, loved by the ancient Fox sect, extremely protective of the sect. So you're brave, Chen Changan stated. Senior, calm down, it's all my fault. I would like to apologize for death, and I beg Senior not to kill the ancient Fox sect. Ningsu replied. She was kneeling on the ground and Bai Yu beside her didn't want her to be killed since for them, their Emperor Ningxus is very important to their ancient Fox sect. She also kneeled on the ground, hoping that Chen Changan would forgive Ningsu. Bai Yu asks for the senior to spare Grandma and the ancient Fox sect. If the senior doesn't dislike Bai Yu, then I'm willing to do anything for senior, she stated. But Ningsu ordered her to back off, knowing that this has nothing to do with the lady. But then, Bai Yu answered that she already made up her mind. And for her, it will be an honor if she dies at the hands of such a powerful senior. Chen Changan was speechless by Bai Yu's behavior. He was holding onto his knee while thinking that everyone understands the principle that the more friends the better, and the fewer enemies the better. As long as I release your grandma and the ancient Fox sect, I can do anything to you, right? He asked, and Bai Yu answered yes without any hesitations. He then walked behind the ladies while saying that he wanted to see Bai Yu's sincerity. He was holding a stick and hit Bai Yu's butt. Bai Yu screamed in pain while Ningsu was worried for her. Bai Yu was on the ground and screamed in agony while Chen Changan continuously hit her. This time, Ningsu felt powerless and was defeated. She was annoyed thinking that Chen Changan unintentionally let her watch the sect humiliated. But the atmosphere dared not utter a sound. For her, Chen Changan doesn't care what their background is, and in this view, they are just a bunch of clowns who can't come to the stage. She also deduces that Chen Changan trampled their dignity little by little instead of killing them and giving her warning to be more peaceful in the future. Otherwise, the fate of her and her sect will be like those 12 immortal generals. She was staring at how Chen Changan hit Bai Yu and she sees Chen Changan as a pure devil. Free Meridian unblocking opportunity. Bai Yu, you earned it, Chen Changan uttered after hitting the lady. He felt thrilled while seeing the view of the lady and he even got a bleed on his nose. Even though Bai Yu was in pain, she still told Chen Changan to hit her harder since she could hold it longer. Chen Changan was about to hit her, but this time, Ningsu interfered and wrapped Bai Yu's body while asking Chen Changan to stop. Senior, please stop torturing Bai Yu. I am the sinner, you can punish me or kill me, she said. But then, Chen Changan dropped the stick and decided to spare Ningsu's life on behalf of his disciple Hongyi. Both ladies were speechless, but they gave thanks to Chen Changan. Chen Changan fakely coughed and summoned an immortal fruit while saying that Hongyi and Xiaoba went to the Fox sect to clean some techniques. He will give this as a thank you gift. Ningsu thought that it will be thrown to her, but then, it was thrown to Bai Yu's hand. Chen Changan this time was hoping that Ningsu now understood his way of punishment. All of a sudden, Ningsu bowed down to him and said that her sect was willing to follow Chen Changan in the future. But then, Chen Changan told her that this matter will only be discussed after Hongyi comes back to him. He also permitted Ningsu to leave now, and he said that he won't forgive the lady if she commits a crime against him in the future. Ningsu then uttered that having Chen Changan cultivating in this place is a blessing for the 1,100 mountains. Before leaving, she also asked if Bai Yu was fine, and Bai Yu told her not to worry. I don't know if it's my illusion. I always feel that my body's meridians are much smoother after being whipped by the senior. Will senior punish me when I comes next time? I'm looking forward to it. She added. Bai Yu was worried for her, and she told Bai Yu that they must leave as soon as possible so they could find a doctor to help her out. After they left, Chen Changan stretched his arms and he was glad that he could now finally rest. At this moment, the system window appeared, congratulating him multiple times for killing immoral generals. And for every immortal he killed, he obtained 20,000 field value each. He then checked his personal information, and his current field range is 123 meter while his total field value is 240,050. After checking it, Chen Changan himself was surprised, as he never expected that the field value he will receive for killing immortals is too huge. Chen Changan was too excited after seeing his current field value. He was thinking that it might make the invincible domain expand to 2,400 meters if he used it. He was about to ask the system to take all the field values to expand the range of the invincible domain. But then, he was thinking of upgrading to version 4.0 now. As per the system, he needs to spend 50,000 points to upgrade the version to 4.0 of the invincible domain. But there is a condition. He needs to expand the invincible domain to cover the entire Phaxian Mountain within a month to get the title Lord of Phaxian Mountain. In other words, the only way to upgrade to version 4.0 is to become the Lord of Phaxian Mountain. He was annoyed that there was also a time limit given. He thought that he now become rich for having a lot of field value, but the real is, it wasn't enough. He believes that if the field value is used up, it can only cover 1/3 of the Phaxian Mountain. He also concludes that the more he upgrades the system, the more outrageous it is. Go and eat shit. If you want the house to run, don't give the horse grazing. I will not upgrade the system. He angrily uttered while raising his middle finger. The system window appeared once again, telling him that after he have the title Lord of Phaxian Mountain, he will get an opportunity to open the secret realm. In the secret realm, the exercises and magical weapons of the mythical figures of the ancient Chinese dynasties will appear. If you say that, I won't be sleepy anymore. Isn't it the entire Phaxian Mountain? Small talk. First, expand it by 1,000 meters with 190,000 field value. Chen Changan answered. The invincible domain expanded as he wanted, and he was deducted 190,000 field value. Now, the current field range is 2023 meters, and the remaining field value is 50,050. Chen Changan sat down and fell down, knowing that he needed to think again, this time about ways to quickly get more field value. He was staring above as he remembered his disciples Chuobi and Ling Bao, who are now at the Nine Sword sect. He doesn't know what's going on there, but he was hoping that the thing he gave to Ling Bao's cousin back then would be useful to them. At the same time, in the Nine Sword sect, Ling Bao was calling the people inside their sect, hoping that there were some who survived. Qiu Qiantu confessed to them that the Ghost Bones sect reported the situation of the immortal sword to the upper realm, and the first stop for immortals was the Nine Sword sect. After a few minutes of searching Ling Bao's family, she saw her father lifeless. She trembled in sorrow and she cried heavily, but someone behind her told her not to cry. She was shocked since the voice was very familiar to her. She turned her head around and saw her father holding Ling Hai's soul together with the people of their sect. One person annihilated 12 immortal generals. Senior strength is really terrifying. Qingshan stated. Ling Bao was shocked to see her father alive, and when he glanced back to the dead body of Qingshan, it slowly dissipated. She was so confused at this moment, but her father explained that the dead bodies were all fake since it was only an illusion. It was transformed from a talisman given to him by Chen Changan. Her grandfather Ling Hai also added that it was a long story, but to make it short, they were all alive from the immortals because of Chen Changan's help. As per Qingshan, when he was about to leave Chen Changan's temple, Chen Changan stopped him, so he asked what was the matter. And Chen Changan answered that he was thinking about how to let Qingshan die. Qingshan was worried at that time, as he thought that Chen Changan was blaming them for taking the lead for Chen Changan. But as per Chen Changan, the immortals' first stop may be at the Nine Sword sect, and the chances of Qingshan being destroyed by the group of generals are very high. It's okay for him that the immortal generals will come directly to him. But he believes that there may be accidents, so he was planning to make 2 moves in advance. One is the entire sect of the Nine Sword sect move to him, and he will protect. He wants Qingshan to abandon the sect heritage, give priority to saving everyone's life, and look for opportunities to make a comeback in the future. He then handed the immortal illusion formation to Qingshan while telling him that this was the second move. He tried to make talisman which can make illusions to confuse the immortals. He suggested Qingshan choose the first one, as he believes that the second one is unstable and that even he can't grasp it. But then, for Qingshan, they cannot surrender their sect to protect their lives as they can't leave without shelter. He honestly told Chen Changan that sooner or later there would be a battle between the Nine Swords sect and the Ghost Bones sect, but he didn't expect the immortal generals to come down to the lower realm, and he concludes that they had no way out from the beginning. Chen Changan asked him to hold the talisman, and he added that Ling Bao is his disciple, and he also has the responsibility to protect Qingshan as his disciple's father. If things go well, let me know by putting off fireworks, he added with a wide smile on his face. After Qingshan explained it to Ling Bao became emotional and was grateful to Chen Changan as her master. For Qingshan, Chen Changan is really great for being ready to face immortals alone from the beginning and also giving them a life-saving talisman to protect their lives. For him, in this world of cultivation, the weak eat the strong, and it is the luck of their Nine Swords sect to be able to know kind and righteous people like Chen Changan. I now even suspect that all this is in the senior's plan. Otherwise, how can it be calculated so clearly? He added. However, after the commotion, he deduces that the upper and the lower realms will not be peaceful. Ling Bao glanced at his grandfather's soul and asked what happened to him. As per Qingshan, Ling Hai was afraid that the immortals would see the clues, so he saved a few flukes to deal with the immortals. While he was explaining further, he rattled as he recalled that he needed to report to Chen Changan quickly. He was holding fireworks and immediately used it. Chen Changan instantly saw it in the sky, and he was very happy knowing that the people of the Nine Swords sect were still alive. At present, he has discovered 3 functions of the true solution of the immortal path. 1. It can hide the breath of the eternal body. 2. Hide the appearance. From these 2 points, he was guessing it is very likely to have an illusion of a function, and at the same time occupy an immortal word. How to see, use it to deal with immortals is the most suitable. But the function of the system could not bring the field. He thought that maybe it could be like all living things. There was a medium in pocket, so he tried to condense it on the talisman, and then did many experiments. It's just that he's not sure if the function of the true solution of the immortal path can still be used after taking it out of the invincible domain, and whether it can fool the immortals. It turned out that his bet was right. The immortal solution of the immortal path can be attached to items and brought out of the invincible domain, and can be used after leaving the invincible domain. Next, it's time for other functional tests. At the upper realm, Wanzhou City, a Xuanwu festival was happening. The immortal saint, Shenggu, attended and was holding a bowl of wine, but he was disturbed when he heard someone call him. It was his best friend Immortal, Langaming, asking him why he was alone drinking. He was worried that Sheng was in trouble. Shenggu answered that his natal sword some time ago was shot down by someone, so he sent 12 immortals to retrieve the sword, but knowing that the generals failed, it made him mad. He then drank the wine while recalling how Chen Changan killed the 12 immortal generals. He saw everything that happened because of a Vientiane immortal mirror he borrowed from someone to watch the scene. He was furious as he could not accept the fact that his 12 immortal generals were easily killed by a lower realm immortal slayer. Langaming was also surprised and asked him if there were really talented people in the lower realm. No, this person is an ant in my eyes, but this ant is in the lower realm and is protected by the laws of the Kushu continent. Shenggu answered. Langaming really believes that Chen Changan is just an ant, so he promises to kill Chen Changan to satisfy his best friend Shenggu. He was very confident knowing that he had an immortal slayer under his command and that the immortal slayer's strength was not suppressed by the laws of the Kushu continent, so he believed that dealing against Chen Changan was perfect. Leave this matter to me, and within 3 days, I will bring you the head of that guy and the immortal sword, he said. Then I thanked Brother Langaming. We haven't seen each other for many years. Let's have a good time with the wine today, and we will rest when we are drunk, Shenggu replied. At the same time, a lady named Jiang Yuchan came in. While she was heading, she heard people murmuring about her with an ice muscle and jade body that is worthy of being the #1 beauty in the Xuanwu immortal realm. Someone also said that Yuchan is as stunning as the rumored days, and today's sight is considered for them to be a blessing to their eyes. Noisy, I'm here to borrow an immortal tree, she said. 3 days later, Chen Changan's immortal tree now has a golden light. At this time, Ling Bao was massaging his back and he felt comfortable and warm. While Ling Bao was massaging him, she wondered about where is Chuobiyi. She mentioned that Chuobiyi caught the Dragon Turkey King and said that Chen Changan has been too tired recently and needs to make up more. Her father also said that they were rebuilding the Nine Swords sect and that they would come back to see Chen Changan in a few days. On the other hand, Kai Tu and the Immortal Sword were behind her, watching how Ling Bao massaged Chen Changan's back. At this moment, Hong Yi just came back to Chen Changan's temple and was outside together with Bai Yu. She gave thanks to Bai Yu for sending her back with Xiaobank. She permitted the lady to go back into the Fox sect, and she said that not only did she fail to complete the task that Chen Changan ordered, but she also bothered Chen Changan to solve it. That is why she's afraid that she will be punished for a while. Is there really a punishment? Bai Yu asked. But Hong Yi wasn't sure what to answer. Bai Yu then told her that there was no need to thank her since she helped wholeheartedly. If it weren't for our deep feelings, I'd be afraid you would think differently about the master, Hong Yi replied. And Bai Yu only smiled slightly. They both head to the temple, and while they are standing outside, they hear Chen Changan moaning and asking Ling Bao to push harder. Hong Yi immediately opened the door as she was expecting that Chen Changan and Ling Bao were doing something. But then, she only found out that Ling Bao is massaging their master Chen Changan. Both welcomed her back and Hongyi was speechless for thinking differently. She suddenly kneeled on the ground and asked for a punishment for failing to complete the mission given by Chen Changan. Bai Yu interfered and kneeled on the ground, telling Chen Changan that the matter was dragged by their sect. She claimed that she was a friend of Hongyi, so he wanted to be punished instead of Hongyi. What punishment? Do you think of me as a great devil? I'm not punishing anyone this time, Chen Changan answered. Hongyi was glad while Bai Yu was disappointed as she was expecting to receive another hit from Chen Changan again. With her reaction, Chen Changan felt that she looked so uncomfortable and seemed like she wanted to be punished again. At this time, he handed an elixir to Hongyi, the burning immoral pill, while saying that he couldn't blame Hongyi since the lady still worked hard all the way. At the same time, Bai Yu is still speechless knowing that Chen Changan cannot punish her. She was thinking of a way to get a strange pleasure again the time that Chen Changan whipped her ass. When the night came, Chen Changan decided to be alone outside the temple as he was checking his invincible domain. He recalled that he already spent 190,000 field value in one breath, leaving only 50,050 field value. He was thinking that he could make a clone and go outside and find a way to get more field value, but this time, it would be different. He has only 1 month time to be the Lord of the Phaxian Mountain and upgrade the system. He was also excited knowing that the Immortal clone had a 30,000 field value, and with that, he could roam anywhere in the lower realm. He then ordered the system to make a clone of himself, and the system followed his command and deducted 30,000 of the field value for an Immortal clone, leaving only 20,050 field value. Chen Changan was staring at his clone and he sensed a strange feeling with its heavy shadow. He decided to just use a single perspective, first turning the perspective of the clone. He lay down on his bed and turned his perspective on his clone. He was now at the clone's body, opening his eyes, and was excited as he could feel the cultivator's unique aura. He believed that he could now shatter 3 mountains with one punch, but then he recalled that his clone had only cultivation, no skills and technique. For him, it's not easy to perceive yun power, so he was thinking of a way to learn some special techniques in this immortal cultivation world. Moreover, he is also very curious if the functions learned by the clone have an impact on the main body. In addition, he wondered if the system works on the clone and if there are any exercises stored in the system library. He opened the system as he was planning to learn 1 or 2 exercises, and even after the clone dies, the main body can obtain the field value from it. Upon checking the system, he saw that he didn't have any cultivation techniques for immortals. There was also something written under the true solution of the immortal path. It says that to use the current function of the true solution of immortal path, he can create illusions, can cover appearance plus breath, and he is an immortal and his words and actions are the true meaning of immortality and contain the truth of the path. He was too excited knowing that he could use the exercises that he read in the novels in his previous life with the third point of the true solution of immortal path. In addition, the clone is produced by the system, so he concludes that it should be able to use the functions of the system. He decided to learn one yang finger that everyone knows in the 21st century. After executing it, the wall suddenly crumbled and created a big hole. Everyone was startled upon hearing the noise while Chen Changan was thrilled with the awesome system. Now, with the true solution of immortal path, he can teach Ling Bao some techniques. And his techniques are out of this world and only he knows it. When the time comes, he plans to use this matter to lure people to the invincible domain. At this moment, Ling Bao appeared in front of him, so he informed the lady that he would teach her some techniques, either the 18 Psalm, the 9 white bone claws, or the 18 styles. Ling Bao was very excited and confidently said that she wanted to learn everything Chen Changan mentioned. But then, Chen Changan hit her head and told her that she could not chew too much, so he would only teach her a sword technique first. It will be the sword art of the 9 swords of Dugu. The first core element of the swordplay is prediction and speed. The swordsman is trained to quickly predict and identify the weaknesses in the martial arts moves executed by an opponent. The second core element of swordplay is its formless nature and adaptability. Chen Changan was impressed seeing that there is actually a projection effect on the true solution of immortal path. He was staring at Ling Bao, who was executing the teachings of Chen Changan, while Chen Changan believed that he would be able to resonate the 9 swords of Dugu very soon because of Ling Bao's unbelievable ability. He was also thinking to keep learning and shouldn't be compared with his apprentice. While he trained Ling Bao, both Hongyi and Bai Yu were watching them. They felt envious as they also wanted to be the main apprentice of Chen Changan and received lots of training. At the same time, Yuchen stopped by in front of a man while saying that he heard that in the Xuanwu immortal world, there is an immortal tree in the hands of the Tianyuan immortal king. She believes that it will be soon the ripening period of the immortal fruit, so she plans to use 5 top quality immortal stones in exchange for 1 immortal fruit in this man's hand. The man was thrilled and he was coughing as he answered that Yuchen misunderstood everything as he didn't have the immortal tree in his hands. But one thing he knew was that the immortal tree could be found in the lower realm. According to him, Shenggu borrowed his Vintian immortal mirror to find someone, and that person he found is also the owner of the immortal tree. Yuchen was shocked upon hearing it. She smiled and gave thanks to the man while thinking of going to the lower realm as soon as possible to get the immortal fruit since her old ancestry was running out of time. For the next few days, Ling Bao still trained herself and broke through up until the 9th layer of the golden core. With this, Chen Changan received a small amount of field value. At this time, the thunder appeared and created a strong rumbling sound. Everyone stared up above while Chen Changan believed that his disciple Ling Bao would cross the nascent soul tribulation very soon. I'm really thankful that it's this pair of dogs again, the thunder tribulation said. Ling Bao rushed to the thunder with the immortal sword and attacked the thunder tribulation. By this, she broke through to the first layer of the nascent soul realm. The system prompted to inform Chen Changan that he was rewarded 10,000 field value for Ling Bao's achievement of reaching the nascent soul realm. He was surprised and even thought that there was only a system glitch for receiving huge rewards. He computed the time he killed an immortals and got 20,000 points, but when Ling Bao breaks through to the nascent soul and gains 10,000 points is unbelievable for him. The system then explained that there was no bug happened. The reason for getting a small amount for killing immortals is that the immortals' power is suppressed and the assessment can only provide 20,000 points each. In addition, Ling Bao and Chen Changan have a master-disciple relationship. After the system is upgraded to version 3.0, Chen Changan will receive a 100-fold bonus for breakthrough. After upgrading to version 4.0, Chen Changan will receive a 20-fold bonus for minor breakthroughs and a 150-fold bonus for major breakthroughs. Chen Changan was disappointed that the system didn't inform about all of these earlier, but then the system told him that he didn't ask at all. Despite this, he was grateful after knowing all this. He was worried about how to get more field value in a month. Now, it seems that the method of killing the enemy to obtain the field value can be discarded first, and the apprentice can be directly adopted so that the apprentice can break through to obtain a large amount of field value in a short period of time. He glanced at Baiyu, thinking to make the lady his apprentice. While he was staring at Baiyu, Baiyu had an inner thought, expecting that Chen Changan figured out her inner thoughts and was ready to attack her. Chen Changan cleared his throat and was about to ask Baiyu to be his apprentice, but then, the system appeared to inform him that version 3.0 of the system covers the entire invincible domain. And as long as they stay in the invincible domain to practice, whether they are Chen Changan's apprentice or not, Chen Changan can get the field value after breaking through. It's just that the minor breakthrough bones are only 1-fold, and the major breakthrough is only 10-fold. Chen Changan was annoyed and punched the system for interrupting him at the critical moment. At the same time, Ling Bao came to him to tell him that she had broken through to the nascent soul realm. Great job, much faster than I imagined, as expected of my apprentice, Chen Changan answered. While they were both talking, Hongyi told Baiyu that she envied Ling Bao for being Chen Changan's apprentice. Also, she mentioned to Baiyu that she doesn't know how much she can break through by taking the immortal pills given by Chen Changan. All of a sudden, an attack entered the immortal temple and hit Chen Changan's head. Chen Changan felt severe pain and all his disciples were worried for him. "Senior, are you alright?" Baiyu asked, but Chen Changan didn't give an answer as he was confused thinking about where the attack came from. Hongyi also asked him about the sudden light that appeared and Chen Changan answered that Snake and Verse brought back the news about the longevity sect so he needed to go to make a trip to Yunzhuo himself. Hongyi was worried for her and asked if it's really necessary for him to follow. "No, I'm going in my clone. You stay in the temple and take good care of my body," Chen Changan answered while leaving the temple. In the netherworld, there was a minster with red skin eating a skull while saying that after eating the cultivators of the whole city, he finally ate a 3 full. He added that human cultivators fill his stomach as always. He is a green hair immortal ghost. He plans to kill Chen Changan to get the immortal sword of the immortal venerable and return to the upper realm within 3 days and become truly immortal. He was too excited as he had been waiting for this moment for thousands of years. He jumped away and was heading in the direction of the 100,000 mountains. He was attacking the netherworld, letting it explode and burn while saying that he was now coming to kill Chen Changan with his own hands. The next day in the Immortal Temple, Ling Bao and Hongyi were observing Chen Changan's body and discovered that the one who has been living with them these few days is the avatar of Chen Changan. They didn't expect it and they were impressed with Chen Changan's unfathomable strength. Baiyu was also with them and the three were thrilled while staring at the handsome face of Chen Changan and said that no matter what Chen Changan did, he would not know what they would do to his body as they had a bold idea to do. At this time, Chen Changan had arrived in the Ghost Island. He was hiding in the bush and believed that he was several kilometers away from Faxian Mountain. He also discovered that not only cultivation, but even the physical qualification comes with full-level attributes. It's all okay for him, except that he can't use any of the functions after he leaves the field. He was planning to find someone to ask the way to Yunzhuo and all of a sudden, a lady bumped into the tree beside him. This lady is the young master of Wushuo, Amayo. Chen Changan immediately hides again in the bush and believes that this lady is a cat demon. Several men wearing a cloak stood in front of Mayo, asking her to stop being naughty and come back to them immediately. Another man also said that Mayo had enough fun so she should stop hiding as it's time to be mature enough to complete her mission. It's not like you guys are married to a dead bald guy, standing here talking without backache. Mayo angrily answered. Chen Changan was just observing them while wondering if the cultivators this time were now so heavy in taste. At this moment, Mayo charged at the men while executing his Miao Fist and attacked them all. Chen Changan at the same time saw that the men were at the peak of the Golden Core Realm while the lady was at level 9 of the Golden Core Realm. Since she was outnumbered, Chen Changan believes that this lady has to go back and get married once she loses. He then stood and clenched his fist as he decided to save Mayo for the sake of unintentionally meeting her and getting a guide from the lady. One man was able to hit Mayo's stomach and at the same time, Chen Changan attacked them. "Let go of that girl," he ordered. The men warned him not to meddle in their business, and they also think that Chen Changan's cultivation level is similar to them, so they were confident to easily defeat Chen Changan. Although the lower realm cultivators may not be able to guess Chen Changan's true realm, it surprised him that these people thought he was in the same realm as them. While he was thinking about these, he also attacked these men, causing them all to spit blood. He wondered if it was the aura that comes with the immortal realm or if it was that people in the lower realms can't penetrate the higher ones that way. At this time, Mayo went to him and wrapped his leg while asking him to save her. Chen Changan was staring at her and believed that this lady was quite good at taking advantage of the situation to climb up. Mayo pulled his clothes and called him senior, asking him to let her stay by his side and serve him. She was thrilled, expecting that Chen Changan was very strong enough to subdue several men just by the pressure that made her convinced to believe Chen Changan. Chen Changan smiled awkwardly, thinking about what was going on as it seemed like Mayo was giving herself easily that even the harem manga also didn't work like this. After attacking the four men without doing much, they now tremble in fear, but they still ask Chen Changan to surrender Mayo to them because their lord is waiting impatiently for the lady. "Enough crap talk. Get out before I change my mind," Chen Changan answered with crossed arms, the lady still rapping on his legs while laughing secretly. The four men immediately flee in a hurry as they get scared of the aura of Chen Changan. Mayo stood while smiling and glanced at the men running away. She was glad for being wise enough to hold Chen Changan's thigh and make the experts sent by her father can't do anything to her for the time being. She believes that she will be safe as long as she stays with Chen Changan. She was hugging Chen Changan, but after the men fled, Chen Changan pushed her away. Mayo then said that she was willing to be owned by Chen Changan till her death since she was grateful to Chen Changan for saving her. Chen Changan then honestly told her that he had no interest in owning cats for the time being. "If you don't want a cat, then I can be your wife," Mayo answered. "Are you okay? Eat some yo-yo plums if you're fine. Do you think I look like a big bad guy?" Chen Changan said with annoyance. Still, Mayo begged him to take her with him. At this time, Chen Changan recalled that the old man brought him to the Immortal Temple through a void, so he really didn't know much about the 100,000 mountains and Ghost State landscape. What's more, he hasn't learned the skill of tearing the void yet. He was thinking that if he wanted to go from the Ghost State to Yunju, he had to take a flying boat. He told the lady that it was not impossible to take her, however, she had to satisfy Chen Changan first. He grabbed Mayo's fur and jumped away while telling her that he would explain later on as they went, because if they delayed any longer, they might end up spending the night in the mountains. Meanwhile, someone went to the forest where those four men were attacked by Chen Changan earlier. There was a thing of Mayo that fell on the ground and a man picked it up. It was a monk, stating that he finally found Mayo, and he believes that Mayo can't escape from him. After a few hours, Chen Changan and Mayo arrived at the Ghost State Midtown. The place was very crowded and there were a lot of vendors selling anything. Mayo bought anything she could use while Chen Changan thought that it was estimated that it needed to be worth tens of millions of field value to cover this area. Speaking of which, Chen Changan has been on this continent for several years, and he has not yet fully understood what kind of world this is. While walking, there was a man who suddenly spit blood on them. Chen Changan was annoyed and immediately avoided it. Mayo understood what happened. She asked Chen Changan to lower his cultivation a little bit. She explained that a cultivation with a high cultivation base will unconsciously affect the surrounding Kai, which is a powerful coercion for a cultivator with a slower cultivation base. She believes that this man was crushed by the pressure of Chen Changan. Chen Changan immediately lowers his cultivation from Immortal to the Golden Core realm. There were too many fights in the Immortal Temple and most of them were Golden Core or Nascent Soul realm. He totally forgot in the outside most of them are of Kai refining and foundation building. At this time, the man got scared of him and immediately ran away from them while Chen Changan uttered that the cultivation in the Ghost State was quite tough. After the men left, Mayo asked Chen Changan if where he would go next as she was confident to guide Chen Changan everywhere. Chen Changan then asked her to take him for a walk in Midtown. Mayo then said that there was no problem at all as she had lived in the Ghost State for more than 100 years, so she was very familiar with the way. Chen Changan was impressed knowing that Mayo was very familiar with the Ghost State. He also recalled that those four men chasing her called her young master, so he believes that Mayo's power is probably not low and maybe she can use her connections to send him on the flying boat to Yunjuo. "I haven't asked you yet, why are your clan chasing you?" he asked. Mayo then answered that her father insisted that she should get engaged to the monk of Fusion Temple. And seeing that the engagement was approaching, she didn't want to marry the monk, so she decided to run away for her own good. In order to avoid the marriage, she has been hiding in this Ghost State for several years. She cries and claims that her life is very miserable. She was only doing a theatrical performance to make Chen Changan feel pity for her. She believes that seeing a girl as cute and helpless as her being forced to marry makes Chen Changan already overflow with love in his heart and want to fight for her. She doesn't know that Chen Changan was thinking of leaving her knowing that her situation is very troublesome. "Aren't you afraid that your fiancé will catch up?" he asked. He was expecting that Mayo's situation would be the same as the cool novels he had read in his previous life. Mayo then answered that his fiancé won't come after her. She also explains that his fiancé is a Buddhist son of the Fusion Temple, and he is not allowed to leave the temple at will. He also approached her a few times before, but he has been thrown away by her. She asked Chen Changan not to talk about her fiancé anymore, and she said that she now had Chen Changan who saved her. I promised my body, rounding up I am your wife, you don't want your wife to die, right? She added while hugging Chen Changan. Chen Changan at the same time was thinking that Mayo had a bad intention against him. All of a sudden, they were attacked using thunder skills. Mayo was startled while Chen Changan remained calm as he was expecting this to happen. Mayo's fiancé, the monk named Jian, currently at the peak of nascent soul, appeared together with some of his people. They saw Mayo, long time no see, he said with a smile on his face. Mayo immediately hides behind Chen Changan while asking why Jian came to them. She believes that this group of people was the 18 Arhats called Shura and Fusion Temple. Her father once told her that the 18 Arhats can send out attacks that are comparable to those in the divine realm when they practice the exercise of defending against the enemy together. For her, Chen Changan is young and strong, but she is still worried knowing that Jian is a narrow-minded person and will be definitely hated by Chen Changan if she asks for help. She was also thinking of a way to make Chen Changan escape. Miss Almayo, you and I are getting married soon. As your fiancé, the poor monk is obliged to take you back to get married, Jian stated. The people around them were looking forward to watching a fight. At the same time, Mayo was annoyed as she didn't want to get married to this monk. Jian then mentioned that Mayo's father, who is the Lord of Waishuo, is already waiting for them to come back to the Fusion Temple. Chen Changan was annoyed listening to him, thinking that this monk was playing the bullying game of taking Mayo by force. I will go with you, but you must not hurt my father and my friends, Mayo said, and Jian agreed, but she should come to him first. At this moment, Mayo believes that she can definitely escape for the second time, even if she will come with Jian this time. Surprisingly, the system appeared to inform Chen Changan that his system detected the reincarnated son of Sumera Buddha. The system shows Jian information, and it said that Jian is the 10th reincarnation of Buddha's son and has memories of previous lives. He has been for a way to break through the immortal king realm, and he calculated that Almayo is the daughter of destiny in this life and has a destined marriage with him. By raking over Almayo's Kai, he will be able to break through the immortal king realm in one go. His current skills are Buddha Palm, Buddha Fury Fist, and Immortal Bowl. He originally belonged to the Fusion sect with the title Son of Buddha of Sumerian Immortal Land. As per the system, it has been speculated that Jian will break through the Immortal King and return to the Immortal World soon. Mayo was about to go to Jian but after knowing this information, Chen Changan stopped her and wrapped her neck while telling Jian that Mayo belonged to him, so he refused to give her to Jian. Mayo was thrilled upon hearing it while the people around them were blabbering bad words against Chen Changan for not being afraid of Jian. Little golden core, there is no place for you to talk here. Roll, Jian angrily said. Senior, what are you doing? Jian and the 18 Arhats he brought are all at the peak of the nascent soul. When they fight together, they can launch a powerful attack comparable to a god. You, what do you provoke them for? Mayo stated. So what? In my eyes, they are all ants. Chen Changan confidently answered. The people laughed at him for having the courage to belittle Jian. Jian at the same time declared to kill Chen Changan today. He then ordered his 18 Arhats to kill Chen Changan, and the 18 Arhats instantly followed his order and charged toward Chen Changan while activating their power. But Chen Changan remained calm while standing still and stomped on the ground. By doing it, he instantly killed the 18 Arhats and received 12 field value each. Everyone who witnessed the scene was shocked while Chen Changan asked Jian if that was all he got. The people then now believe that Chen Changan is a dangerous person. Even Mayo was impressed and wondered about the real level of Chen Changan. On the other hand, Jian accused Chen Changan of hiding his true power. He calms down and gaslights himself that Chen Changan is no more than a virtuous person. He was also confident to defeat Chen Changan as he still had something hiding as his trump card. He was referring to a bowl and attacked it to Chen Changan. The bowl spun around like a tornado. He smiled knowing that this bowl was an immortal product from the upper world. The Buddhist sound and the meditation in it can purify and transcend all demons. It can even convert cultivators below the level of void refinement to the Buddha. He didn't believe that Chen Changan could withstand it, but then Chen Changan easily cashed it barehanded, which shocked Jian. This thing, it's a good stuff, Chen Changan uttered. This time, Jian is full of anger and immediately activates his real body present. A Buddha appeared above him and was roaring. Damn, I want you to die, he screamed. He then attacked Chen Changan using his Buddha palm, but Chen Changan was still calm and said that he would show Jian what the real Buddha's way is. He possessed his power and a golden dragon appeared. The mighty dragon, the world-honored one, attacked the monk, he screamed. The crowd was terrified seeing the terrifying power of the dragon. The dragon attacked Jian directly, causing Jian to be burned and melt. After a few seconds, the system window appeared, stating that Chen Changan killed a cultivator of the peak of nascent soul realm and obtained a 1,200 field value. Mayo and the people around were jaw-dropping as they couldn't believe that Chen Changan easily eliminated the monk without doing much. The system appeared, congratulating him for killing the reincarnated son, and with this, he received an additional reward which was 1 salty fish treasure chest and 20,000 field value. Since it was Chen Changan's new discovery, he wondered if there was something special about this reincarnated son to the system. He checked further on the system and saw 73,450 used field values. There was also a note below, telling him that he could use the field value to expand the invincible domain remotely. Chen Changan was glad as it was much faster for him than crouching on a mountain, waiting for a monster to hit the door and gaining field value. On this trip, he discovered a new way to get field value, but it's a pity that the clone can't open the treasure chest, and he even planned to go back to his main body just to open it and see what he can get from the salted fish treasure chest this time. I solved the biggest trouble for you, now can you do me a favor? Chen Changan asked to Mayo, and Mayo agreed instantly. He then informed the lady that he was going to Yunju, so he wanted Mayo's help so he could board the flying boat. In addition to the news that the snake brought back this time, it was not only related to the longevity sect but also that the old man was hunted down by the 3 major immortal families in Yunju. Although he don't know what the old man has done in Yunju, Chen Changan believes that the old man's situation is not very good, so he has to go to Yuzhuo to help the old man as soon as possible. At this time, Mayo was very glad to help and immediately hopped on his back with a wide smile on her face. At the same time, in the immortal temple of Chen Changan, Ling Bao was outside and heard both Hong Yi and Bai Yu moaning. She immediately opened the door and saw both ladies getting weak and trembling in satisfaction while saying that Chen Changan was so fascinating. Next time it will be my turn, right? You guys can't steal from me. It's been a few hours, Ling Bao said in a low voice. I won't steal from you, we can go together. We have to clean up before the master comes back. Hong Yi answered while licking her finger. Meanwhile, the 3 ladies feel a strong pressure outside the temple. With this, they were afraid something bad was coming. Not just them but also Kingshan felt the pressure, and he declared that the upper realm had sent people down again. But this time, the target was Chen Changan. His people that asked him to go and help Chen Changan to repay Chen Changan's kindness. The elders of the 9 Sword sect, obey my order, come with me to help Senior, Kingshan commanded. And every one of them immediately went to the immortal temple of Chen Changan. On the other hand, the Fox sect also saw the warnings and they all felt terrified. As per Ningxu, with this signal, another immortal was sent from the upper realm. Her people asked her what they should do now, and she told them not to panic since the immortal this time was afraid to come to Chen Changan. Now that the heavenly demon ancient Fox sect has surrendered to Chen Changan, it's natural for them to help him, so Ningxu declares to help Chen Changan survive. She also proclaimed that the immortal who came this time was far more oppressive than the previous 12 immortal generals, even more than Chen Changan. And the whole 100,000 mountains is trembling. Those above nascent soul and who are willing to help Senior, come with me, she said, and immediately heads to the immortal temple of Chen Changan with her people. This time, the sky becomes red, and the green hair immortal ghost appears, floating above and screaming, asking Chen Changan to come out. Who are you? Ling Bao asked. The mole cricket that gets in the way. Die, the ghost answered while pointing his index finger to Ling Bao. The girls were attacked with red vines and Ling Bao immediately used the immortal holy sword to cut it. There's no room for you filthy devil to run wild here. Don't mention my master's name from your filthy mouth. Get out of here, she stated. Upon seeing the immortal sword from Ling Bao, the ghost feels stressed and concludes that Chen Changan may not be easy to deal with the sword on his side, and he believes that it will inevitably lead him to a hard fight. But then, he was thinking of stealing the immortal sword in advance to achieve victory easily. He attacks Ling Bao in a range point and Ling Bao's body is out of control. She was pulled to the ghost and the ghost told her that the sword would now belong to him. He then squeezed Ling Bao's face and Ling Bao executed the 9 swords of Dugu, arrow-defeating stance skill that Chen Changan taught her. She said that the sword was given to her by Chen Changan so no one could take it away from her. The ghost was challenged with what Ling Bao said. He was mad as he believed that Ling Bao was courting death. They were floating above and someone suddenly attacked the ghost, causing him to let go of Ling Bao. It was Bai Yu and Hong Yi, saving Ling Bao against the ghost. Ling Bao lost consciousness, but luckily, Hong Yi caught her on the ground. Let this immortal teach you what kind of attack can work, the ghost said while smiling evilly. He then attacked Bai Yu, causing Bai Yu to fall on the ground and vomit blood. The ghost said that he wanted to eat the ladies and also Chen Changan. While saying this, he was unaware that there was a tail behind him. He was about to attack Bai Yu, but the tail blocked his power. The owner of the tail is Ningxu, and she came in a fox form together with her people and the 9 Sword sect. Hong Yi was glad upon seeing them arrive on time, and Ningxu then instructed her to take the wounded back to the temple. Ling Bao at the same time gained consciousness but was still weak. Her father then asked her about Chen Changan's whereabouts and she answered while coughing that their master controlled the clone to go out and his real body was still sleeping. As per Kingshan, the reputation of the green-haired evil ghost has spread all over the ghost state, and all the places he passes through are turned into purgatory. He also declared that this green-haired evil ghost is the devil from hell. Hong Yi, you have to find a way to wake up the senior. We can't deal with him. We can only hold him for a while. Ningsu stated. She then glanced at the people of the Nine Swords sect and asked for their assistance. A swarm of ants, immortal venerable Lang Ming. Have you seen it? My slaughter and abuse are too heavenly, but it's all for you, and the little trash fish will be given to you by me. Afterward, when I ascended to an immortal level, everyone would say good things to me. The ghost uttered. He then screamed so loud and the fox and people of the Nine Swords sect that charged to him flew away and vomited blood. Even the three ladies of Chen Changan were also affected by this attack coming from the ghost. Ningsu fell on the ground and spit blood. At the same time, he recalled in the past that the strength of immortals in the lower realm would definitely be suppressed by the law, even if they crossed the god transformation realm. At this time, she felt that her spirit realm was in vain. In addition to the higher level angels who can ignore the law and suppress it, there are only the immortal slayers left in the lower realm. In the human immortal realm, immortal soldiers, immortals, and immortal generals belong to the upper realm. The earth immortal realm consists of an immortal commander, an immortal king, and an immortal venerable. Lastly, the heavenly immortal realm consists of the immortal royal, immortal emperor, and lord of the immortal world. For Ningsu, there is no doubt that this green-haired evil ghost is an immortal slayer on the same level as Chen Changan. At this moment, the evil ghost landed on the ground in front of weak Boyi. He was holding a rope while saying that Chen Changan was still shy and didn't dare to come out to face him after fighting for so long. He then tied Boyi with the rope and raised her and said that he would eat Boyi first and eat Chen Changan after. When he tried to bite Boyi's head, he felt something was not right. He paused and thought that there must be a demon when things go wrong. In addition, the ladies have the courage to confront him earlier, so he concludes that it might be Chen Changan's trick to catch him. If it was really a trick of Chen Changan, he admitted the fact that he almost fell for it. He now believes that Chen Changan will do a sneak attack and kill good. Now, he deduces that Chen Changan is scheming to show that he is afraid of this ghost. I know that Chen Changan is in the dark. You go and call him out. Otherwise, I will eat her in one bite in front of you, he stated. Ningsu and Hongyu were worried for Boyi. But then, Boyi told them not to go and asked Chen Changan to face the ghost. The ghost pulled her hair, but she still bravely said that their celestial demon ancient fox sect had surrendered to Chen Chang, so she'd rather die than betray their master. Don't be impulsive, let her go, Ningsu screamed. She then told the ghost that she was in the god transformation stage with a high cultivation base and pure spiritual power in her body, so she offered herself to the ghost to save Boyi. The evil ghost was thinking about her offer, but then he saw that Ningsu was just tricking him. He widely opened his mouth, preparing to eat Boyi alive. Ningsu screamed once more, asking him to stop. And at the same time, Chen Changan's system window appeared, telling him that his life-binding followers were at risk of death and a threat to his life had been detected. At this time, Boyi screamed in fear, but she would rather die than let Chen Changan be in danger. Surprisingly, the ghost was strongly punched in the face, causing him to fall to the ground. Ningsu herself was surprised since it was Chen Changan who suddenly came to save Boyi himself. He carried Boyi and he was currently activating his all-living things skill. Boyi was sad. She was emotional while telling Chen Changan to be careful of the evil spirit. Don't be afraid, I am here. Take a good night's sleep, Chen Changan replied. He was full of anger at this moment and he acknowledged Boyi's hard work just to save him. Now, he promised the lady that he would take care of defeating the evil ghost himself. The ghost was charging towards him with killing intent. He tried to attack Chen Changan, but Chen Changan was able to avoid it and pulled the ghost's hair. After lying down for a long time, it is time to lose the bones, Chen Changan uttered. He then swung the ghost upside down and the ghost was screaming in agony. When Chen Changan let go of him, he bravely stood in front of Chen Changan and screamed very loudly and declared that he would eat Chen Changan alive. Chen Changan rushed to him and slashed him multiple times. He wasn't able to fight back until he got weaker. In the lower realm, the immortal slayer is like the immortal king in the upper realm, and the evil ghost should be the strongest. But now, in the hands of Chen Changan, there is no way for him to fight back, which he cannot believe it. He told himself to calm down and he was now confident again that he could find Chen Changan's flaws and kill him in one fell swoop. He also believes that his red refining bone, which has been honed for thousands of years, can completely resist Chen Changan's attack. When he saw an opening to kill Chen Changan was able to punch him uppercut. He swung his arm while clenching his fist and hardly punched the evil ghost for the last time. He landed on the ground and the ladies were speechless seeing the evil ghost being played like a child by Chen Changan. Chen Changan then summoned hundreds of pills and let the evil ghost swallow them. The evil ghost cannot move since he is already tied. He doesn't have a choice but to swallow all the pills as he cannot resist. Chen Changan widely smiled and said that he was worrying about how to get a large number of field values in a short period of time. But the ghost evil hit the door. Come and kill me. If not for the system and a life-binding function, I would have overturned. Although the function of forcibly improving qualification is in cooling, but there's still countless elixirs to try, Chen Changan stated. He then decided to see if forcibly raising the cultivation by the elixir was recognized by the system or not. On the other hand, Qingshan and Ningsu were seriously watching the match. Ningsu also remembered at this moment that Chen Changan had been kind to her before. On the other hand, the evil ghost wanted to speak, but he was not able to speak because of the 100 pills inserted into his mouth. He also feels that Chen Changan is letting him break through using these pills, and he tells himself that he will kill Chen Changan once his state is adjusted to the best. The thunder tribulation appeared, which startled everyone. At this point, the foxes panicked upon seeing Chen Changan improving the cultivation of the evil ghost. Qingshan at the same time was surprised to see the medicine pills of Chen Changan actually have such functions. While the evil ghost was in the process of breaking through, he was struggling as he felt that he couldn't even get out of Chen Changan's control. From the human immortal realm, he breaks through to the immortal's second stage. With this, he wondered about what kind of monster is Chen Changan. The thunder tribulation becomes strong as before. When the ghost reaches the 9th stage of immortals, his abdomen starts to crack. He rattled when he felt that he could not break through anymore, as he believed that he would definitely die. "Did you reach the top?" Chen Changan asked. The thunder tribulation went down on the ground and was struck on the shoulder of Chen Changan. The performance he wanted to check didn't work, so he decided to forget about it and make one himself next time. He then attacked the evil ghost and instantly killed it. The system then appeared to confirm that Chen Changan killed a 9th stage immortal and was rewarded 300,000 field value. The foxes were surprised after seeing Chen Changan turn the ghost into ash at the snap of a finger. They were cheering for Chen Changan, and Chen Changan glanced at them all, giving thanks for them for coming just to save him from the evil ghost. Since these people have injuries on their bodies, Chen Changan handed them spiritual pills to regulate their breath. After taking the pill, everyone was impressed since the injuries recovered in an instant, and it even feels for them like the bottleneck had loosened a bit. Fortunately for Chen Changan, there were no paper leaks. Being passively beaten all the time is not the way. This old 6th immortal, the lower realm, can't figure out his actions at all. He thinks that in the final analysis, the scope of the domain is a little larger, and it does not stop there. To continue expanding it, more field values are needed. His current field value is 373,450 and the field range is 2023. Using the immortal land of Phaxian Mountain as a lure, all kinds of cultivators and demons from 100,000 mountains will enter for cultivation, and by this, Chen Changan will get a steady stream of field values. But Phaxian Mountain is the core starting point of the invincible domain. Those who can enter must be monsters and people who have excellent character and do not do evil. Only then can a harmonious win-win situation be formed. But he believes that those great demons and cultivators will certainly not come, much less believe, so he plans to let the Nine Sword sect and Celestial Demon Ancient Fox sect be the propagandists. Chen Changan trusted the Nine Sword sect, but he was hesitant with the Celestial Demon Ancient Fox sect since Ningsu only surrendered because of fear, so he wasn't sure if Ningsu was really loyal to him. In addition, he believes that Ningsu's position in the 100,000 mountains is very special. With her, it will be easy to conquer the monster of 100,000 mountains. Therefore, there is such an immature plan, using the upper realm of the immortal crisis. And now, he wants to test Ningsu's loyalty first. Fortunately, the Ancient Fox sect did not disappoint me, Chen Changan said. He admitted to himself that it was his trust, resulting in a more tragic situation now. And the next time, he wants his plan to be more perfect to do. Since he was now in his real body, he seized the chance to open the salted fish treasure chest. After opening it, he was surprised as it opened with such a gorgeous special effect, so it's possible for him that a function card like Mirror Moon has been opened. When the final reward appeared, the system was notified to congratulate him for receiving 50,000 field value. At this time, he decided to use his 373,400 field value to expand the invincible domain. Now, the invincible domain is currently 5,757 meters and he only has 50,050 remaining field value. In addition, he also received the title Lord of Phaxian Mountain and obtained one mythic secret key. It's a one-time item of the divine grade and will be automatically destroyed after opening. And the location of the secret is random. He was holding the mythic secret key while saying that this little thing is pretty chic. At the same time, the system notifies that the version 4.0 update is now available. Chen Changan instantly decided to upgrade the system and he was deducted 50,000 field value as a payment. By upgrading the system, he obtained the function special effect full score and the remaining field value is only 50. He was staring at the system, wondering about what kind of function the new skill was. But then, the system only notes, dedicated host for pretending is worth having. Well, every new feature is inappropriate, right? I will study your use later. Next, there is one more important thing to do, he said. After the matter of the immortal ghost was resolved, Chen Changan made a passionate speech and fooled the Nine Sword sect and the Celestial Demon Ancient Fox sect into the Phaxian Mountain. Both Qingshan and Ningsu bowed down to him after his speech and proclaimed that they believed in him. You will not regret your decision. Phaxian Mountain has been transformed into an immortal land by me. With the help of immortal land, I will make you all immortal, he stated. However, the field value brought by the Nine Sword sect and the Ancient Fox sect was not enough. Chen Changan sent Ningsu and Ling Qingshan to the sect they had befriended. to bring more cultivators. As long as they were not wicked and corrupt people, they were welcome to Phaxian Mountain. But the human cultivator and the demon cultivator who entered Phaxian Mountain to cultivate have felt a significant improvement. They praised it as a holy place for cultivation in their hearts, and Chen Changan realized that he could reap the field value even while lying down. When he feels that everything is going well, he decides to see the situation of his clone. He closed his eyes and transferred his perspective to his clone. His disciples were trying to wake him up, and when they confirmed that Chen Changan was really not in his real body, they decided to continue doing their pleasure with the help of Chen Changan's body. When Chen Changan woke up in his clone body, he instantly saw a lady sitting in front of him together with other two ladies. He heard that these ladies were planning to send him to the Zongman battle arena to inspire everyone. At this time, Chen Changan was confused since he last remembered that he had gone to the pier with Mayo before but now found himself in another place. "What about Mayo?" he asked, and the lady told him to take care of himself first as he would become their family in a while. Chen Changan was shocked and concluded that he was sold by Mayo to these girls. They were riding in a cart and finally entered inside the arena after a few seconds. Chen Changan was staring at the place and saw thousands of people and lady participants on the stage. He also heard a host welcoming everyone to the 3600th Taoist couple tournament established by the third patriarch of the Heavenly Fragrance sect. The competition has begun, and the girls on the stage are fighting for their sexual happiness. Which girl will win the tournament and hold the handsome man back? Let us wait and see, the host said. The girls were so eager to win because of the reward. They were bullying each other inside the ring and didn't care about hurting anyone. Chen Changan was still tied. He raised his body and there were two men behind him who were also tied by a rope. "A few golden cores will be fine if you stay honest, so be good. If you fall, you will have to suffer," the lady stated while leaving. "Here comes another unlucky ghost," the man beside Chen Changan said, and he was referring to Chen Changan. Chen Changan freed himself easily, which surprised the man beside him. "Unlucky ghost, what's the meaning?" he asked. The man awkwardly laughed and introduced his name with the name Zhang Hui and the other man with them as Lai Chong. He explained that they were both kidnapped, and they are now at the scene of the sect competition of the Heavenly Fragrance sect. Lai Chong then added that the Heavenly Fragrance sect has a reputation in the ghost state. It is a top sect, and every year, it forcefully kidnaps high-quality human men from all over the state as a reward for the competition. Chen Changan then concludes that they were not at the daughter land of the Xiaxian world. Zhang Hui stated that this sect is full of beautiful girls, but there are also some ugly female cultivators with decent strength. If this ugly female cultivator becomes the ultimate winner, both Lai Chong and Zhang Hui are willing to kill themselves. Chen Changan glanced at the female participants and he was surprised when he saw Mayo on the stage attacking the ugly female cultivator. "Return my senior. I'll scratch you guys to death," she screamed in anger. Chen Changan was confused, thinking as to why Mayo also mixed with the females. He was wondering about what really happened when he was away. Unfortunately, Mayo was easily defeated and out of the game, which disappointed Chen Changan. Since Mayo is already out of the game, he becomes uninterested in watching the battle and instead meets Mayo first. Before he could go to Mayo, Jiang Xuanchu, a fifth stage of the nascent soul, and also a pretty lady appeared in the ring. With her beauty and aura, Chen Changan suddenly didn't want to leave as he admired the beauty of Xuanchu. The competition has entered white-hot disciples. The sect master has prepared a high-quality male cultivator for you. With a little more effort, you can bring home the tough man, the host stated. When Mayo heard it, she was worried, thinking that the game was over and that Chen Changan's chastity would be gone. Now, because of Jiang Xuanchu, the three men were all excited to be owned by the lady. They started to feel nervous when the host stated that the female disciple who finally won this competition would be able to choose her own Taoist partner among the three men, and would be able to enter the bridal chamber today. However, Zhang Hui is very confident with his beauty among the three of them, so he believes that he will be chosen. At the same time, Ling Chong was positive to be chosen as he believes that he has a great strength and background compared to Chen Changan and Zhang Hui. On the other hand, Chen Changan was thinking of killing these two men to make sure that he would really get Xuanchu, and seems like the host doesn't like his idea at all. At this moment, the battle is still ongoing. Xuanchu was very fierce and calm while fighting using her sword. The three men were cheering for her, and when they all saw the ugly female cultivator, they became terrified seeing that she was also strong. While they were watching the match, an old man appeared behind them. These old men were the brothers of the ugly fat participant. The old man in the middle stated that Chen Changan is really young and does not know how good young women are, and mistakenly regards young girls as treasures. He added that if their wife and master take a fancy to Chen Changan, it will be Chen Changan's blessing. That is, the wife is rich and powerful. How brave. How can those female nuns compare? The other old man said, "Don't be crazy here. This master likes young, bright, and attractive girls." Chen Changan replied. The three men were annoyed at him, and the old man with pink hair mentioned that it was the first time Jiang Xuanchu participated in this kind of competition. The old man on the side also asked Chen Changan to look at their sister's delicate skin and tender meat. At this time, the ugly fat participant possessed her 36 knock skill and attacked it to Xuanchu. Xuanchu then easily blocked the attack using her sword, and a strong explosion happened above the stage. Everyone was silent, waiting to see who would remain strong and be a winner. Xuanchu then landed on the ground while the ugly fat girl was already lying and was unconscious. Senior sister, this year's leader, Xuanchu accepted. Xuanchu uttered, and everyone was cheering for her and the host congratulated her for being the victor in this martial arts competition. She also informed Xuanchu that the patriarch would fight for the current leader to go to the Kyushu even. Now, she let Xuanchu choose between the 3 men as her dual cultivator. I choose him, Xuanchu uttered while pointing her finger at Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui was surprised and very thrilled while the 2 men were disappointed. After a few seconds, Xuanchu declared that she pointed to the wrong person. She said that the person she wanted to marry was not Zhang Hui but it would be Chen Changan. Chen Changan was surprised while Zhang Hui felt that his heart was pierced by a sword. At the same time, Maya was rattled as she was afraid that there was no chance for her to be with Chen Changan again. The other ladies were cheering for the victory of Xuanchu and Chen Changan will be sent to the bridal chamber and wait for Xuanchu to follow. Wait, isn't this bridal chamber a little sloppy? Chen Changan stated while the ladies were carrying him. Senior, don't worry. I will definitely save you from the hands of these witches. Mayo screamed. After a few minutes, Chen Changan arrived at the bridal chamber. He was sitting in the bed, wondering about why things turned out like this. He felt nervous since his body had been a virgin for more than 20 years and now he believed he could finally feel the pressure. But with the clone body. For now, he was trying to look at the current situation first. He concludes that his clone should have been kidnapped by the people of the Heavenly Fragrance sect and the purpose is very simple, to be a prize for the sect's Tao competition. Since the victor chooses him, he is now in the bridal chamber. Sure enough, the hero is sad about the beauty past. If only I ran away at the beginning, he uttered while holding his head. He now regrets that he didn't back about before the winner chose him. All of a sudden, the system window appeared as it detected that Chen Changan was caught in a cool even as a golden core stage cultivator. Upon seeing the system note, Chen Changan became more confused. The Zhang family is dying. In order to revitalize the family, Zhang Xuanchu participated in the Heavenly Fragrance sect martial arts competition, won first place, and qualified to participate in the grand event. She understands that only by winning the top of the Heavenly Pride Challenge in Kyushu even can hope to revive the family without clinging to power. On the way to Yunju, they were besieged by evil cultivators on the way, but they escaped from the death and finally entered Yunju to participate in the Kyushu event. During the grand event, Zhang Xuanchu accidentally meets the son of his father's deceased family, and in order to make good karma for the Zhang family, Zhang Xuanchu befriended him, but he was coaxed into taking a pill that exploded his cultivation in a short period of time at the Heavenly Pride Challenge, breaking the rules. Since then, Zhang Xuanchu's reputation has been plummeted, and she has been disgusted and despised by the people. It was even designed to lose its cultivation by the son of the deceased, give her the Lord of Yunju, as a slave and concubine who will be bullied by others. In the end, Zhang Xuanchu, who could not bear the torture, committed suicide and was thrown into the mountain. Chen Changan at this time saw all this information with the help of his upgraded system version 4.0. He was so confused and concluded that this function was newly added after the system was upgraded. He believes that the video played by the system was Zhang Xuanchu's future event. He then recalled that the system also had this kind of prompt when he encountered Zhangin before, and it was very similar. He was thinking that he might often encounter this kind of cool story in the future. At this moment, the system suddenly gave him a temporary task detected by special effect full score. There are 3 random missions. First, assist Zhang Xuanchu to become the first arrogant of the Kyushu even and become the man behind her. After completing, he will get 50,000 field values and once he fails, there will be 10,000 field values be deducted from him. Second, the fairy came into the world and traded with the fairy to obtain the information of the upper world. The task completion reward is a 5,000 field value and the failure penalty is a 20,000 field value. The last mission, reversal of golden core cultivation, dominating the Kyushu even, gaining the recognition of the Kyushu tripod, and becoming the Lord of Kyushu. Once complete, he can enable the 5.0 system upgrade and this mission has no penalty for mission failure, but once he accepts this mission, he cannot stop. After reading all the missions, Chen Changan was trembling in anger thinking that the system was letting him be involved in the incident for no reason. And he doesn't like the fact that he will be deducted field values once he fails the mission as he only has 10,000 field values this time. At the same time, a part of him believes that these tasks are all he can complete at the present, and he can consider taking over them. Chen Changan accepted all the missions as he didn't want to lose any chances of getting free field values. He lay on the floor and decided to wait for Xuanchu to come in and have a talk privately. The night had passed. It was already the next day in the morning. Chen Changan woke up and was annoyed that Xuanchu didn't come until now. He opened the door and yawned widely while thinking of finding a way to get close to Xuanchu first as he believed that there was no way to assist the lady in her cultivation if he didn't get close to her, let alone become the man behind her. Chen Changan paused as he was startled when he saw ladies in front of the chamber's door. These ladies stated that Xuanchu is really pitiful for marrying a man who is not good for her. Chen Changan then ordered them to stop talking nonsense. Who told you that I can't do it? I can do it. I am very good. If you don't believe me, try me. He answered with anger. Of course, junior sister Xuanchu said it. She said that you are only at the golden core, and the grass is taller than the tree. The lady said to Chen Changan. She also informed Chen Changan that Xuanchu had boarded the flying boat to Yunju and already abandoned Chen Changan. They were expecting that Xuanchu regretted choosing Chen Changan and now headed to Yunju to participate in the Kushu event today. Chen Changan immediately runs to follow the lady. He was a little bit annoyed by the fact that Xuanchu not only released his pigeons but also ruined his reputation. After a short span of time, he arrived at the flying boat and was impressed upon seeing it. Seeing it was better than hearing it. For him, the hard currency flying boats of the continent are really different, and looking at this current posture now, it seems it's about to take off. While staring at it, he heard the voice of Xuanchu, asking him why he's there. She crossed her arms and called Chen Changan her gentlemanly husband. I heard that you are going to Yunjuo. You have to travel a long way and someone must take care of you. It is my duty, Chen Changan answered. He then asked the lady if he could come with her. This time, he was thinking that the give missions 1 and 3 happened to be done together, and the only question was whether Jiang Xuanchu would let him go with her or not. This trip is of great significance. The seniors and sisters are all concentrating on preparing for the battle. How can I? Xuanchu answered, but she was cut off when some ladies appeared together with their men. This time, since the ladies bring their Taoist companion, she thinks that she will look very out of place if she does not bring Chen Changan with her. She turned around while telling Chen Changan to forget what she said a while ago and just come with her. She instructed Chen Changan to follow her and not to get too far from her. In addition, she wants Chen Changan to call her madam. After a few seconds, the boat already flew. Inside the flying boat, there was an ugly fat girl with them together with her 2 subordinates. She stated that she was surprised that Xuanchu, who usually does not get close to men but only concentrates on cultivation, has also started to grow up. This lady is Su Ningsang, the patriarch of the Heavenly Fragrance sect. Did you have a good time last night? She asked to Xuanchu, patriarch. The cultivation of sainthood has not dared to neglect the joy of men and women. Xuanchu thinks it is still too early. I think the husband behind me thinks so too, Xuanchu answered. Ningsang was annoyed and said that Xuanchu would understand one day the benefits of dual cultivation. She then stood and stated that they were fortunate to go to Yunju to participate in the Kushu event, which is held once every 300 years. According to her, their Heavenly Fragrance sect is the #1 sect in the Ghost State and took hundreds of years to get this opportunity, and it's an honor for both the public and themselves. She also added that there are many large and small forces in Yunju. Among them, the Tang family, the Shi family, and the Zhang family are the 3 most prosperous families, and that this event will be held by these 3 families. In addition, the top disciples of the Kushu continent sects are invited to each grand meeting, so this journey will not be very peaceful but will be a kind experience for them. While she was talking, Xuanchu was seriously listening to her while Chen Changan felt sleepy. Along the way, as long as it's not life-threatening, I won't take action. The usually petty troubles are up to you to solve. You should be clear, the Heavenly Fragrance sect has always been the strongest. Only the fist is the hard truth. When necessary, the things that are holding you back can be thrown away, understand? Ningsang added while staring at Chen Changan. Chen Changan only smiled while staring at Ningsang. Ningsang walked away with her subordinates while telling everyone that it was up to them to distribute themselves. She also asked them not to fight with each other. After she left, the ladies were talking with each other. A lovely sexy lady with yellow hair hugged her man while telling Xuanchu that the cultivation level of the people invited to the Kushu even is not lower than the nascent soul. And since Xuanchu brought a golden core with her, she must take good care of Chen Changan and not let him cause trouble for their Heavenly Fragrance sect. A green-haired lady added that Yunju is full of strong people and nascent souls walking everywhere. In addition, Shi family ancestors and other immortals are sitting in the town. She said that Xuanchu is really bold for bringing the Taoist companion of the Golden Core. I will take good care of the people I bring, and I won't let you worry about it, Xuanchu replied while heading upstairs. Chen Changan was staring at the people behind them while telling Xuanchu that he knew those poses. While heading upstairs, Xuanchu told Chen Changan that the Golden Core realm in Yunju could only be at the bottom. And after they get off the flying boat, she wants Chen Changan to follow her closely and not make trouble, or else she won't protect Chen Changan at all. I understand. I will follow Miss Jiang closely, Chen Changan answered. After 3 days on the Yunju border, there were demons killing a few people who had just arrived in their sect. There are still 10 days before the opening of the Kushu event. There are many talents who have come to participate in the event this time. It's almost impossible to kill. What exactly does my lord want to do? The demon asked. My lord is far-sighted, and he has his own arrangements. We just need to hunt down the arrogance, delay the opening of the Kushu even, and add obstacles to those right paths. Another demon answered. He then pointed at the flying board above them while saying that there was a new prey coming. The red-haired demon then asked their people to quickly move and get ready to hunt the people who were inside the flying boat. At this moment, the flying boat was ready to go down the land. At the same time, Xuanchu was doing training inside the boat while Chen Changan was observing her movement. As what he can see, Jiang Xuanchu is indeed a girl with the reputation of a cultivator. He was impressed since the lady lived directly in this training room during these 3 days in the flying boat. However, after Chen Changan reads her storyline, he can understand Xuanchu's heart to become stronger. Chen Changan ordered the system to use the detection function to detect the character of Jiang Xuanchu. The system followed his command and saw from Xuanchu's information that her cultivation was at the 5th stage of nascent soul, with a 7th grade qualification and a water spirit root. Compared to Hongyi, she's higher than Hongyi's starting point as per Chen Changan. If he wants to complete random mission 1 perfectly, he believes that the best way is to improve her qualifications, letting her have the power to sweep everything and increase the chance of her being in the limelight at the kushu event. For him, Xuanchu is also lucky as he has some functional talismans on his body that block all living beings and the true solution of the immortal path. Now, he was planning to give it a try to see how the talisman version of all living beings works. While he was thinking about it, Xuanchu suddenly bumped into the wall. He then called the lady's name and asked her if she wanted to do something fun. The lady was just silent for a moment, wondering what fun he was talking about. She suddenly backed up while preparing her sword to attack Chen Changan as she thought that Chen Changan would do the thing that lowers do. She blushed and told Chen Changan that she wouldn't do it with him. Chen Changan feels a little bit thrilled knowing that the lady is thinking something else. "Come on, madam, I'll show you a big baby who can improve your cultivation," he said. Chen Changan raised his hand that had the talisman, but Xuanchu was too defensive to immediately swing her sword and almost hit Chen Changan. Chen Changan was sweating and fortunately hid quickly, or else he had become a rootless person. He then told the lady to calm down as he only wanted to show a talisman to her. He explains that these 2 talismans he was holding are big treasures that can improve qualifications. Xuanchu feels awkward as she really thinks of something else. She said that she had never heard of this talisman, and the only talismans she knew were attacking talismans, defensive talismans, and auxiliary talismans. A talisman that can improve one's qualification can only be done by an immortal talisman, right? She asked, and Chen Changan answered that she was right. He added that these 2 talismans are immortal talismans passed down by his ancestors, which can improve the qualifications and cultivation base. Everyone who's used it says it's good, he confidently said while holding Xuanchu's sword. As per Xuanchu, immortal talismans can only be found in the upper realm and immortal lineage families. She stated that even if Chen Changan's family has these talismans, he's still only a golden core, so she couldn't believe how Chen Changan easily handed over such a precious talisman to her. She grabbed her sword and turned around. Besides, you could have improved your cultivation with just 1 talisman. How could there be such a magical thing in this world? She said. She informed Chen Changan that she will now continue her training, but Chen Changan instantly put the talisman on her head without asking permission. The talisman was flaming, and because of what Chen Changan did, Xuanchu became annoyed at him. "You are my wife now. We are one. You can only protect me and Yunju when you are strong. Don't be stunned. Quickly cross your knees to absorb the life essence. Don't waste it," Chen Changan said seriously. The lady felt his sincerity, so she followed Chen Changan's instruction and closed her eyes. She can feel the purity of the life essence coming from the talisman. As soon as it entered her body, it cured all the hidden problems in her body. Her meridians have also been expanded, and her physical condition is in better shape than ever. She opened her eyes and she was sweating heavily. She also felt that the acupoints and ions on her body were also opening one by one, and the bottleneck that had been stuck for a long time had loosened. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy also seems to be getting faster. She was surprised by the feeling, and she even admitted to herself that the talisman is indeed heaven-defying. While absorbing the talisman, Chen Changan was just standing in front of her with crossed arms. He believes that Xuanchu's willpower is much stronger than Ling Bao and his other disciples, since the lady doesn't need his help as she can spontaneously absorb life essence. But he is worried that the talisman version of all living things seems to be weaker, since it didn't even attract the thunder tribulation like in the domain. This time, he was wondering if Xuanchu's qualifications had improved. After a few minutes, Xuanchu's breakthrough into the 7th stage of the nascent soul realm. He was panting heavily, and while she was in the process, Chen Changan instructed her to take the qualification stone out if she had it and take a test to see what qualifications she had now. The lady immediately summoned the qualification stone, and the color of it started to become dark from its original purple color. After a few seconds, the stone completely changed its color, and the lady was surprised to know that her current qualification now is 8th grade, which means that she really improved. Chen Changan wasn't very happy with the result. Compared to Ling Bao, his grade is too low since Ling Bao is already immortal. Because of this, he concludes that the effect of using the talisman of all living things might only be 20%. At the same time, Xuanchu thought that if Chen Changan had used such a precious talisman on himself, his qualifications would have been greatly improved, and wouldn't laugh at it again. Giving it to her makes her feel touched. She claims that she took advantage of Chen Changan's talisman, so she promised to do her best to protect Chen Changan from now on. Also, she was sorry for not coming to the bridal chamber, and she admitted that it was her willfulness that caused Chen Changan to be laughed at. "I'll make it clear to my senior sister and the others that you can't do it. But I make it clear, I don't have feelings, I won't have a wedding with you," she added with a stuttering voice. She feels awkward thinking that Chen Changan was thinking of her as a weird person. But then, Chen Changan answered that her weirdness was his favorite. All of a sudden, the flying boat shakes, causing them to fall on the floor. Their position was Chen Changan, who was hugging the lady while asking about what was happening outside. The lady was thrilled, but she pushed away Chen Changan and volunteered to go out and see what was going on. She immediately ran outside and saw the other ladies prepared to battle. They were facing enemies, and she believed that these enemies were evil cultivators. The monsters who dared to attack them were greedy, seeing beautiful ladies. Ningxing was holding her 2 weapons and ordered the ladies to attack the enemies. They all rushed to the evils with killing intent, including Xuanchu. From one monster, it suddenly multiplied. Still, the ladies didn't back out. While fighting, Chen Changan was watching and also believed that these men were the evil cultivators who blocked the way to attack the heavenly fragrance sect's flying boat in the storyline. He also felt that the breadth of these evils was a bit strange. He saw evil spirits and ghosts. However, they are only at the nascent soul cultivation level, and the female cultivators on the flying boat are also nascent souls. Moreover, there is still the heavenly fragrance sect patriarch in charge, so he wondered how could it cause a situation of escaping death. He was also wondering if there's any hidden plot in this storyline of Xuanchu. Chen Changan became more interested in this event. He smiled ironically, thinking that the hidden plot be excavated by him if he would follow the breath of the evils to find their lair. Chen Changan jumped out from the flying boat and instantly found the lair of the evils. The men were talking without knowing that Chen Changan was already in their area. There was a man alone in the dark peeing, so Chen Changan seized the opportunity and killed him, then gained 1,200 field value. While staring at the other men, he saw a heart near the men. He immediately went to them, wearing the costume of the man he killed to look like he was one of them. The man beside the heart stated that this item was a heavenly pride soul that had been offered to his lord, and with the lord, he believed they would gain more power. He also mentioned that their lord is the reincarnation of the Asura devil in the upper realm. With their lord's leadership, they were confident they would be able to win the kushu even and dominate the lower realm. But how can we, who are only nascent souls, beat the arrogance of the god transformation realms who are in charge of the powerhouse? Chen Changan. Up until this point, no one noticed that he was an enemy. The man beside him then explained that the heart is the spiritual tool that their lord gave them. So as long as it continuously provides them with energy, the group of corpses above their heads can be resurrected infinitely. They were confident that they could also kill the god transformation realm. Those girls from the heavenly fragrance sect are superb both to enjoy and to eat. You're really lucky that you ran into them as soon as you arrived, the man stated while pointing his finger at Chen Changan. He then paused as he smelled a rouge powder from Chen Changan's body. Chen Changan burned the man's hand and answered that it might be because he had been in the heavenly fragrance sect for a long time, which is why he can't see the pretty girls end up like this. The man asked who is he. He smiled and answered that he was just asking, by then decided to kill them. He instantly killed all the men and gained an additional 1,200 each. He then possessed his flaming claw, slowly getting the heart while saying that after he came out, not only did he get more than 20,000 field values but also learned the goals of the ghosts behind it, which was quite profitable for him. This time, he destroyed the evil cultivator's plan. The initial direction of the special effect full score even is changed, and he gets a temporary reward of 5,000 field value. After the heart exploded, the evils was staring above and were destructed. This time, Xuanchu got a chance to kill these evils. After killing all of them, 2 ladies stated that these evil cultivators weren't as powerful as the legends say, so they easily killed them. Xuanchu disagreed and said that she clearly felt those evil cultivators still had some strength to spare, but when they were fighting just now, they all seemed to have suffered some serious damage. After the fight, Ningxang's daughter hugged her 2 subordinates and said that she was hurt, so she needed medicine. The other girls were also assisted by their lovers while Xuanchu went back inside the boat, holding her wounded arm. She went inside the training room but didn't see Chen Changan inside. After a few seconds, Chen Changan called her name and was already behind her. He was holding a tissue and he felt pity to see the wounded lady. Xuanchu told him that it was only a small injury, but then Chen Changan pulled her while saying that a small injury was still an injury. He asked the lady to come with him to heal her wound. When they were inside their room, Chen Changan asked her to take off his clothes. "What, do I have to take it off? It's my first time." Xuanchu answered as she was thinking differently again. She slowly removed her upper top, but Chen Changan rattled and informed her that he only asked to take off her coat to facilitate healing, not to let all her clothes to her taken off. Xuanchu grabbed the medicine from him while saying that she could do it on her own. She then closed the door, letting Chen Changan stay outside alone. "Why did you suddenly lose your temper? Sure enough, women are unreasonable," he stated. 7 days later, they have finally arrived in Yunju. Chen Changan was excited since he had long waited for this day to come. Yunju is the most prosperous capital city in Kyushu. In this 5-day Kyushu event, the Lord of Yunju has prepared some fine wines and is looking forward to their arrival. The great competition, Heavenly Pride, once occurs every 300 years, is still presided over by 9 state lords, fair and square. There is also good news. Yunju has successfully invited a mysterious senior from Faxian Mountain to come. Chen Changan and Xuanchu, together with the other ladies and their men, went down from the boat, and while they were on the ground, the boat of the Lord Wuzhu arrived. Chen Changan was staring at the flying boat, knowing that Lord Wuzhu is Mao's father. The Lord of Wuzhu, Nangong Tianwen, went down together with his people. After a few minutes, the Lord of the Ghost State, Ming, also arrives. The people were staring at the lords, and now they were looking forward to seeing the senior from the Faxian Mountain. They were so clueless since no one from them had seen the true face of the mysterious senior from Faxian Mountain. Some of them heard that the senior was handsome and extraordinary, with an immortal demeanor, and at first glance, he looked like a grandmaster. A man then appeared in the sky. Someone declared that he was the Faxian Mountain senior, Chen Changan. He also has blue hair like Chen Changan, and he was holding a fan while heading down. The ladies were impressed by his beauty, and while he was walking on the ground, Chen Changan was staring at him in confusion. A lady asked the fake Chen Changan if he really killed the immortal with one palm and dealt with the man-loving evil spirit recently. The lower realm is where we live. How can we let the upper realm come to us? The sins committed by that evil spirit must be punished by justice. I am just doing the right thing for heaven, not to mention the mere 12 immortal generals, he answered confidently. Almost all of the ladies in Yunju were praising him and saw him as God. At this moment, he was thinking that the deity should not be here in Yunju, so it was worth killing halfway and intercepting the invitation letter. This was his only way to start his plan rightfully. Under the bewitching influence of his Rama's power, love will become deep love, worship will become reverence, faith, and even worship him as God. With his Rama's magic that can deceive people and hide cultivation, he, Yizang, has never overturned on the road of pretending to be a grandmaster. Taking advantage of Chen Changan's fame, he believes that he will definitely make a lot of money this time. As for those who were deceived, he concludes that they cannot do anything to him since he was faking Chen Changan's identity. At this time, Chen Changan's system appeared to notify that a pretender was detected. As expected, it was Yizang with a background of a top professional liar. He has been abducted and deceived in Kushu in order to obtain the heaven and earth treasures of cultivation. He unintentionally entered a demon cultivator's cave and accidentally obtained Rama technique. With the help of Rama's magic power to deceive people's hearts and hide his cultivation, his identity has never been dismantled. He currently has 3 skills, which are Rama magic, disguise, and iron sandpalm. His cultivation is currently at the 5th stage of God's transformation. With the help of the system, Chen Changan confirmed that Yizang is faking his identity as Chen Changan, the Lord of Faxian Mountain. As per the system, Chen Changan's reputation may be damaged, the random mission will be affected, and the system will cause extreme dog damage. He was also deducted 250 field value. Chen Changan was mad after knowing that Yizang was faking him to deceive people. This time, I came to participate in the Kushu event, and I also brought some gifts to give to everyone, Yizang stated. Is that senior Chen Changan who killed the 12 immortals? Sure enough, as rumored, he is burly and powerful, making people want to surrender to him at first sight, a lady said while jumping above Xuanchu. Xuanchu at the same time could say that the senior from Faxian Mountain is indeed very famous. The fragrant sect members also praised the fake Chen Changan. But then, for Xuanchu, her husband Changan is more handsome than the fake one. She really wasn't aware that it was her husband Chen Changan was the real lord of the Faxian Mountain. But this time, she was surprised when Chen Changan suddenly kicked Yizang in front of everyone. The ladies of the fragrant sect were shocked to see Chen Changan attack the person whom they really thought was the lord of the Faxian Mountain. Xuanchu herself was also dumbfounded and was afraid to think that Chen Changan would be in danger this time. Oh, sorry, I thought you were my friend. Your back is too similar. I'm blind, Chen Changan said while scratching his head. It's okay. You are lucky that it's not me who hurt you, little brother, Yizang answered without knowing that he was facing the real lord of the Faxian Mountain. Chen Changan apologizes to him again, but deep down inside of him, he is planning to kill Yizang when the right time comes. The ladies of the fragrant sect were annoyed at him for kicking Yizang, and Yizang at the same time heading to another place together with ladies who were worried for him. Yizang was smiling in front of the ladies, but he was so annoyed with Chen Changan for humiliating him in front of the ladies. For now, he decided to let go of Chen Changan, but he planned to smash Chen Changan into pieces after the Kushu even if over. While walking, someone hit him again. As expected, it was Chen Changan, and lied that he hit the wrong person again. The ladies were so disappointed in him for hitting the same person for the second time. He heard the ladies shout to him that the person he humiliated was none other than Senior Chen Changan, the lord of the Faxian Mountain. Senior Chen, is that you? I'm sorry, I've admired you for a long time, and I've heard of your deeds, Chen Changan stated. Yizang was trembling in anger while Chen Changan was telling him that Senior Chen Changan is generous, compassionate, helpful, and also the hero of the world and the model of the people. You who are such a big guy, you shouldn't count me who is a smaller fan, I'm sorry, but I really adore you, he added. Yizang was very mad at him, but for the sake of his goal, he decided not to fight back and just warned Chen Changan to be careful next time. The people praising Chen Changan were really deceived by Yizang, and now they were attacking Chen Changan because of their anger. They even asked Chen Changan to give kowtow and kneel to thank the great virtue of Senior Chen Changan. Yang ironically smiled while believing that the prestige and fame of Chen Changan were still in his favor. At this time, Chen Changan was beaten by the ladies of the fragrance sect. Their patriarch then came and told them that idols are not as important as their future. They all walked away, leaving Chen Changan with a big lump on his head. Xuanchu was standing behind him, remembering that her husband Changan was also called Chen Changan. She wondered if this Chen Changan had anything to do with the Lord of the Phaxian Mountain or if it was just a coincidence that he had the same name as the Lord. At this time, Chen Changan's system window appeared to check Chen Changan's reputation. It is said that the limelight is beginning to show, and initial efforts are made to complete the random mission number 3. A special reward was given to him, amounting to 500 field value. Meanwhile, everyone went to the banquet of Yunju, welcoming all the VIPs from all over Kyushu to Yunju. This year's Kyushu event will be organized by the Lord of Yunju, Yun Changzong. He then announced that the Kyushu even has begun. While he was talking, Chen Changan was staring at him, knowing that Changzong was also one of the culprits responsible for Jiang Xuanchu's traffic encounter in the original storyline. He knows that the world doesn't know that the Lord of Yunju, who is elegant, easygoing, and knowledgeable, also has an unsightly side. Dear brothers and sisters, I haven't seen you for many years, so I'd like to propose a toast to you first. I hope you all have a good time today, Changzong said while raising his cup. Oh no, Changzong is too polite. You know, everyone had a lot of unpleasantness because of the border affairs. But today is a gathering held once every 300 years, a grand gathering handed down from their ancestors. It is also a time of truce for our states, so I hope the Lord of Yunju can restrain someone. But don't lose in the day after tomorrow's competition. Your own state's heavenly pride will have to rogue. The Lord of the Wind state said and drank his cup of wine. A man beside him stood and was mad with the words he used. He's the Lord of Chishu, and because of his anger, he challenges the old man to have a match. But then, the Lord of the Ghost State interferes and tells them both that they are still the same. This time, she changed the topic by asking Tianwen if he brought her daughter Almayo. She mentioned that the day after tomorrow would be the 5,000th Heavenly Pride tournament, so she suggested letting Almayo try out. Forget it, my girl is melon-like, and she is only in golden core, she even didn't join in the fun. I didn't notice that this year some people have good talent. You may be able to take a closed discipline. How about the children of the Heavenly Fragrance sect? Tianwen replied. The Lord of Ghost State answered that the children of the Fragrance sect are very energetic and very good, but with their current strength, she's afraid that they will not be able to win the tournament, and that this trip is just a way to let them see the world. She must rather more curious about who will be the leader in this year's tournament. Of course, it must be us, Liju. The last leader of the Heavenly Pride was ours, and this one will definitely be too. Our Liju is the strongest. The Lord of the Liju answered. You are not afraid to talk big. The Lord of the Wind State said. After a few minutes, it was declared that Senior Chen Changan, the Lord of the Phaxian Mountain, had come. Yang, or the fake Chen Changan, entered with a slight smile on his face and heard the people gossiping about his different posture from the ordinary. I have heard of the name of Senior Chen of the Phaxian Mountain and sent someone to present you with an invitation. But I didn't expect you to come, Changzong stated. They all politely bowed down to Chen Changan, while Changzong also said that Senior Chen Changan really had an outstanding demeanor and was extraordinary, which shocked him. In his mind, Chen Changan deserves to be able to defeat the 12 immortal generals single-handedly, and even he, in the god transformation stage, could not detect the fake Chen Changan's cultivation. With this, he was afraid that it was comparable to the few immortal slayers from the Xiaodong family. The State Lord does not need to be so polite. Just treat me as an ordinary guest coming to the banquet today, Yang answered. He believes that Changzong wants to use the counting cultivation technique to check him, but he is confident that Changzong can't because of the technique left by the upper realm in the cave. His cultivation and information were 100% hidden and nobody could break it. A bald man with sharp horns gossips to the man beside him. He mentions that Chen Changan is now well known in the Kyushu continent and can destroy immortals with one palm. With such a heaven-defying combat power, he believes that Chen Changan is probably the strongest existence on the Kyushu continent. The real Chen Changan heard lots of praise about him. He also heard someone say that there was a golden core kid who offended Senior Chen Changan. But Chen Changan was merciful and spared the kid generously. While listening to all their words and believing that Yang was the real Chen Changan was trembling in anger. He then stood while clenching his fist. That's right, Senior Chen is really a god. I totally agree. He's electricity, he's light, he's the only myth, he stated. The ladies behind him were annoyed as they felt that he was insulting the Lord of Phaxian Mountain. But there were also people who agreed with what he said as they had the same vision. A man then asked about his name and he answered that he was Chen Xiaodao in Golden Core Stage. He sat back and Xuanchu asked if it was really his realm name. He instantly answered no, and despite that Xuanchu was confused, she didn't bother to say anything at all. At this time, the system window popped up and said that Chen Changan has made a great reputation and is famous at the Kyushu event and has taken the first step random mission 3, dominate the random event. With this, he received a reward of 10,000 field value. Chen Changan was surprised upon seeing it as he never expected to receive a huge amount of field value without doing much. He then concludes that the system's reputation is definitely not referring to him. Then, there is only the imposter who pretends to be him. For him, it was right not to kill Yixiang right away. Then according to the calculation of the system, as long as Yixiang with his name is more famous, the faster his mission 3 will be completed. In other words, it was the fake Chen Changan who brushed the progress of mission number 3. He widely smiles and has now agreed to lend Yixiang his identity for the time being to get the benefits. Let me see how far you can go, he uttered. At this moment, Changzong put some wine into Yixiang's cup while giving thanks to him for coming to the event. Since I was invited to the Kushu event, it is natural for me to come to meet the heroes of Kushu, Yixiang answered. He glanced at the other lords and heard the Lord of the Ghost State say that if it wasn't because of Chen Changan who killed the green-haired immortal ghost, the entire Ghost State would have definitely been ruined, so they were very grateful to Chen Changan. In particular, the Ghost State cultivators are even more grateful to him. However, after the incident, the immortal from the upper realm will definitely do something to him. The Lord of the Wind State agreed and added that Chen Changan wiped out the immortal with one palm. He also heard that the green-haired immortal ghost had risen through tribulation and reached the immortal realm, but was still defeated at the hands of Chen Changan. The strength of mine is not worth mentioning, but the strength of the evil ghost is not as strong as you think, Yixiang answered. He was really acting like he was the real Chen Changan to deceive people. He also believes that the immortals down to the world have a limit, so he is confident that they cannot beat him. In the early years of the senior, there was an immortal treasure in Chishu. It was a copper furnace, which contained terrifying power. It has been refined for thousands of years, but I cannot refine it at all. If the senior can help me refine, I will definitely be grateful, Chikong stated. Yixiang was very excited knowing that it was an immortal treasure, and if he could get it, this triple would be extremely very profitable for him. He remained calm to show everyone that he wasn't greedy to get it. He was just silent for the moment, and at the same time, Tianwen was thinking that if Chikong refined it and added the Chishu cauldron to his hands, he would be probably the strongest among the 9 state masters. Ming beside him believed that Chen Changan should be able to refine the immortal treasure. Yixiang calmed himself and reminded himself that he was now the superior Chen Changan and that he should not reveal his true purpose. This immortal treasure can be refined by me, but why should I help you? He asked. Chikong closed his eyes and handed a legendary immortal phoenix medicine to Yixiang. Yixiang was surprised to know that this treasure could be compared to the immortal grass of the upper realm, and as long as someone has it, it is equivalent to one more life. The crows were also surprised upon seeing the treasure, as they knew that this medicine grows in the habitat of the phoenix, the immortal beast. But it has long been extinct in Kyushu continent, and surprisingly Chikong still has one on his hands. As per Chikong, he's willing to give this medicine to Chen Changan as a thank you gift if Chen Changan can really help him refine the immortal treasure. Yixiang gets something on her clothes. It was another treasure that blew an azure flame. The crowd was very loud after seeing rare immortal treasures. Tianwen was also speechless as he believed that the treasure Yixiang was holding was a simple Sumeru Buddha relic. As per the Lord of Liju, for thousands of years, he has only known 5 immortal treasures, and Chikong can have one that is already smoking from the ancestral grave. Unexpectedly, there are 2 in the hands of the senior. Senior is sure very rich, he added. Yixiang confidently said that he wasn't lacking immortal treasures and elixirs. I'm the one who forced it. This immortal phoenix medicine X extremely precious to us, but it is really nothing in the eyes of the senior, Chikong stated. Yixiang fakely coughed and said that he could help Chikong refine the treasure, but it would take some time. He said that Chikong needed to trust him and hand over the immortal treasure, and a month later, he should come to Faxian Mountain to retrieve it himself. Since Chen Changan is very well known, he instantly trusted the fake Chen Changan and even gave the immortal phoenix medicine. If the rest of the people have spiritual tools that cannot be refined, they can also hand them over to me, and I can help to refine them, Yixiang stated. Most of the people immediately rushed to him and handed their tools, hoping to get some help from Chen Changan. Yixiang was very happy knowing that he really deceived these people and earned lots of profits easily. He was also glad that he didn't lose the relics he picked up in the Ghost State Midtown. If it weren't for the aura it exudes to frighten people, he believes that he wouldn't be able to fool so many people. He told everyone that he would take all their treasures and that they should come to Faxian Mountain after a month. Changzong disturbed him to inform him that the day after tomorrow was the Heavenly Pride competition. It's the biggest competition in Kyushu, so he wants Chen Changan to make sure he stays and watches with them. Yixiang was about to decline but was cut off when Changzong added that in the future, some people from other states would arrive one after another, and then he could introduce Chen Changan to them. This time, Yixiang was thinking that if he told them that he wanted to leave, they would think of him as a suspicious guy, so he had to stay for a few days. Since the Lord of Yunju has invited me, then I will respectfully obey the order, he said with a wide smile on his face. Everyone was clapping, and even the real Chen Changan himself, because for him, the show was really good. When the night came, Chen Changan was jumping from roof to roof as he was heading somewhere else's room. As expected, he went to Yixiang's room and took a peek from the window. Currently, Yixiang was staring at the treasures he obtained earlier. He was very glad that he was able to deceive all the people and even the lords of each sect. He wasn't satisfied yet and even planned to fool a few more people tomorrow and make a lot of money, then leave the place. He was kissing a treasure without knowing that the real Chen Changan was already standing behind him. "Before I leave, I have to give a lesson to that stinky boy who offended me first," he uttered. "Is that so? How are you going to teach him a lesson?" Chen Changan asked. He wasn't aware that it was Chen Changan behind him. "Feast put him inside a sack and give him a hard beating. Let him know what happens when he messes with Lord Yi. Then sell that kid to the Heiyun sect. Let that kid be sucked up by the demon girls and die," he answered. He was startled when Chen Changan put him inside a sack and beat him up barehanded multiple times. At this moment, Yi Xiang was wondering if the enemy beating him up was Chen Changan or a bandit. He was so annoyed knowing that he got caught. Now, he was planning to beg for mercy and get out of this mess as soon as possible. In addition, he also plans to revenge when he gets a chance. Chen Changan hit him using wood until he got dizzy. He cleaned up his hands and went to the treasure, planning to take it back. He glanced at Yi Xiang and ironically smiled knowing that Yi Xiang was just only his worker. After a few minutes, there was a lady entering the room of Yi Xiang as she heard a noise. When the lady opened the door, she was shocked since she instantly saw Yi Xiang without wearing anything and was tied to the wall. The lady was screaming, causing Yi Xiang to gain consciousness. Upon seeing that he didn't wear anything, he also screamed, and the lady was very disappointed while telling him that he was just a rogue who pretended to have Chen Changan's hairstyle. Yi Xiang frees himself and fakely coughed. He lied to the lady that it was his secret cultivation so he should not tell anyone. Cultivation's secret method. Naked cultivation. Will the speed really become faster? The lady replied. When Yi Xiang realized that his magic weapon and all the immortal treasures and elixir were all gone, he rattled and screamed. He was very mad, but he knew that it was useless for him to say anything now. Since he doesn't have anything left, he decides not to leave the Kushu event and has to stay longer. He is still willing to use the reputation of Chen Changan and deceive a few more people. He even vowed to find the thief and get back his profits. Chen Changan just laughed at him and he was standing above the roof, planning to go back to his room while thinking that his disciples in his immortal temple might already miss him. He was planning to return to his real body after the Kushu event to see them all. While walking, he heard a voice below and heard Xuanchu's name mentioned by someone. When he checked it, he saw Xuanchu together with a man in the middle of the night. He was shocked as he thought that both were having a secret affair. The man is the Wind State family's son, Feng Aoshan, currently at the Sage 8 Og Nascent Soul. Sister Xuanchu, for the sake of our long-time friendship and mutual understanding, why don't you bring the Jiang family's patriarch to my family so you can marry me? He asked. He held Xuanchu's chin and added that their families should merge, and with his father, Xuanchu's father will be able to survive. Xuanchu's pushed away his hand and told him that he was dreaming. Feng Aoshan. The Feng family was besieged by demonic cultivators. In order to help you get out of trouble time and time again, several elders of Jiang's family have died in different places. Now that my family is in decline, it's only fair that you are ungrateful. How dare you throw stones at us? Your Feng family are just a bunch of ungrateful pigs and dogs, she said angrily. Chen Changan was standing watching them from the roof. He now realizes that Aoshan is the son of an old friend of Jiang's family, and the source of Jiang Xuanchu's tragedy in the storyline that the system shows. Aoshan laughed and said that he was surprised that Xuanchu had anything to struggle with. He also added that the Jiang family will be annexed sooner or later on. For him, it is a waste to leave Xuanchu the position of the head of their Jiang family since she is just a girl who cannot do anything. Rather than being annexed by other families, he believes that their Feng family should pick up a bargain. He reminded the lady that they were both old friends, and now his intention is to give Xuanchu a home. Don't worry, after the Feng family annex the Jiang family, I will take good care of you, he stated while squeezing Xuanchu's cheeks. Xuanchu grips her sword and at the same time, Chen Changan appears behind Aoshan, causing Aoshan to be startled and scream. He screamed and asked who was the one who dared to bother him. Chen Changan didn't answer but instead punched Aoshan's face. Aoshan flew away and slammed on the ground. On the other hand, Xuanchu was surprised upon seeing Chen Changan. She also cannot believe that Chen Changan was able to fight. Because of his ability, Xuanchu started to wonder about his real identity. Chen Changan only told him not to be afraid since he was already here to save him. Are you too weak? I just kicked you so lightly, and you flew out? Madam, this is a pure touch of porcelain, he stated. Aoshan slowly stood up and vowed to kill Chen Changan. He then charged Chen Changan with the intention of killing him. Xuanchu blocked him from attacking Chen Changan, and she reminds Aoshan that during the Kushu event, infighting is prohibited, and violators will be disqualified from participating in the Heavenly Pride tournament. Aoshan was annoyed by the fact that Xuanchu already had a husband. He confidently told Xuanchu that he would take a good look at the Heavenly Pride competition. Feng Aoshan, what your Feng family did to the Jiang family, I, Jiang Xuanchu, remembered it. One day, I will take revenge, Xuanchu replied. She then walked away while pulling Chen Changan with her. Smile. Those who are treacherous will be taken away by the King of Hell, Chen Changan uttered while staring at Aoshan. Aoshan was annoyed while staring at them leaving the area. He then told himself that he would destroy Xuanchu's cultivation and make her fall under his body. He was trembling in anger while planning to kill Chen Changan when the time came. At this moment, he saw a flame on his shoulder. He wondered what it was, but it was too late for him to react since the flame became strong and burned him to death. He was screaming in agony and was asking for him, but in the end, he died. Chen Changan then smiled upon seeing the system appear to notify that he killed Feng Aoshan, the central character in the incident, and completely changed Jiang Xuanchu's fate. By this, he was rewarded by the system a total of 20,000 field value. They both then went to the Kushu event's rest area in the Heavenly Fragrance. As they arrived, they heard the sound of couples from the room, which was really disturbing. Chen Changan then told that lady to rest and that he would go to the other room to sleep. But then, when he was about to leave, Xuanchu pulled his arm and suddenly wrapped around him. The lady entered the room together with Chen Changan and pushed him at the door, then held his hand tightly. She then hugged him tight while telling Chen Changan not to move for a while. Her face blushed, and also Chen Changan, because of the fragrance coming from the lady. He also feels the softness of Xuanchu's body. He then patted Xuanchu's head and told her to hold him as long as she wanted. He also believes that the lady heard his conversation with Feng Aoshan just now. Xuanchu then said yes and cried as she couldn't believe what the Feng family did to her Jiang family, despite that their family didn't do anything wrong. Silly girl. The world is bustling for profit to come. The world is bustling for the profit to go. Everyone is in the interest of everyone. To put it bluntly, the decline and annexation of the family is just a sign of success and failure. Since they are tempted to merge with the Jiang family, you just need to annex them in turn, so why worry too much? Chen Changan stated. At this moment, Xuanchu smells the fragrance of Chen Changan. She feels a warm and reassuring feeling, and she really wants to be held in Chen Changan's arms forever. She remembers their patriarch mentioned before that even if the husband and wife did not have a happy marriage, some physical contact could enhance each other's feelings. All of a sudden, she kissed Chen Changan's lips, which surprised Chen Changan. The lady then stopped after a few seconds and turned around, informing Chen Changan that she would now rest. Chen Changan was so disappointed. The lady was sleeping beside him while he could not sleep as he was enduring the head he felt after the lady kissed him. At the same time, in the Yunju Deep Mountain, a skeleton was lying down while there was a young man standing in front of him. The man said that the human cultivators that were killed were not reincarnated from another immortal realm in the upper world, and it took so long to actually transmit this bit of arrogant soul to him. He said before that the nether is full of useless maggots and it should be cleaned up. He's from the Asura Immortal Domain, a reincarnated Asura demon. The Shura order, which is enough to order 100,000 Asura heroic souls in the upper world. He uttered while letting her blood drip. He then used it to wake up the skeleton. A gigantic skeleton hand then comes out from the ground, and the power of the soldier skeleton then rushes to Kushu with killing intent over the sky. Come with me to the Kushu event and seize the Kushu tripod, dominate the lower world. The Asura demon uttered, and his subordinates then answered yes to him. The next day, the Heavenly Pride tournament started at the secret territory. Now that the preliminary round has started, according to the rules of the preliminary round point system, individuals can enter the final as long as they win the Jade Medal within the limited time and reach 500 points. Each Heavenly Pride's Jade Medal is worth 10 points, and those who have their Jade token taken away will lose their eligibility to participate and will not have the chance to win the tournament. Xuanchu and the other members of the Fragrance sect joined the tournament, and they were too fierce, which alarms the enemy. Chen Changan also joined and used his monkey steal peaches and successfully steal the Jade Medal. You sneak attack. You don't talk about martial arts, his enemy angrily said, but Chen Changan kicked him outside the secret territory and threw him in the spectator field. Chen Changan was spinning the Jade Medal without knowing someone behind him with killing intent. But luckily, Xuanchu blocked the enemy's attack. Chen Changan then glanced at her and acknowledged her for doing a great job and reached 200 points. Ho, it seems that the battle in the secret territory is very cruel and fierce. Another participant is eliminated, the host declared. The sect lords were focusing on watching the battle. The Lord of the Wind State commented that the strength of the young generation participating in this year's competition is very good, but still, he was confident that his Wind State participants are much better. Lord of Chiju then told him that his 3 great immortal lineages in Yunju don't give him that much face. He mentions that Yunjuo State hasn't arrived yet despite that it's already the 3rd day. But then, after saying it, the host declares that the ancestor of the Shi family, ancestor of the Tang family, and the ancestor of the Zhang family had finally arrived. See, they came, right, Changzong said. The 3 ancestors of the 3 major immortal families in Yunju appear, and the crowd is watching them from the ground. The one in the middle is Shi Jian, the ancestor of the Shi family. There was a rumor that he was an immortal slayer. As per Lord of the Wind State, above the god transformation, there is void refinement. Refine the emptiness and go up, and an immortal slayer to be born. He added, at this moment, he feels a strong pressure coming from this ancestor's aura, a pressure that surpasses Chen Changan. With this, he doesn't doubt that Shi Jian's ancestor is an immortal slayer. We are sorry to all the state lords. We are late because we have to deal with some family affairs. Please forgive us, Shi Jian said. Changzong then invited him to sit and served him tea. As per Changzong, he heard that Shi Jian had been looking for the whereabouts of the eternal body that was kept private by the Longevity sect. Shi Jian then replied that the whereabouts of the eternal body are easy to find. According to him, before the sect of longevity was destroyed, it was also a top force in Kyushu. They had strict rules within the sect, and although they had few disciples, each of them was per God's transformation cultivator, and each one was hard to put to crack. If it weren't for such a big thing as harboring the eternal body, no one would have dared to make enemies with human devils. But at least it has a miserable end and is being wiped out. Giant also added that they bumped into a few remnants of the longevity sect a few days ago, and the Zhang and Tang families waited for an opportunity to attack them, and they were forced to ask the whereabouts of the eternal body. It's a pity that the old man was very single, scurrying quite first, he uttered. At this moment, the host then declares that the preliminary round is over. The spectators saw Chen Changan on the screen, and the Lord of the Wind State then uttered that in the secret realm full of nascent souls, a golden core was even selected. Giant also stated that it should be said that this year's Heavenly Pride is not good since he wasn't in favor of seeing a golden core enter the final round. This kid was not eliminated, and he still lived to the end, so lucky, Changzong said. All of a sudden, there was something Giant noticed. He then declares that Chen Changan is from the longevity sect based on the dress he was wearing. Everyone was shocked knowing that Chen Changan had an eternal body. They also conclude that it might be Chen Changan who was suspected of having an eternal body that was saved by Feng Qian. It would be too much of a child's play to be rashly judged based on just one piece of clothing. Being said, Tang Mayer, currently at the refinement peak, stated that even if Chen Changan is not the possessor of the eternal body, for surviving from the hands of demons and devils, she concludes Chen Changan knows the whereabouts of the eternal body. Now that the upper world is frequently invading the lower realm, those immortals don't treat us human beings at all. If we have an eternal body, we will have the strength to fight against the immortals of the upper world and protect the human beings in the lower world, the old ancestor uttered. Changzong agreed with him and added that they must give up their small self and become big self, as he believes that an eternal body can strengthen their strength for them, so as to protect the safety of the human beings in the lower world. Giant confidently said that he had ways to make Chen Changan confess. At this moment, Chen Changan's system window appeared to inform him that there was a strong malicious value against him that had been detected. Chen Changan was shocked, but he was curious about who is at this time. The host then congratulated the top 10 talents of Yunju, 8 talents of Liju, 10 talents of Wind State, and 2 talents of Ghost State who successfully advanced to the final round. The host also declares that the finals will start in half an hour and the rules are 1v1 dual battle by lottery. He asked the participants to move forward and follow him to draw, but Changzong stopped the participants and stated that the Heavenly Pride tournament is supposed to be a battlefield for the nascent soul realms, and he pointed to Chen Changan, saying that Chen Changan was only at the peak of Golden Core, so he can't be selected for the final. Chen Changan did not react while Xuanchu was shocked, and they both heard the crowd murmuring about Chen Changan. Golden Core Kid, we suspect that you have taken banned drugs, breaking the rules of the Heavenly Pride tournament and affecting the reputation of Kyushu event. We, the Lord of the State, are going to interrogate you, Changzong said. He then told the host to continue the tournament with the rest of the participants, and at this moment, Chen Changan didn't refuse to be interrogated. The moment he was about to leave, Xuanchu pulled his hand and said that she would go with him. She acknowledged Chen Changan for being with her all the time, so she was confident that she knew best whether Chen Changan had used banned drugs or not. She was willing to testify, but Chen Changan disagreed as he wanted Xuanchu to stay in the tournament and play the final round. He also concludes that it was the state lords who misunderstood him and wronged him. Xuanchu was about to say something, but Chen Changan poked her lips to stop her from talking. In the finals, you must work hard and win the tournament for me and let me experience the taste of the winner of Heavenly Pride. You won't let me die, will you? Chen Changan stated. I will try my best to win. You have to come back safely. I will prepare a surprise for you, Xuanchu replied while Chen Changan was leaving. Chen Changan then went to the hall where the state lords were waiting for him. As he entered, the lords calls him a sinner. It was mentioned in the previous news from Snake and Verse that the demise of the longevity sect was relayed to the 3 major immortal families in Yunju. The longevity sect is enough to rival the Xiantong family. He doesn't think these 3 old guys or Yunju's ancestors can destroy the longevity sect. He concludes that there might be a secret behind this. He also doesn't like seeing this group of sanctimonious, mercenary hypocrites who abandoned their compatriots for profit, and now still have the face to sit under the world justice. Presumptuous, seeing the Xiantong family, you still don't kneel and salute. Xiantong old man stated with anger. I only kneel dead, it's not appropriate, right? Don't seniors pro-suspect that I have taken banned drugs? Why haven't you checked it out? Chen Changan bravely answered. Changzong was annoyed seeing the attitude of Chen Changan. There are also other people with them, and they were so loud discussing their perspectives and own thoughts. Since no one knows that he is the real Chen Changan and only knows him with the Na, I Chen Xiaodao, they really belittle him, even the people of the fragrance sect who are now afraid to be dragged down by him. A lady even said that she instantly knew that Chen Xiaodao wasn't a good guy the moment he disrespected the person whom they thought as Chen Changan. The patriarch of the fragrance sect was just calm knowing that Chen Changan didn't really belong in her fragrance sect after all. As per Tang Mayer, the Lord of the Ghost State was right before because it would be too much of child's play to confirm that Chen Changan is a member of the longevity sect just because of one piece of clothing. Nevertheless, they all know that although the eternal body cannot cultivate, the disciples in the longevity sect are all in the god transformation realm. She double-checked Chen Changan's identity and she found out that Chen Changan is indeed at the nascent soul peak. Xiantong Old Man laughed and said that there are dozens of restrictions to cure Chen Changan's sins for involving fraud, concealing true strength, and being disrespectful to them. Changzong beside him then added that Chen Changan has many scheming thoughts and is no different from the remnants of the longevity sect. He even concludes that Chen Changan has other plans for participating in the Heavenly Pride competition. If his strength is only nascent soul, then the interrogation method will be gentler, and if he is accidentally scared to death, it will be a big loss. Shi Jian stated, "Nowadays, the upper world is frequently stirring up the lower world. Don't you know the reason for it?" Chen Changan asked. At this moment, his strength is rising up to the 4th stage of God transformation. Tang Mayer then declared it, which surprised the fragrant sect patriarch. Shi Jian smiled and said that Chen Changan must be the core disciple of the longevity sect and must know the whereabouts of the eternal body. Xiantong Old Man was mad, ordering Chen Changan to speak honestly. His aura scattered in the hall and he asked Chen Changan to say where the longevity body had been hidden by the remnants of the longevity sect. Chen Changan believes that Jiang Xuanchu has started the game right now, and as long as she wins the competition, completing the random mission 1 he had is an ironclad matter. As for mission 3, there is still no clear direction for completion yet. He wonders if a rash action becomes counterproductive and he even comes to the point of revealing his true identity. He was smiling ironically while Tang Mayer was shocked to see his cultivation base still rising until reached the void refinement realm. Since Chen Changan didn't speak any words, Shi Jian concludes that he was terrified by the way how Xiantong Old Man spoke. He then told Chen Changan not to be afraid and that as long as Chen Changan would tell them the whereabouts of the eternal body, they would not harm him. I see you have a pretty good relationship with the female cultivator of the Heavenly Fragrance sect. That's your wife, right? We don't mind talking to her in a small dark room. I hope that the little friend will open up and understand us. Otherwise, I'm afraid little friend will end up dead. He added and then stood while showing off his strength. The people around then feel the aura of the true immortal slayer and they conclude that no one could be Shi Jian's opponent. But this time, Chen Changan made a move by extending his arm and grabbing Shi Jian's face without any words. His eyes were sparkling and he slammed Shi Jian's head on the ground without any hesitations. Shi Jian was so mad and said that Chen Changan was courting death. He was about to punch Chen Changan, but Chen Changan easily caught his hand and strongly punched him. Not just once, twice, thrice, but 4 times, which made the ground crumble. Chen Changan's attack was too strong and the people who witnessed it were dumbfounded, knowing that Shi Jian, who is an immortal slayer, was powerless in the hands of a man they interrogated. Chen Changan stood and had a scary aura. As he was walking, nobody dared to attack him. He sat beside Xiantong Old Man, who was now scared of him. He leaned on the chair and crossed his legs. His system window then appeared to notify that it was detected that Chen Changan defeated the immortal slayer Shi Jian, which shocked the lords of the states and the top sect master of each state. In order to complete the random mission 4, domination of the Kushu event took a big step and received a reward of 20,000 field value. Chen Changan ironically smiles once more while the 3 members of the Yunju state are kneeling in front of him. He then revealed his true name and said that the reason for the demise of the longevity sect was what he asked them to answer, and whoever didn't want to answer would die in his hands. The sect lords feel great pleasure coming from Chen Changan. They were all confused since they knew that Chen Changan's name was Chen Xiaodao. In addition, Chen Changan is the same name as Senior Chen Changan, their visitor, who also had great strength, so this time, they were thinking that this man in front of them must be the real Senior Chen Changan, who is the mastermind of longevity sect destruction. He asked, but no one dared to answer. Chen Changan believes that these people are just protecting the destroyer, despite that those people must have done a lot of nasty things against human decency in the past. Since no one answers, he declares that he doesn't have a choice but to kill them all. The patriarchs, ancestors, and sect lords started vomiting blood, and this time, Xiantong Old Man decided to answer Chen Changan. He said that it was the Feudo-Demon sect who was the mastermind and the sect that forced them to do this to get the eternal body. He also informed Chen Changan that Feng Qian wasn't forced into the Bronze Mountain by them either, but it was the Feudo-Demon sect who took Feng Qian away. The people of Yunju begged Chen Changan mercy, but seeing them apologize to Chen Changan makes Changzong annoyed, knowing that Chen Changan is still a member of the longevity sect, so he believes Chen Changan won't forgive them. He was sure that Chen Changan would still kill them to avenge the dead members of the longevity sect. He was thinking of escaping, but before he could find a way, Chen Changan spoke, stating that these people asking for mercy had threats and persecution imposed on him in order to get the whereabouts of the eternal body from his mouth. Either way, the trial is over, you can die. he added. The sect lords feel more pain, and Changzong concludes Chen Changan wasn't aware that he will cause chaos if he will kill people in Kyushu. The fragrant sect patriarch and the ladies with her got also nervous after seeing Chen Changan's true strength. As per the system, the Kyushu event is not over yet, and it is recommended that the host does not kill them yet, otherwise, it will make Mission 3 difficult to complete. Chen Changan doesn't have a choice but to follow the system hint. He admitted that he was too impulsive, and before the truth was clear, he believed that the heads of these people were still useless, so he decided to just take their heads after the mission was over. At this time, the fake Chen Changan, Yi Xiang, came and said that he heard that the Golden Core Kid took banned drugs and violated the rules to affect the reputation of the. Even so, he came here to see the villain. He was smiling slightly, thinking that he could now have the chance to get the kid down and take revenge for taking all of his treasure. But then, as he entered, he was surprised to see all the people kneeling down. Changzong then remembers that this man is the one who said he was Chen Changan and deduces that this man might defeat the Chen Changan who dared to let them suffer. He then asks for some help from Yi Xiang, asking him to kill Chen Changan for hiding his true cultivation and sneaking up on everyone with the intention of killing them. No wonder you are all kneeling, because it was his sorcery. Don't be afraid, Yunju Lord. He can't never have the chance to make trouble if I'm here, Yi Xiang stated confidently. He was looking for an opportunity to kill Chen Changan and never expected that the opportunity would come instantly. He was planning of showing his power and defeat Chen Changan to increase the State Master's trust in him. He then charged at Chen Changan while activating his Rama magic, expecting that Chen Changan would not escape from it. Chen Changan's eyes sparkled and he remained calm. Yi Xiang strongly slammed into the ground before reaching Chen Changan. He also rattled the moment he felt pain in his eyes. Changzong couldn't believe that the man he thought was the real Chen Changan wasn't able to kill Chen Xiaodao. He was so confused at this moment about who is the real Chen Changan. Is my name so useful? Chen Changan asked while walking towards Yi Xiang, who is now kneeling and trembling on the ground. Yi Xiang then asked about his identity. Immortal General's Executioner, Ghost Slayer. There is only one person in the lower realm who can do that, Chen Changan. That's my name. Chen Changan replied. The State Master was shocked to know that they had been deceived by someone who was faking Chen Changan's identity. They cannot believe that they were fooled by an imposter. The fragrant sect patriarch also realized why Chen Changan has a similar name to Senior, because was himself the real Chen Changan. As per Chen Changan, he originally wanted to see how far Yi Xiang could go with his name on it. Yi Xiang was speechless and recalled the time Chen Changan insulted him in front of everyone. He now knows the reason for Chen Changan's courage to insult him and steal the treasure from him silently. He intends to use Chen Changan's identity to make lots of money, but it turns out he was played by the real Chen Changan. He then gets a talisman, planning to escape, but before he can flee, Chen Changan cuts his head barehandedly and burns him in front of everyone. The system then appeared to notify that Chen Changan killed the 8th-level God Transformation Realm Cultivator and gained additional field value. The system also notifies that it was detected that Chen Changan once again shocked the Lords of the States and the top sect Lords of the States. The random mission 3 is domination of Kyushu even. It was now in progress, and a reward of 30,000 field value had been obtained. Chen Changan glanced at Changzong. Changzong asked mercy from him, and Chen Changan ironically smiled at him and told him not to worry since he won't kill him for the time being. The system shows again that it is detected that the first mission, assisting Jiang Xuanchu to become the first arrogant of the Kyushu even and become the man behind her, is about to be completed, and the host will be rewarded with 30,000 field value. Chen Changan deduces that the Heavenly Pride final is going to end, so he decided to now go to see Jiang Xuanchu win the title. He then looks at the other state lords, telling them to follow him to the finals and remember to laugh and clarify that he is not taking drugs. The lords then promise to help him clarify everything to everyone. In the Heavenly Pride competitional final scene, the fight is still ongoing. Xuanchu was using her divine water and finally defeated her enemy. His enemy was panting and was now unable to fight back. The host then declares that the winner is Jiang Xuanchu from the Heavenly Fragrance sect. A sudden lightning strike appeared in the arena. Someone then appeared, saying that he had arrived in time. The people were dumbfounded looking at him, while Chen Changan's system detected that the reincarnated sun, Asura Demon Sun, had arrived. The Asura Demon Sun guffaws and Chen Changan stares at him and finds out that he's Yu Ziluo, the reincarnation of the Asura Demon in the Asura Immoral domain. He has the memories of his previous reincarnation and his time in the upper world, in order to complete the great task of the Asura Immortal domain, to dominate the Kyushu continent. He has been searching for the Shura order that can summon 100,000 Asura heroic souls from the Asura Immortal domain to the lower world, and finally found it in the secret realm of Yunju. Summon 100,000 Asuras, besiege Kyushu, slaughter all the decent people in Kyushu, and seize the Kyushu tripod to dominate the lower world. His skills are puppetry and summoning. The people are staring at Ziluo, wondering who he is. At the same time, Chen Changan concludes that Ziluo is the second son after Giant Kaiyan. He was wondering about the purpose of these immortals being reincarnated into the lower realm one after another. Do you have an invitation letter in your hand when you come to Kyushu even with such great fanfare? The Wind State Lord asked. Even a mere goddess wouldn't dare to break into the event site so arrogantly and leave impatiently. Lord of the Chizu added, which annoys Ziluo. Tianwen also told Ziluo to just leave quickly if he doesn't have the invitation, as they won't hesitate to act ungraciously. As per Ming, Ziluo's aura is strange and there is an evil spirit on his body. At this time, skeletons then came out from the barrier of Ziluo, and Ziluo then ordered these skeletons to kill the 9 state lords and all the people. The skeletons then rushed to the humans, and the people then realized that their uninvited visitors are indeed a demonic cultivator. The people were forced to fight back to survive, and some also retreated as they were afraid to die. A bald man wanted to escape, but the skeleton mercilessly bit his head and killed him. The wail was too harsh and not at all elegant. Hurry up and clean up all these bugs and get the kushu tripod, Ziluo said. Ning uses her full power to attack the skeletons, but she feels that the strength of these monsters is above the nascent soul realm, and most are above the transformation realm, so she tells the other state lord that they must hurry and take away nascent soul and others first before the monsters kill them. Tianwen then told her that it was now impossible since there were thousands of monsters surrounding the entire kushu event, so they could not get out. This time, he was hoping that his daughter was still obediently staying on the top of the flying boat and didn't sneak out. On the other hand, the Wind State Lord concluded that all of them would surely die here, so he was thinking of asking Chen Changan to take action. The Lord of the Chizu at the same time managed to kill the skeletons, but he suddenly rushed to Ziluo, believing that the monsters would be gone once he would be able to kill Ziluo. Ziluo was staring at him and calling him an idiot. Unfortunately, the Lord of Chizu was stabbed by the skeleton before he could reach Ziluo. There are even monsters that are comparable to the peak of void refinement. This amount is terrible, the Lord of Chizu uttered. Xuanchu was also currently fighting against these monsters, but she was hesitant to believe that these monsters could be possibly killed. She was worried for Chen Changan and wanted to protect Chen Changan at all costs, since she only knew that Chen Changan is only at the peak of the golden core. But then, she suddenly feels weak and falls to the ground while there is a skeleton heading towards her to kill her. Chen Changan then touched the skeleton's sword and easily killed the monster. The system then rewarded him with a 5,000 field value. Chen Changan then extended his hand to help Xuanchu get up, and he asked his wife if she was fine. But then, the window system appeared once more to inform him that he would no longer have any contact with Jiang Xuanchu after the random mission was completed, and the forcible intervention would have adverse effects on the lady. The system also added that Chen Changan is now the strongest in the lower world. Before suppressing the cultivation base, it is recommended by the system that he must not approach cultivators below God transformation. Chen Changan then told the lady to stay safe and protect her own, but Xuanchu replied that she'll protect Chen Changan since she's his wife. Behind Chen Changan is the Wind State Lord, telling him to take action and save them. The patriarch of the Fragrance sect and her daughter also believe that Chen Changan would save them. Senior, you are generous, save us once. Otherwise, we're all done, Changzong said. Xuanchu was so confused. She couldn't understand why everyone was asking her husband for help. As per the system, it has been detected that the progress of Mission 3 has reached 80%. As long as Chen Changan gets the approval of the Kushu tripod and becomes the Lord of Kushu, the mission will be completed. Chen Changan at this point was thinking that he would have been a fish at this moment if he did not have the strength to control everything. He feels no challenge, no pressure, and no difficulty standing at the top. With this, he sees himself as an invincible loneliness who can crush a soul easily. It's just a maggot that can jump around more. What about hope? Making this immortal laugh off, Ziluo said while pointing at Chen Changan. Skeletons then charged at Chen Changan, but Chen Changan only used one young finger skill and easily killed them all. The people were jaw-dropping seeing him manage to kill lots of skeletons at the same time while they cannot even kill one. On the other hand, Ziluo believes that Chen Changan really has strength. Chen Changan suddenly vanished from his sight and suddenly appeared in front of him, very near. You people from the upper world really upset me, Chen Changan uttered, then slapped Ziluo's face, causing Ziluo to vomit blood. Chen Changan slapped multiple times and Ziluo felt how strong and fast he was. Chen Changan slapped Ziluo for the last time, but it was so strong this time. Ziluo fell down and slammed into the ground. Ziluo was trembling while holding his shura. He got up full of anger, but Chen Changan attacked him using one foot and slammed him on the ground once more. The Wind State Lord then realizes that the strength Chen Changan shows in the interrogation room isn't his full strength. Everyone witnessed the strength of the real Chen Changan, and they were surprised to discover that the person they knew as Chen Xiaodao is indeed the real Chen Changan. Xuanchu claimed to herself that she already noticed her husband isn't an easy man, but she never expected that Chen Changan is the senior and the real one. Speak. You people from the upper world are getting reincarnated into the lower world. What is your purpose? Chen Changan asked while lifting up Ziluo. But then, Ziluo spits blood on him and utters, bastard of the lower world. He shows his shura to Chen Changan, and Chen Changan suddenly feels a strange pressure. Ziluo broke the shura and called a name Fa Tian. The ground started to crumble and a silhouette appeared. Everyone bends down and they feel an immortal pressure. They were all afraid, thinking that an immortal pressure from the upper world had come. As per the Lord of the Wind State, this pressure coming is much stronger than Chen Changan, and they were afraid that Chen Changan would be defeated this time. They were now all hopeless. A monster then appeared, stating that Ziluo had reincarnated and become weaker and now used the trump card. Chen Changan was shocked to see this monster, knowing that this monster is an immortal level protector. You need my help to solve the lower world, and what a waste. Fa Tian. He then attacked Chen Changan and Chen Changan felt some pain. Fa Tian pushed Chen Changan on the wall and Chen Changan fell on the ground and became weak. Xuanchu was worried for him, and even the other state lords. As per Fa Tian, sure his order time is limited, and he will stay in the lower realm for a short time, so he told Ziluo to quickly decide what to do. Ziluo then told him to kill Chen Changan, and Fa Tian then confidently said that 3 seconds was enough to kill Chen Changan. Chen Changan still managed to raise his head, and the system detected that the immortals of the upper world who were not suppressed by the Kushu law appeared, and the life of the clone was threatened. The system then asks Chen Changan if he wants to exchange for a more advanced avatar. At this moment, Chen Changan's current field value is 200,000. Due to the current crisis, if the field value of the avatar is not enough, it can be credited. It will be doubled back to the system in the future. These functions are Mirror and Water Moon, and the power of the clone exchanged by these functions is not restricted by the rules of the Kyushu continent, and can exert the full power of the immortals of the upper world. Fa Tian saw Chen Changan still alive, so he said that Chen Changan really has a thick skin. Everyone becomes more and more hopeless seeing this gigantic monster who is now ready to kill Chen Changan. The monster said that Chen Changan, the so-called immortal slayer that can kill the immortals of the upper world, is just a group of rabble who rely on the laws of Kyushu to survive. Without the protection of the Kyushu law, he believes that Chen Changan wouldn't be able to beat the beasts raised by him in the upper world. He confidently added that he has the right of immortality to not be affected by the Kyushu law. A real immortal from the upper world who can exert his full strength. Let me see how you who are known as the strongest in the lower world can withstand several attacks from me. Let these lower world bugs see with their own eyes. Their hope which they have is going to shatter, and the expressions on their faces will be very interesting. He proclaimed while possessing his full power in front of Chen Changan. Xuanchu panicked and was worried for her husband Chen Changan. She then rushed to protect Chen Changan while Ziluo ordered his subordinate skeletons to kill everyone and get the Kyushu tripod. Chen Changan then accepted the system's offer to become an immortal general peak, and with this, he was deducted 300,000 field value. Only immortal know how this works. To do it will have to give the crushing momentum, he uttered, and Fa Tian was confused. Chen Changan's accumulated field value at this moment has been exhausted, and he owes 100,000 field value to the system. This dog is barking so loud, it seems he needs a nice beating to shut up, Chen Changan said. Fa Tian then casts a fireball with the intention of killing Chen Changan, as he now believes that Chen Changan has a trump card. But then, before he could attack Chen Changan smiled at him and punched him hard on his stomach. He vomits blood and screams in agony while Chen Changan says that he managed to save so many field values, but because of Fa Tian, he has to use it. Fa Tian then flew away and slammed into the wall. Still, he managed to get up, wondering how Chen Changan managed to become so strong. He was so confused knowing that Chen Changan was so weak earlier. Chen Changan suddenly appeared in front of him so near, telling him that it was a pity they were not in Faxian Mountain. He believes that he can get a lot of points after killing this monster. He then strongly punched it once more and Fa Tian flew away, but still managed to remain fine and immediately summoned a gigantic skeleton. Chen Changan still smiled, and by just moving his hand, he was able to activate a strong power that kills every skeleton and makes them all dissipate. Fa Tian was flattened, and even all the ancestors and state lords were shocked. Ziluo cannot believe what he witnessed, and he couldn't believe that Fa Tian cannot beat Chen Changan. Chen Changan still smiling and was looking for some food to eat. On the other hand, Fa Tian was thinking of taking Yu Ziluo out here first, reporting everything to their lord, and sending a stronger immortal to come down here and defeat Chen Changan. He now plans to use the time limit of the Shura's order to escape back to the upper world so that he can survive against Chen Changan. He then runs away together with Ziluo, but Chen Changan won't let them get away from him. He then attacked Fa Tian using ranged magic and instantly killed the enemy. The system then rewarded him with 1 million field value and 1 salted fish treasure chest. Fa Tian was flaming while Ziluo became so scared now. He was trembling in fear, asking Chen Changan to forgive him. Chen Changan then commanded him to honestly say what the purpose of so many people in the upper world being reincarnated in the lower world. Ziluo this time believes that the only way he can survive is to say what Chen Changan wants to know, since he doesn't have any choice now that Fa Tian is dead and his Asura heroic soul is no match to Chen Changan. He then informs Chen Changan that their main goal is to capture the Kushu tripod. What do you people from the upper world want to do with Kushu tripod? Chen Changan asked, and according to Ziluo, whoever is in charge of the Kushu tripod is equivalent to being in charge of the heavenly Tao of the Kushu continent. Become the protector of the heavenly Tao, and dominate the whole Kushu continent. And every piece of lower world territory owned will be a great help to the promotion to the Lord of the Immortal Realm. He pointed at the state lords while saying that there are people from other immortal realms in the upper world who have been reincarnated in the Kushu continent, and as long as the Kushu tripod is still there, there will be no less competition. He informs Chen Changan that the 9 state lords in the lower world all have state tripods, and when these 9 state tripods are combined, it will form the kushu tripod. Chen Changan then remembers that Mission 3 is asking him to capture the kushu tripod, so he thinks that the system might know about the upper world's plans for a long time. Upon hearing what Ziluo said, the state lords were shocked, while Chen Changan realized the reason why the system prevented him earlier from killing the state lords, as it turned out that the kushu tripod was on them. "Senior, you see I have said everything you want to know, can you spare me?" Ziluo said, but Chen Changan burned him to death. Chen Changan then received a 20,000 field value after Ziluo died. The system also informs him that the rest of the field values are being calculated, so he must wait for some minutes. At the same time, in the upper world, in the Asura Immortal domain, a man reported to their master about the life cards of Yu Ziluo and Immortal General Fatian that are now broken. The master he called is Shitian, the Asura Immortal Lord. He was mad by the fact that Ziluo and Fatian gained more than enough success but were still killed by someone from the lower world. He then commanded his subordinates to go and call Hong Luo, as he had an important order. As soon as Ziluo did, Shitian's layout for many years became a joke in other immortal domains. Now, he was planning to suppress this matter by sending a new reincarnation as soon as possible, as he was very eager to get the Kyushu continent. In the Neon Immortal domain, the lord of this land was informed by her subordinate that the Asura Immortal domain scout had returned, but the Asura Immortal domain reincarnation and the guardian life cards are broken. The lord then replied that her domain reincarnation was now missing a competitor. Her subordinate was confused about how Ziluo and Fatian were killed, despite that they both have the protection of immortal power and can use their full-scale cultivation in the lower world. The lord then replied that the land of Kyushu has unlimited possibilities. Otherwise, it would not have become one of the treasures that many immortal domains prioritize to seize. She then ordered her subordinate to contact the guardian of their domain and try to avoid Chen Changan as much as possible before winning the treasured land of the lower world and not colliding with him. Going back to the lower world, Chen Changan also rewarded an additional salted fish treasure chest for killing the reincarnated sun. System waits. Some Asura heroic souls are left. Don't waste the chance to get field value. Chen Changan uttered. He then calls the mighty heavenly dragon and lets it attack the remaining heroic souls and get lots of field value. Chen Changan was enjoying it, while the people around him were so thrilled seeing how strong he was. After killing all Asuras, the system then appeared to declare that Chen Changan saved the cultivators of the Kyushu event, and the cultivators worshipped him now. The progress of the mission dominated the Kyushu, even completed, and he was rewarded 30,000 field value. The field value is settlement has been completed after a few minutes, and Chen Changan killed tens of thousands of Asura heroic souls and gained an additional 3 million field value. Chen Changan was so happy with the huge reward, knowing that he didn't need to worry anymore. While he was jumping in happiness, Xuanchu called him. The lady was crying while asking him if he was fine. Chen Changan then paused and answered no. She was shocked to see the lady rush to him. All of a sudden, Maio came and rushed to Chen Changan. She then hopped to Chen Changan while Chen Changan rattled and threw Maio away, while clarifying to his wife that he had nothing to do with Maio. Xuanchu isn't jealous at all. She instantly touched Chen Changan's body while telling him that she was just scared to death a while ago seeing Chen Changan beaten up. She was checking Chen Changan to see if he had injuries, and from the immortal commander, Chen Changan turned back into God transformation realm. The arm is fine, the inside is fine, but the body must have been bruised by the heavy blow. I still have some bruising wine there, come back with me, Xuanchu said. Chen Changan was touched to see Xuanchu really cared for him. He then asked the system about what the adverse effect would have on Jiang Xuanchu. As per the system, according to the rules, 2 people who do not intersect will return to the origin. If they forcibly approach, they will face all kinds of sudden bad luck. Xuanchu's luck will also gradually weaken. If Chen Changan is really good for her, then he must go back to the original point. After all, the rules are irresistible. No matter how cunning Chen Changan is, he must not try to fight against the rules, since the system is professionally trained and won't let Chen Changan succeed. Chen Changan was so annoyed with these rules, but then he chose to follow it. He pushed away Xuanchu and told her to behave herself. Xuanchu was shocked and they were both silent for a minute. Someone then came and called Chen Changan. It was the state lords, handing over the state tripod to Chen Changan in exchange for Chen Changan protecting the Kyushu. They said that the state tripods are the heart of the 9 states, and because of the existence of the state tripod, the state lords can stably guard the states for many years. Now that the immortals from the upper world are coming fiercely, only by handing over the state tripod to Chen Changan, they, the lower world people, will have a chance of life. Now, they would like to serve Chen Changan as their lord and hope that Chen Changan will become the lord of Kyushu and bless their Kyushu. The people agreed to the state lords, and Xuanchu wondered if Chen Changan would agree. After Chen Changan regained his status as senior Chen Changan from Faxian Mountain, the gap between Xuanchu and him has become huge, and if he becomes the lord of the Kyushu, Xuanchu wasn't sure if she's still qualified to be Chen Changan's Taoist companion. I am a person who holds grudges and has many faults. I am afraid that the position of Lord of Kyushu is not suitable for me. Chen Changan said, and for him, it seems that these people only want him as a shield to save themselves. The people were very loud, saying that they couldn't leave without Chen Changan and that they badly needed Chen Changan. Now, only Senior in the lower world is qualified to be the Lord of Kushu. Ming he knows that seniors have concerns and is willing to take the lead in solving all troubles for Senior. Ming said. Chen Changan then challenged them to show their sincerity. According to him, the Xiantong family in Yunju colluded with an evil sect and murdered compatriots. He believes that the state lords knew about this crime for a long time but did nothing, only because their ancestors had immortals sitting in the town. Now that the hostility between the upper and lower worlds is a foregone conclusion, the three immortal lineages still exist and will become the hidden dangers as per Chen Changan. The people agreed to Chen Changan and concluded that if they left this poisonous tumor of the Xiantong family in Yunju, sooner or later, this family might help the upper world invade the lower world from the inside. The people then asked the state lords to hand over the ancestors of Yunju to Chen Changan. Changzong was very mad as he expected that serving Chen Changan as the Lord of Kushu would spare their Xiantong family. He was about to say something to Chen Changan but he was cut off when the Wind State Lord told him not to be so impulsive. The old man also added that protecting the lower world is their main thing now, and as long as Chen Changan becomes the Lord of Kushu, they are willing to obey all Chen Changan's instructions and orders. They are even willing to deal against the Xiantong family, going through fire and water for Chen Changan. Awareness is not bad, I'll take the state tripod, Chen Changan said. He then grabbed all the tripods and made it as one. While in the process, lightning appeared and everyone was staring at it, letting Chen Changan become the Lord of Kushu. Tianwen wondered if Chen Changan could resist the cruel assessment of heavenly Tao. Xuanchu was also staring at Chen Changan. After hundreds of millions of years, someone has finally become a heavenly protector, the Thunder Tribulation said, but he was shocked to see it was Chen Changan again. Yo, old friend, long time no see, Chen Changan said. He concludes that the Thunder Tribulation is the guardian of this Kushu continent and now wants to test him, but the Thunder Tribulation says that there's no need and he even becomes thrilled believing that he is now a person with a father who can protect him. He instantly passed the Heavenly Tao test, which surprised the state lords. Chen Changan at this time feels that his whole body is integrated with the continent of Kaisuhi, and he can use the power of heaven at will. Now, Chen Changan finally become the Lord of Kushu. The system congratulated him as he also completed the Random 3 mission, and he obtained a 30,000 field value. He can also now upgrade the system to version 5.0. He completed the 2 conditions and once he upgrades the system, he can open a new function which is to control life and death. Chen Changan was so happy especially because he gained millions of field values. While staring at the system, Ming informs him that they want to hold a ceremony for Chen Changan to announce to everyone in Kyushi that he now become the Lord of Kyushu. At the same time, Xuanchu was staring at him, wondering why he suddenly changed. She becomes emotional as she concludes that she must be annoying or everything before might only be an acting to deceive her. She was so confused and didn't know what to believe anymore. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 2,000 likes. And don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.